In the end, only Nick Fury and Hill went back, the super agent on the Earth. Before leaving, his face was darker than ever. The reason is that he has to accept the reality that he has become a polished commander. Now even Li Zi, a little-known character, can ignore himself. Definitely Nick Fury believes that it is more because of Wanda's support for Li Zi, and he would have been taken back directly by someone else. At the moment, the three of them stayed and didn't intend to go back in a hurry. There are many places in Asgard that I haven't appreciated. Especially Li Zi, he wants to stay in Norway for a few more days. After all, it will take 7 days before he can leave the hidden area after returning. Besides, there are Wanda and the Blackened Witch by his side, so it would be no fun to return to Westview Town. Simply stay here for a few days, relax, which are all things he can look forward to. Wanda looked at the clear sea and lake, and her eyes fell on Li Zi's handsome side face, feeling extremely satisfied and comfortable in her heart. If Westview Town is a place of memories, then the bay is a fairyland that makes people linger and forget to return. Sometimes, she even wants to freeze time here. It will be a very wonderful memory for two people to stroll along the bay and walk hand in hand on the beach until the end. At that time, it was getting late, approaching morning. The bay under the moonlight is extremely bright, and the sea breeze that blows the waves is blowing in front of you. The bay town fell into silence, and the lights of every house were turned off one after another, as if in a fairy tale town, only tranquility and peace remained. Wow! On the secluded sandy beach, the seawater is rolled up by the wind and the waves echo in the ears. You can even hear the sound of sand being washed by the sea. In front of a beach hut, 2 dim lights hung high, swaying with the wind from the sea. The three of Li Zi lay on the chairs facing the bay, and a cool evening breeze blew from the sea, which made people feel extremely relaxed. Looking at the vast starry sky, the dots of stars are like pearls, inlaid under the sky, shining with brilliance. Li, what kind of place is Washa? Wanda's face was full of contentment. She curled up in Li Zi's arms, her beautiful eyes blinked, and she couldn't help asking. Washa is a country with strict traditions and beautiful scenery. It has a history of 5,000 years, which is very long. Li Zi couldn't help smiling, and pinched her face. Then tell me quickly, I really want to hear it. Wanda hugged Li Zi a little tighter, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. China has 56 ethnic groups with a long history of inheritance. Since ancient times, the ancestors of each ethnic group have worked, lived, and multiplied on the land of China, and have contributed their talents to Chinese civilization and the establishment of a unified multi-ethnic country. Li Zi said unhurriedly, but his face showed pride. This is his pride as a Chinese. There are so many ethnic groups in Washa. Wanda's pupils widened, and she couldn't help being surprised. Isn't it normal for 56 ethnic groups to inherit the history of thousands of years? Li Zi couldn't help smiling. That's right, what else? Wanda nodded, immediately relieved, and continued to ask questions. Washa values? Traditional festivals the most. Li Zi recalled and added. There are also many traditional festivals, such as Spring Festival, Lantern Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, Zhongyuan Festival, etc. What is Spring Festival? Wanda was a little confused. Does it mean the Spring Festival? Hearing this, Li Zi couldn't help but smiled. Definitely not. The Spring Festival is the most solemn festival in China. The arrival of the festival means that the new year is a farewell to the old and welcomes the new, welcoming the new year, welcoming the blessings, and praying for a good year. Get together, family reunion, sit around the table and eat New Year's Eve dinner. Li, when we finish dealing with the matter, can you take me to have a look? Wanda asked softly, and the picture and artistic conception of those words emerged in her mind. The Spring Festival is lively, and I definitely want to take you there. Li Zi's handsome face approached, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Li, be serious, I will ignore you if you do this again. Wanda turned her head quickly, pretending to be angry. In fact, besides the Spring Festival, there is another festival that is the most important. Li Zi withdrew his gaze and looked up into the deep space with hope in his eyes. What is that? Wanda was puzzled and asked very curiously. Shishi Festival. Li Zi looked at her and smiled. This festival comes from the folklore of the cowherd and the weaver girl, and it roughly implies the relationship between men and women who will never leave and grow old together. What we keep is the promise of love. Wanda trembled all over, and her voice was like a mosquito. Li, can we also celebrate this festival together? What do you say? Li Zi put her hand on the palm and held it tightly. Plum, Wanda buried herself in his arms. What other cultures does Washa have? The most famous scene in China is the Great Wall. It was built in the earliest spring and autumn and warring states periods to resist the invasion of other neighboring countries. Later, under the joint construction of the kings of all dynasties, It was successfully built for thousands of miles and left behind for thousands of years. Since then, the times have continued. Under the changes, the Great Wall has also been included in the list of World Cultural Heritage. Li Zi patiently explained. The pride in his eyes grew stronger. This is not only a cultural inheritance, but also expresses its 5,000 years of heritage in China. Li, although I don't understand, I'm really looking forward to what you said. When Wanda heard this, her eyes sparkled with longing. She yearns for that kind of life very much, where she can stand on the Great Wall and overlook everything. Li Zi smiled and patted her head. In addition to the Great Wall, there is also Wudang Mountain, which is known as the World Cultural List. Wudang Mountain? After listening to Wanda, she immediately became interested. Because she had never heard of such a place. The main purpose of Wudang Mountain is Taoism, and there are countless disciples, who are distributed all over China. The sky is full of snow all year round. Wudang Mountain is more like a fairy mountain, and there are Taiyue, Xuanyue in ancient times. Known as Daiyue, it belongs to the famous mountains of Taoism in China. From the spring and autumn period to the end of the Han Dynasty, many dignitaries came to Wudang Mountain to practice in person. Those people call it the holy place of cultivation for Emperor Xuanzhen and Zhenwu. Li Zi said in a calm tone. Li, are the characters you mentioned more powerful than Chaoing? Wanda was shocked, unable to hide her curiosity. The difference between the two is different, and the major system is also different, so there is no way to compare them. Li Zi shook his head, not knowing where to start. Li, is everyone in Huaxia serious? Black and Wanda, who was listening next to him, couldn't help asking in doubt. Because when watching TV, you can always see Chinese people with stern faces on the news, as if they are not joking. Not all of them are, but most of the ones that can be seen on the news are more serious, because traditions and customs are different. Li Zi froze and nodded. Compared with European and American countries, China is much more rigorous in its openness. In many matters, it sticks to principles and maintains a very rigorous attitude. At least not as open and comfortable as European and American countries. I remember an incident reported in my previous life. A foreign game manufacturer held an online meeting. All the people from the game manufacturer stayed in the bar and held a meeting in a relaxed manner. As soon as I turned on the camera, I saw a group of Chinese people sitting on chairs in a bright conference room, welcoming them solemnly. The game manufacturer was embarrassed, so they had to quickly turn off the camera and stand up again. Wouldn't that be nice? Black and Wanda asked back. No, the Huaxia people are too rigorous in a certain matter, like an emotionless machine. Doing whatever they are asked to do, that would be a waste of their talents. Li Zi couldn't help complaining. Actually, it's good to be rigorous. China is safer than most countries in the world, isn't it? When Wanda said this, she was a little choked up, slightly depressed, and thought of some bad things in her mind. Her hometown is in the most dangerous area of the war zone, and riots may break out at any time. If possible, she even wants to move to Huaxia, away from the place where the war is raging. Don't think too much about unhappy things. Li Zi saw that she was depressed and rubbed her head to comfort her. Li is right. The most important thing for a person is to be happy. Black and Wanda also reached out and held her tightly, speaking calmly. Wanda took a deep look at the other party, but didn't break free from her tale. Because the two felt the same about this matter and had almost the same experience, they resonated at this moment. People are strange animals. After having the same experience, even if the other party is someone who is not pleasing to them, they will not be as annoying as before. Everything will get better. Li Zi comforted Wanda, who glanced at both sides. Li, I agree with you, it will definitely get better. Wanda nodded earnestly. I'm looking forward to that day. Black and Wanda also nodded. The words fell. The Bayside fell into quietness and peace again, without any worries or concerns. Because people who care about each other gather together. Nothing but the best tranquility in the world. The three of them were lying on the chairs, and the sea breeze blew in from time to time, slapping their cheeks and making them more tired. Even so, it is difficult to separate the peace and tranquility that is rare for the three of them to stay together. Can you enjoy everything in front of you quietly, and get started at every turn? Li Zi felt a hand swimming back and forth, and felt a little speechless. It doesn't take a second to think it's Black and Wanda. Who made your body so attractive to me? Black and Wanda didn't stop, and slowly touched his strong chest along the clothes. That's no reason for you to mess around. Li Zi glanced at her and said in a deep voice. In such a peaceful atmosphere, can't you comfort us with some practical actions? Black and Wanda's beautiful eyes blinked, but she still didn't choose to stop. However, the next second, Li Zi grabbed her snow-white slender hand. You lost the good atmosphere again. Can't you feel the peace brought by the evening wind? Wanda rolled her eyes. Quickly let go of your sinful eyes. This time she didn't scold anyone, but she was a little displeased. Compared to before, she seemed less disgusted in her heart. Maybe it's because Black and Wanda is also half of myself, and the group proves that this kind of emotion is not so evil. Positive thoughts invested. Sudden. Black and Wanda on the left took Wanda's hand and put it on his chest. You can also try the feeling. The positions of the two moved, and almost half of their bodies moved closer, sandwiching Li Zi in the middle. Feeling the temperature from her chest, Wanda blushed shyly and couldn't help cursing. You are so shameless. You waste your tongue and don't want to take the initiative? After finishing speaking, Black and Wanda ignored her and smiled charmingly. Then I have to come first. Her palm moved back and forth on Li Zi's chest. And then slowly moved down to the lower abdomen. The 8-pack abdominal muscles are protruding, which is very strange. That touch is wonderful, comfortable and strong. Li, which of the two of us do you think has the better figure? At this time, Black and Wanda couldn't help asking while staring at his handsome face. Wanda didn't speak, and her eyes fell on Li Zi's face. She was more concerned about this issue, and she had some vague expectations in her heart. Ahem, my body is cold, can you let go and go back first? Feeling the too fragrant and soft Wanda, Li Zi couldn't help coughing twice and said helplessly. No. The two witches said in unison, their attitudes were very firm. As they said that, they moved closer to each other a little bit. You can clearly feel the disturbed exhalation. Let go of me first, okay. Li Zi couldn't move and was very stiff, especially his lower abdomen was hot. It seemed that there was a violent firewood burning, which could erupt at any time. Facing the clamp attack of the two witches, he was somewhat unable to control himself and dealt with them. No, just say it now. Black and Wanda smiled charmingly, turned her whole body slightly, and straddled Li Zi's body, revealing her smooth white legs, charming and moving. Li, I also want to hear your answer. Wanda glared at the other party, and also put her delicate and smooth legs on the other side, which was very attractive. The whole delicate bodies of the two of them were almost glued to Li Zi, like octopuses, they were inseparable. You're making it hard for me to answer. Li Zi felt extremely uncomfortable, and kept suppressing the anger in his lower abdomen. If the two don't let go, he's really afraid that they will be executed on the spot. Li, I know a lot of things, do you want to think about it? Black and Wanda's eyes were charming, and she licked her red lips subconsciously. That alluring appearance seemed to draw out the soul of a person. What's the matter? I can smoke too. Wanda blushed and almost lowered her head to the ground. Are you sure? Black and Wanda stared at her with a playful face, and the look in her eyes was self-evident. What, dare not? You can do it, why can't I? Wanda blushed when she heard this. This time she no longer showed weakness, and her tone was very decisive. Li Zi felt dizzy when he heard this. The back and forth attacks of the two witches immediately made him feel helpless. The most difficult thing in the world is when two beautiful women ask the same question and make them make different choices. Bang. Just then. Huge amounts of explosions were heard from a small town not far away, dazzling flames were shining, and thick fog was swirling around, almost covering the entire Asgard. Even the ground trembled violently, causing the huts on the beach to shake constantly, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. A puff of thick smoke suddenly filled the direction of the town, and a huge mushroom cloud lifted into the sky, which was very clear. Flames flew in all directions, like a real volcanic eruption that had been preparing for a long time, overturning the nearby seawater and stirring up layers of violent waves. Clatter. The seawater was also crazily surging at this moment. The waves and soil were blasted apart by the splashing fireball, and with a bang, a large crater was blown out of the originally calm seawater. In an instant, the water sprayed and splashed everywhere, like a judgment from heaven from a terrible disaster. There was an explosion there and I had a bad feeling. The huge amounts of explosion made Li Zi put away all his thoughts, stood up suddenly and pushed Black and Wanda away to look towards the direction of the town. The brilliant fire that soared into the sky reflected on his face. The explosion still didn't stop, and the nearby mountains shook, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. What happened over there? Wanda next to her stood up, her face full of worry and tension. I don't know, but it's best to go and have a look. Black and Wanda looked at it and said solemnly. I can't wait any longer, I'll go there first. Li Zi left a sentence, and his whole body turned into a ball of black aura and flew towards the small town. We follow too. Seeing this, the two witches glanced at each other and nodded, and also turned into black aura followed closely behind. Air. The three of them looked around, and there was so much smoke below that they could barely see what was going on inside. Explosions continued, and the raging fire burned the entire Asgard, which was extremely terrifying. Li, I feel a very strong strange aura. blackened Wanda overlooked the whole of Asgard with a heavy look. It was a life-threatening breath, like a killing god from hell, full of oppression. I feel it too, it's not a good sign. Wanda nodded, echoing what she had just said. If I'm not mistaken, this strange aura should be God Slayer gear. Li Zi's face was solemn, and he seemed to have guessed the instigator behind it. Because the only one who invaded Asgard during this time period was Gorr the Godslayer. It was an existence that terrified the 20 gods of the 9 realms, and even the Shendu of the universe. After he obtained the ability, he perceived that there were endless gods in the universe. Since then, he has started the journey of slaughtering gods, and whenever he sees gods, he will kill them. Because he hates the so-called gods, hates the hypocritical gods, and thinks that the gods have abilities, but he watches his people and his children die innocently. Because of having the Black Death Sword, all the power can be obtained through the blood of the god, which is the power from the god of the symbiosis. Over the years, he has slaughtered countless gods, and even he has forgotten how many gods he has killed. But his ultimate goal is not to kill all the gods, but to find the eternal altar and make a wish to resurrect his daughter. Eternity, the only person Gear wants to see. Witnessing what happened below, Li Zi muttered to himself. Who is Eternity? He is everywhere. He is not a living body, but the materialization of a part of the universe, the eternal materialization of the universe. He represents the highest combat power in the entire multi-universe, omniscient, and omnipotent. He can easily grasp all the abilities in the multi-universe. And Eternity is the real god of the Marvel universe. Even Odin and other self-proclaimed gods are just ants who can't even touch Shendu in his eyes. In the Marvel universe, only the cosmic gods are real gods, because they are part of the universe. I'd like to see Eternity live. Li Zi couldn't help being a little curious. Even though I've seen it on TV, it's completely different from watching it live. But what Gear sees now should not be the eternal real body, but just duplication. Because Eternity exists at the multi-universe level. The real Eternity will never appear, and the power of Unit Baojo can't bear the real eternal entity at all. And Eternity is also the strongest existence that has ever appeared in the Marvel movie universe. Boom. At the moment, the center of the town was in chaos, with constant explosions and flames of war. Not far away, there was a roaring fight from the town. Countless Asgard warriors are fighting monsters in the square. Those monsters are huge in size and have different shapes. Their bodies are filled with black shadows like shadows, and their strange aura spreads, making them extremely oppressive. Next second, these black shadows gradually took on the shape of various weird creatures. They looked hideous, and the huge tentacles overflowed with green liquid, which was very disgusting to look at. The men and horses on both sides fought bloody battles. The sound of clanging and clanging was heard endlessly, blood spattered, and the flesh and blood fell to the ground and mixed with blood was shocking. The sound of fear kept screaming. The entire battlefield was intertwined with tentacles and limbs, and the blood flowing on the ground spread all over the ground, like a pool of real blood. Those shadow monsters didn't give the Asgard warriors any chance. They turned into black shadows and rushed out at high speed to knock down the Asgard war kings. Kill. Kill these monsters. Don't let them get close. All the Asgard warriors on the battlefield rushed towards the shadow monsters, shouting violently, and slashed at them fiercely with their big swords without fear of life or death. Bang. The earth trembled, dust and smoke rose everywhere, and the flickering cold light exposed the air. Every time the sword swung down, several shadow monsters fell down. The green liquid slowly flowed, and the ground was completely corroded in an instant. The shadow monsters had no emotion at all, and a dense army pressed down on the border. Every time an Asgard soldier fell down, they frantically bit them. Pissed. The heads of several Asgard warriors were torn off and rolled down to the side. Thick blood also flowed out along the exit. The shadow monster relies on the absolute advantage of its huge size. Facing the big sword from Asgard without any fear, he grabbed it, and as soon as the tentacles came out, it pierced the bodies of more than a dozen Asgard warriors in an instant, and finally fell in a pool of blood. Time passed little by little. The fighting sounds of the Asgard warriors gradually became quieter, but the number of shadow monsters on the battlefield was still increasing, and they rushed towards them constantly. The equal situation was immediately reversed, and the Asgard fighters continued to fall into the disadvantaged. Just then. Rumble. A hammer fell from the sky, violent thunder and lightning fell in response, hitting the center fiercely, and the surrounding shadow monsters were instantly blown away by the hammer. Spreading out, Yu Wei electrocuted the standing shadow monster to death. Wow. Immediately afterwards, another figure came, wearing silver armor, very domineering. With a flickering cold light, he swung his dagger and directly chopped off several shadow monsters in front of him, and the two halves of his body fell heavily to the sides. What the hell are they? Jane Foster kept swinging the warhammer, leaning her back behind her, scanning the shadow monster in front of her eyes. These are shadow monsters, disgusting bugs that live in the dark realm. Valkyrie also leaned back, holding a dagger in her hand, with fierce eyes. Is talking. More shadow monsters poured out from all directions, and the number was terrifying. With a roar, the shadow monster with a hideous face smashed at it with its tentacles, and a heavy blow was enough to destroy everything. These monsters are disgusting. Jane Foster roared, and rushed forward, waving the warhammer in her hand. The violent thunder and lightning condensed, and slammed a wave of terrifying energy. The dust is flying, the space trembles and ripples, and the turbulent fluctuations spread around. Thunder and lightning fell like raindrops all over the sky, engulfed in the power of Thor, and the bright and extremely silver light illuminated the entire town, shrouding it in dazzling brilliance. The shadow monster didn't stop at all. Next second. Boom. Countless power of the thunder and lightning poured down on the ground, and the bodies of those shadow monsters that rushed up were struck by the lightning and fell to the ground. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and instantly turned into a puddle of rancid thick water overflowing. A large area of scorched black appeared on the entire ground, and countless shadow monsters were electrocuted to death by the spreading aftermath. On the battlefield, the air was filled with bursts of stench mixed with blood, and it was unusually high. Valkyrie bombarded in the opposite direction, brandishing a dagger, and at intervals, several shadow monsters fell to the ground, their tentacles cut off mercilessly. Go and tell Axel to summon Thor back. While fighting, she turned her head and shouted at an uncle. The uncle nodded heavily, and hurriedly ran to the back, not daring to delay any further. Seeing him leave here, Valkyrie was relieved. Axel is the son of Heimdall and has the same ability as his father. Visible ability travels through time, empathy and space, simply speaking through the remote connection established with Thor through different times. The other side. There were explosions everywhere, dust and smoke billowed, and more shadow monsters appeared in the chaotic square. Jane Foster crazily swung the warhammer, engulfed in terrifying thunder and lightning, and smashed several shadow monsters into pieces. More shadow monsters appeared around, swarming in and almost burying her. Get out of here. With a loud roar, Jane Foster raised Mjolnir and slammed it on the ground, and the raging thunder flowed on the ground, and all the shadow monsters that surrounded them were blown away by this energy. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Those shadow monsters are like bugs that can't be killed, crazily rushing towards this side. Pissed. At this time, a scarlet beam shot from not far away, tearing one of the monsters apart instantly. Jane Foster turned around and found that it was Wanda. You are in very bad shape. Wanda looked at the scars on Jane Foster's body, and then turned her gaze to the front. What are these things? It's a shadow monster. Jane Foster looked serious. The number of these monsters is endless, and it is almost impossible to eliminate them in a short time. Shadow monster? Wanda frowned slightly. Shouldn't they be in the dark realm? It's not very clear. It's a bad situation right now. Jane Foster shook her head, and she didn't know who released these shadow monsters. These shadow monsters will not come here for no reason, unless someone summons them. Having said that, Wanda looked gloomy, as if thinking of something bad. The dark realm is very far away from the earth. If it is not man-made, how could the shadow monsters come to the earth? If you put it that way, it's really possible. Jane Foster agreed seriously. At the same time, Lee Z came not far from the battlefield, and after seeing those shadow monsters, he immediately confirmed what he was thinking. Leading this war is Gore the Godslayer. This fellow came here to take the children of Asgard and make a deal with Thor for his axe. Thinking of this, Lee Z looked carefully, trying to search Gear's real body, but found nothing. Then, he held his breath and sensed his surroundings, and the black aura instantly spread towards the square. Got you. Lee Z's eyes fell on a certain corner, and Wei Wei smiled. At that time, in the dark corner, a thin figure in a gray robe looked at everything in the square. Get Thor's axe, and see him soon. The thin figure's lips and teeth moved slightly, and several black shadows jumped out behind him extremely quickly. Suddenly, the thin figure saw an oriental-looking person looking at him in the square, and exchanged glances with him. Pupils shrank suddenly. The thin figure immediately withdrew his gaze, avoiding the sharp edge with the other party, feeling uneasy in his heart. Those eyes were very calm, but to him, it was extremely terrifying. Does this person have the ability above the gods? Why does just looking at it make him feel as if he is dying? Who is he? Is there such a character in Asgard? In the dark corner, Godslayer Gear's expression was tense, because those eyes were too weird. He gripped the long sword tightly and wanted to turn around and leave here for a moment, but he always felt that something was not right. When the hesitation is undecided, next second. With a hand on his shoulder behind him, a deep voice asked, "Are you looking for me?" Gear the God Slayer trembled all over his body, his scalp felt numb as if struck by lightning. Because he saw the Oriental man in the square disappear and disappeared. There was a sound in my ear, hateful. Gear's whole body exploded in an instant, and he suddenly drew his sword and slashed behind him. The cold light flickered, as if the entire space was about to be cut off. Li Zi looked at Gear, who was rapidly approaching him, with a relaxed expression on his face. Whoosh! The long sword cut through the deep space, and the terrifying swordlight was blocked. At some point, the sword of Emperor Weixin appeared in Li Zi's hand, and the golden curtain of light reflected the entire sky. The endless gust of wind shook the earth, and the space stirred up waves of ripples, as if everything was cut into nothingness by this force. "Are you from Kamar Taj?" Seeing this, Gear stopped his movements with a gloomy expression. Li Zi didn't answer his question, and rushed straight along with the whole body with the sword of Emperor Weixin, like a real killing god. Gear's pupils shrank, and he could clearly feel the horror brought by that breath. There was nothing to do right now. The black death sword was swung out suddenly, and the sky filled with strong wind rose with the strong wind. The two figures collided fiercely with each other in an instant. The next moment, Li Zi clenched his sword of Emperor Weixin with a bang. Whoosh! At the moment of cutting towards the opponent. While cutting out the sword energy, an extremely exaggerated sonic boom sounded in the air. Having learned the Dark God Book and Kamar Taj's spells, now Li Zi has raised his ability to a terrifying level. Even if the opponent has the blessing of the Black Death Sword. But still too weak in front of him. Call. Thoughts and thoughts drop. Li Zi swung the sword of Emperor Weixin, and the sword energy filled the sky and continued to slash towards the opponent. Whoosh! It was just the moment when the sword was swung. It was in the air that a terrifying wave like a stormy sea was created. With his shot, an endless wind formed around him and spread out in all directions. Keep scrolling everything between heaven and earth. On the ground, all the trees shook violently due to the terrifying storm. The surrounding trees that were cut down by the two berserk sword auras were turned into pieces by the terrifying storm at this moment. Towards the distance, fluttering up one after another, covered the sky. Even together with the soil on the ground, at this time, it rolled up crazily. The soil several meters below is exposed. Whoosh! Damn it! Why is this guy so strong? And Gear on the opposite side also sensed the agitated fighting spirit in the opponent's heart at this time, and his eyes flickered wildly, like a sword god descending to earth. Helpless, he could only keep backing away, resisting while dodging the terrifying sword energy from the opponent. Now, he is very angry. It is already very irritating to have one's own plan blocked by someone who has no idea what it is. And now, he was not the other party's opponent at all, and it was those calm eyes that made him feel extremely palpitating. In such a mood, Gear instantly accelerated the speed of his sword swing. Whoosh! The terrifying figure, which was already invisible to the naked eye, suddenly accelerated at this moment. Because of his acceleration, the surrounding space twisted crazily, forming circles of ripples like wrinkles. Together with the sky, all the stars are erratic crazily because of the shapeshifting of space. Oriental boy, I will make you feel desperate. Gear's eyes were already flushed from the turbulent mood at the moment. Inside, it is covered with dense blood threads, which looks extremely scary and permeating. As for Li Zi on the opposite side, seeing Gear's emotions became agitated, and many attacks began. A calm expression immediately appeared on his face. No matter how hard you struggle, it won't help. Li Zi has already seen through the reason for the emotional change in Gear's heart. So, there is no panic in my heart at all, at the same time. Facing the opponent's sudden and intensified offensive, the expression on Li Zi's face also became a little dignified. Gear also rushed madly, and the black death sword dragged long sword marks on the ground, making a clanging sound. At the same time, at this time, his figure sped up crazily. We can't let him succeed easily. Li Zi thinks so. Then, just in his thoughts, whoosh! Li Zi's figure, which was facing towards Gear, became more cute at this time. It had already broken through the speed of sound, but at this moment, it accelerated even more suddenly. The space around his body also became continuously distorted at this time. All space as far as the eye can see. It was as if a stone had been thrown into the calm water, and there were endless ripples on it. The whole sky, all the sights that can be seen. Just as Li Zi and Gear approached quickly, everything began to twist. Lost its original shape, and in the next instant, the two figures that were moving forward frantically collided fiercely at this moment. The two held different swords and bombarded each other fiercely. But in an instant, boom! A terrifying roar that could shake the world spread out in all directions. At this moment, a series of fierce winds raged in all directions. Between heaven and earth, every corner is swept by the terrifying and incomparably strong wind. On the ground, the thick snow that covered it was blown up directly at this moment. Originally, the endless whiteness turned into black at the moment when Li Zi and Gear collided. All the snow, because of the terrible aftermath, directly turned into steam in an instant. At the same time, on the ground, all the trees also began to shake wildly at this time. But those trees that were closer to the two Kryptonians floated directly. He was uprooted by the terrible airflow and flew towards the sky. Soon, on the ground, a large area of land was exposed. There is even a huge amount of soil flying towards the sky. Block out the sun. Boom. Suddenly, endless shockwaves struck. From the position where the two collided together, they dispersed towards the four directions. Countless rock formations were directly exposed from the ground under the extremely terrifying impact, flying towards the sky, covering most of the sky. Incredibly scary. As for those endless aftermaths of collisions, at this time, there is still no form of rest, and they are scattered in all directions. An incomparably terrifying shockwave was formed, as well as shocking madness, rolling an infinite amount of earth and rocks and complete uprooted trees, and leapt towards the distance. After receiving such a shockwave, the entire ground trembled crazily. Everything is shaking crazily. The sky and the earth roared, and everything was shaking, as if it would be torn in half at any time. It looked terrible. But Li Zi fixed his eyes on Gear in front of him, without the slightest wavering, and his eyes gleamed with endless determination. In his opinion, the other party was obviously struggling to die, and could not achieve any practical effect. You still give up the stupid idea in your heart. Li Zi slowly raised the sword of Emperor Weishan. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes did not move away from him. Boy Dongfang, you'd better get out of here. I have killed God before, I don't mind having you one more. There was more killing intent on Gear's dark face. Even though he was covered in many scars at the moment, he still refused to give up. As for that person, he must meet. Otherwise, everything will fall short. Smug guy. The voice fell. Li Zi held the golden Weishan Emperor's sword and slashed at the opponent. Whoosh. The whole world shook wildly at this moment. Boom. The terrifying collision sound, in an instant, exploded in all directions from the position where Li Zi and Gear's swords collided. Between heaven and earth, everything that could be seen trembled crazily at this moment. On the ground, because of their collision far away in the sky, terrifying cracks spread out one after another. The cracks appeared extremely deep, going straight into the ground, and the endless rock formations rose up from the sky at this time. It was as if a terrifying magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred on the ground. Everything that had been shattered before collapsed directly at this moment. Like a sand sculpture that is extremely fragile, it encountered a terrifying strong wind, and everything lost its shape and flew towards the four directions. Gear swung the black death sword, and the extremely bright black light shone all over the sky, and the fiery red light suddenly lit up in those eyes that had become extremely angry. At this time, the surrounding air also rose to a crazy high. The winter air, which had seemed a bit cold before, suddenly became as hot as summer. You can't resist now. Endless and majestic power poured directly into the black death sword in an instant, bursting out with the blackest divine power, and the strange aura filled the entire sky, ready to tear it apart at any time. Whoosh. A black light slashed down like a death god's sickle, and the ground collapsed instantly at this moment. Jeer. Why bother to be persistent? Li Zi's lips and teeth moved slightly, his eyes were calm, and the sword of Emperor Weishan also shone with dazzling light at this moment, swaying deep cracks in an instant, and the endless wind and sword energy blasted away. Just between collisions. Bang. Two different terrifying forces collided fiercely, like two small planets. The sky was covered with white light like a white curtain, and the space trembled and rippled because of these two forces. After a long time, the white light dissipated, everything around was dyed gray, and the entire sky presented a scene of silence, which made people feel extremely suffocated. There were extremely serious cracks on the ground, and the landslides continued, and Asgard had long since lost its original appearance. The surrounding small town buildings and houses were completely destroyed by the aftermath of that force, without leaving any integrity, and became very fragmented. Clang clang. Two of the Taoist figures collided again, cold light and sword shadows intertwined with constantly sword energy flying all over the sky. One is filled with the darkest and strange aura, and the other is the shining holy golden light, which can destroy everything at any time. You can't beat me. Gear's face was ferocious, he roared crazily, and his eyes were red and terrifying, like a demon crawling out of hell, which made people feel extremely terrified. He came here just to meet that man. But being blocked by this Oriental boy in front of him, how can he not be angry? You've lost your mind. Li Zi's eyes were indifferent, and he had no desire to fight at all. Because Gear is a rage and irrational lion in his eyes, because being irrational is tantamount to losing his own thoughts. This situation is very deadly. Boy Dongfang, you talk too much nonsense. Gear's feet sank, the ground shattered, and he slashed out a dazzling sword energy towards Li Zi in front of him again, spreading endless black aura, ready to swallow everything in the world at any time. It's time to stop here. And Li Zi didn't take him seriously at all. Waving the sword of Emperor Weishan, the radiance bursting out from it, filled the sky like the divine light about to be judged. With a heavy blow, he swung it vigorously. Haven't had time to react yet. In an instant, Gear leapt backward like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, the huge burning pain coming from his chest also made him cry out uncontrollably. Ah! Ah! Gear's painful cry followed his figure and flew backwards in an instant. At this moment, the entire sky trembled violently. But at this time, the figure that flew upside down turned into an afterimage that could not be seen clearly by the naked eye, forming a series of spatial folds in the air that were visible to the naked eye. Round after round of ripples spread out in the air immediately. Bang bang. In an instant, Li Zi turned into a ball of black aura and came to the position where the opponent was about to fall, and kicked Gear onto the square, instantly shaking out a huge crater. The dust and mist filled the air, and the entire soil and rocks were shattered, spreading out in all directions like spiderwebs. Ahem. Gear, who was knocked down, was in great pain and endured the pain in his chest. He looked at Li Zi in the sky with his eyes wide open, stood up with difficulty, and prepared to fight back. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning continued in the deep sky, dark clouds were densely covered, and the originally gray sky suddenly became extremely dark. Boom. The dark clouds in the deep space were rolling, and endless thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the clouds, as if a terrifying existence was about to come to the world, which made people feel extremely frightened. Gear looked up, and found a figure surrounded by thunder and lightning emerged, holding a looming battle axe. The whole space trembled because of the appearance of this man. Bursts of ripples spread. That guy is here too. Gear's expression was gloomy and terrifying. He knew that the current situation was very unfavorable to him. With a big wave of his hand, a black mist filled the sky like a black vortex, and he wanted to leave to avoid the edge. Can you run away? Li Zi took a deep look at the location of the vortex, raised the sword of Emperor Weishan, and a sword light pierced through the space and shot at Zindo. When he was about to arrive, Gear's pupils shrank, and he dragged his wounded body into the black mist and disappeared. And the sword light that was cut off fell into nothingness. Bang! The extremely powerful and terrifying sword light cut the ground in half instantly, and the entire surface quickly split, collapsing and shattering at the fastest speed, and countless buried rock formations burst open, flying in all directions. Splash! Or let him run away. With a shake of Li Zi's palm, Emperor Weishan's sword dissipated, and his figure fell down. At that time, the shadow monsters in the square were all wiped out under the fighting of several people, leaving many limbs and flesh and blood on the ground, and a rancid and disgusting smell permeated the air. What should we do now? Jane Foster came to gather in front of several people. Run away for him, and he will definitely make a comeback in the future. That's for the future. Let's pay more attention to the casualties now. Wanda looked at the blood-stained Asgard warriors in the square with a complicated expression. The situation in front of us is too tragic. In this battle, the number of deaths is only a few more. In addition, Asgard, which was originally beautiful, was also turned into ruins in the fierce battle. Can't help but feel sad. Don't worry, I've already found his location. At this time, Black and Wong glanced at the crowd and slowly opened his mouth. If you're right, he should be in the Dark Realm. However, before Black and Wanda could say an answer, Valkyrie on the side spoke directly. Everyone's eyes were on the same line, and their expressions were moved. Because those shadow monsters lived in the Dark Realm, it was no wonder that he could easily summon those shadow monsters. If the God Slayer Gear can't be found and killed, it is estimated that all problems can be settled. Not far away, Thor kicked away the fallen shadow monster and walked towards them, followed by the stone man Korg. I have to go beforehand. Jane Foster saw Thor in the red cloak from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Left here in a hurry after leaving a word. After all, the two were also in a relationship as a couple, and meeting each other was somewhat embarrassing. In order to avoid this kind of thing from happening, it is better to leave as soon as possible. These bugs are disgusting. Thor couldn't help complaining when he came in front of several people. Perhaps because of the light, he didn't notice Jane Foster who was leaving. His eyes kept falling on the worms on the ground, and the constant green liquid was still flowing out, which made people feel sick. What the hell happened to Asgard? Thor then set his sights on Valkyrie, looking at the town from time to time, seeing the ruins in front of him, not at all intact. Gol the Godslayer has invaded Asgard and brought shadow monsters from the Dark Realm, and we've just been fighting. Valkyrie roughly explains the situation here to Thor. When she looked at it, she couldn't help feeling depressed. It used to be a beautiful holy place to attract tourists, but now it has been reduced to ruins. This contrast really made her unable to let go. It's the God Slayer we're currently investigating. The stone man Korg looked at Thor with a solemn expression. Because a few days ago, when they went to a planet with the Guardians of Galaxy, they heard the name of the God Slayer there. This person has been massacring the Protoss, and with the ultimate goal of slaughtering the Protoss, the means are extremely cruel. Presumably the reason why Asgard fell this time is because of this. Gol the Godslayer has his eye on Asgard, and that's not a good thing. Valkyrie's expression was heavy, thinking of the scene of the battle between the two sides not long ago. Her mood became terrible. Even if those shadow monsters are killed, they can still be resurrected from the Dark Realm. But those dead Asgard warriors will never be resurrected again. This made her hate the God Slayer gear to the extreme. You'd better go and check for yourself to see if you find anything wrong. At this time, Li Zi's words fell into the ears of several people. He remembered that in the original book, the God Slayer gear came to Thor's battle axe, and for this reason he also kidnapped Asgard's children to force Thor to appear. But it seems that Gear didn't want to hurt them. Maybe it's because I once had a daughter, and there was a slight connection between the two. Oh sorry, I just remembered there were others. Thor looked at Li Zi, only to realize that Li Zi was confronting Gear on the ground just now. When he rushed over, he saw Li Zi confronting Gear, but he didn't see the battle between the two in front, and mistakenly thought that the battle had just begun. Thor, this is Li Zi, Wanda's boyfriend. He is powerful. If it weren't for him, it would be very difficult for us to deal with Gear. Valkyrie smiled, looked at Thor and was busy introducing Li Zi. The eyes flickered brightly, which was the real admiration for Li. Even if he is alone, he can force the God Slayer Gear into a mess. This courage and strength alone is enough to make people look up to. Hello, Li, my name is Thor, one of the strongest Avengers, and has always been the best fighter in Asgard. Thor smiled honestly, immediately stretched out his hand politely, paused and added, if I'm here, that guy, Gior, shouldn't be able to escape. Thor, I'm glad to see you with my own eyes. Li Zi smiled, and also extended his hand, and the two shook hands briefly and separated. To be honest, seeing Thor up close is somewhat different than watching it on TV. Standing in front of him is Thor, who has a strong body, a burly figure, a resolute and simple face, and people can't help but like this guy. Actually, I think Wanda is the strongest Avenger. Li Zi shook his head and smiled. Wanda's strength is not inferior to Thor, definitely. The most important thing is because Wanda is his girlfriend, and he agrees with Thor's words in front of her, unless he wants to be beaten up. Sorry, I thought the lights were out and I couldn't see much. Only then did Thor see the dark Wanda standing in the corner, scratched his head a little embarrassed, and walked forward with a silly smile. Wanda, long time no see, you are getting more and more beautiful. Hearing this, Li Zi felt a little helpless and amused, tugged at his red cloak, and pointed in a certain direction. You made a mistake, that's the Wanda you know. It's okay for Thor to be simple and honest, can't even recognize the real Wanda? You must know that the temperaments between the two are obviously different. What kind of moth is this guy Wayner doing? Thor looked in the direction he was pointing, and found a scarlet witch with the same appearance, staring at him coldly. For a moment, he couldn't help being timid and confused. His head froze for a long time before he could react. What exactly is going on? There are two Wandas at the same time. Could it be due to the duplication technique? My fuck, the two witches. Li, you don't have any hobbies, do you? Thor frowned slightly, staring at Li Zi strangely. The good boy is full of energy behind his back, but he is playing very well. Ahem, Thor, don't talk nonsense. Li Zi was speechless and interrupted him hastily. Then what the hell is going on? Thor pointed to the two witches who looked exactly the same, and couldn't help being curious. A scarlet witch has a bad temper. Now there are still two, wouldn't they add up to become a crater? It can explode at any time. Seeing that he was confused, Li Zi stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. The situation is a bit complicated, and I will explain it to you later. Is talking. Not far away, a figure surrounded by lightning flew towards this side, like an uncatchable shadow that was extremely fast. The whole space was shaken by the shock, and a burning smell diffused out, which was unusually obvious. It was also this figure that immediately attracted Thor's attention. Who is that? Thor looked at it, noticed that the breath was a bit familiar, and took a closer look. Isn't that my Mjolnir? When he saw it clearly, he couldn't help but exclaimed. That silver hammer is clearly Mjolnir. How is it here? Whoosh. But at this moment, a beautiful figure had landed steadily in front of him, and the ground trembled slightly. After turning around, Thor took a closer look. This person was wearing a metal helmet and armor, and a red cloak was also hanging behind him. It can be said, except for the difference in gender, the shape and clothing are almost exactly the same as myself. It's bad, all the children in the town have disappeared. The person who came was Jane Foster. She looked at Thor out of breath, and then turned her attention to everyone. No way, let the God Slayer Gear take the lead. Lee Z was stunned, and then came to his senses. This guy Gear has much more methods than himself. No matter what the other party said, it was also an existence capable of tyrannizing Thor. In the original book, writer, Jane Foster and Valkyrie teamed up. Even if they held Zeus's artifact in their hands, they couldn't stop the God Slayer Gear. It's really dangerous for things to happen to this extent. When Thor heard this, his expression was heavy, and he lost his mind to manage Mjolnir again. Compared with the latter, the former matter is very serious. If it is not dealt with in time, it is easy to cause big trouble. It's not too late, let's hurry over to meet up and discuss matters. At this moment, Valkyrie glanced at everyone and shouted hastily. Everyone nodded and ran towards the administrative center as fast as possible. Because once there is something in the town, people will gather there. At the moment, Town Administrative Center. This place is located in the center of Asgard, and a tall building is located here, exuding a subtle golden glow. Many people gathered in the hall, the scene was noisy, and everyone's face was full of worries. Woo, in the blink of an eye, my child turned around and disappeared. What should I do now? Don't mention it, we searched all over the neighborhood and still didn't find the child. Where did you go? It's really frustrating. How can good children disappear for no reason? Most of the people had slightly red eyes, standing in the corner and crying non-stop with grief and depression, and the atmosphere in the whole hall was extremely cold. They are the parents and relatives of all the children of Asgard. After the fierce battle is over, when they returned home, they found that all the young children in the family had disappeared, and they searched all over Asgard and found no trace of their children. This made them feel extremely sad. Everyone, be quiet. At this time, Valkyrie scanned the crowd and pressed his hand to them. It is impossible for a child to disappear without reason. The best way right now is to calm these people down, otherwise the problem will not be solved if it continues, and there will be a lot of troubles. Everyone followed the sound and found that it was Valkyrie who spoke, and the originally noisy voice became much quieter. Valkyrie is the most prestigious person in Asgard. What's more, anxiety seems to have no practical effect now. But even so, it was hard to hide the grief in their hearts. The child disappeared suddenly, and these parents were more like ants on a hot pot, unable to find any solution to the matter. Lee, did you guess that the disappearance of the child was caused by the god of the country, Gear? Wanda came up, glanced at everyone, and asked in a low voice. There's no one else but him. Lee Z nodded. After all, Asgard was only attacked by the Godslayer. No one attacked Asgard but him. Such an obvious thing to ask. Black and Wanda put her hands on her chest, and couldn't help but leave her. Go away, there is nothing for you in J. Wanda said angrily directly. She hates seeing Black and Wanda now. Just now Thor was still brooding over the fact that he mistook her for himself. Why, you still want to recall the alleys of New York? Black and Wanda suddenly moved closer, with a charming smile on her face, her bewitching eyes staring at her face. You are really shameless, you can say it on this occasion. Wanda's cheeks were flushed like a ripe red apple, and she cursed angrily. Remember that time in Shangza, her face was even more ashamed. This woman is really outspoken, talking nonsense regardless of the occasion. I can say it and I can do it. Black and Wanda ignored her reaction at all, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she moved closer again. Stop messing around. Lee Z looked at Black and Wanda and said in a deep voice. However, at this time, Thor strode forward, with a burly figure, came to the center of the crowd, glanced at them, with a solemn expression. Everyone, I can feel deeply for your children's disappearance, but please let me know. Rest assured, as the best fighter in Asgard, I will definitely bring the children back safely. Before that, he had heard the conversation between Wanda and Lee Z, and guessed that the child's disappearance had something to do with Gear. At the same time, he also told everyone not to worry. Gear was able to escape because of his fear. As the son of King Ao, and also as one of the superheroes, he immediately felt the responsibility on his shoulders. But now you don't even know where the child disappeared, so how can you find him? At this time, an uncle stood up, tears fell on his old face, and his heart ached. Uncle, don't worry, we have recently investigated some matters related to the Godslayer. I believe that the child will be found and rescued in a short time. Thor looked solemn, trying to appease the uncle's mood. The question is, how do you do it? Another Asgard warrior frowned. The Godslayer has killed so many gods, and its original strength is extremely powerful. If we blatantly go to the Dark Realm, I'm afraid it will into a passive crisis. As soon as this topic comes out, the originally quiet hall became extremely noisy again. The soldier was right. Since the Godslayer has killed so many gods, it shows that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated at all, and it will only be a wolf's mouth if he takes a risk. Even they will fall into huge amounts of danger because of this. That's more than worth the candle. Again, there are many shadow monsters surviving in the Dark Realm, all of which are huge in size and hideous in appearance. They are truly terrifying hells. Even if a god goes there, he will probably be submerged there. It is conceivable that the Dark Realm brings a strong sense of fear to people. I will have a solution to this matter, you all go back first. Thor scanned the crowd and comforted them with a voice. If you want to solve this matter completely, you need to deal with it from the source. Seeing that everyone was still unmoved, Thor added again. Don't worry, I am also a member of the Asgard fighters, and it is not only my responsibility to save the children, but also my duty to you. Guarantee. This sentence is sonorous and powerful, which makes people feel extremely inspiring. But the surrounding people hesitated for a while, and left the hall with sadness. Administration Hall. After everyone left one after another, only Lee Z and a few others remained. Thor. What shall we do next? Valkyrie glanced at Thor, and added. The situation is very tense now. If those children can't be rescued safely, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Don't worry, we can go to the king of God Zeus for help. Thor looked in a certain direction with a resolute look on his face. The place where Zeus is located is the almighty city of Indigar, where all the gods gather, and the overall strength cannot be underestimated. I believe that with his help, it will be relatively easy to fight against the Godslayer. Are you sure Zeus will help us? Hearing this, Valkyrie couldn't help questioning. That gear guy has killed so many gods, so he shouldn't sit idly by. Thor's tone was very firm. As Zeus, the king of God, at such a critical moment, he would choose to help without accident. Lee, do you want to spend time with us? At this time, Thor turned his attention to Lee Z again and asked what the other party meant. After all, being able to crush the Godslayer gear all the way, I believe that the strength will not be much worse. The matter between you is very complicated, it is better for me not to participate. Lee Z shook his head and rejected the other party decisively. In the original book, the universe did not choose to help Thor, and even Thor snatched away the magic of the other party, and finally successfully rescued the children of Asgard. Definitely, the god Slaughter did not harm those children by taking them away, and there was no need for him to go. Upon hearing this, Thor turned his gaze to the two witches, looking hopeful. How about you, are you willing to help us? A single Wanda is strong enough, and two witches will only be stronger. With their help, the matter can be completely resolved. The two of us listened to Lee. The two Wandas looked at each other and said in unison that their hearts were in perfect harmony with each other. Well, I don't force you, we can only go to Zeus for help. Thor felt a little lost, and he understood the two's refusal very well. After all, they had done their best for Asgard once, and it was not easy to force them because of emotion and reason. What's more, this matter is related to the gods, and the only way is to ask them for help. It's not too late to act quickly. Valkyrie looked solemn. Rescue all the children before Godslayer gear can hurt them. Good. Thor et al. Agree. At the moment. It's getting late, we're going back to Westview Town. Lee Z wasted no time, waving the animation circle with both hands, and the golden light illuminated the entire hall. Immediately afterwards, a vortex-like dimension portal appeared in front of him, and the other side of the portal was exactly what Zijing Town looked like. Everyone, we are leaving, take care of yourself. Lee Z walked to the portal, turned around and looked at several people, seeing familiar faces, saying his final farewell. Lee, witch, we will find you when the matter is over. Several people in Tor also waved goodbye. Although there was too much reluctance, the matter had not been completely resolved, and they had to shoulder this important responsibility. Lee Z glanced at the crowd, took the two witches into the dimension portal, and disappeared with a whoosh. Thor, it's time for us to act. Okay, let's go. Thor left the administrative hall with Jane Foster, Valkyrie, and Korg the Stone Man. The other side. After the three of Lee Z stepped into Zijing Town, a system notification sounded in their minds. The host has returned to Zijing Town. Please do not step out of the hiding place within 7 days, otherwise the hiding time will be invalidated. Hearing this, Li Zi was slightly taken aback, and then reacted. As I imagined, after returning to Zijing Town, the location is restricted, and I can't go anywhere except to hide the map. But that's alright. After all, I have experienced almost the entire trip, and I can relax when I return to Zijing Town. I got a lot more familiar with it when I came back here. Wanda looked around and saw the busy people in the town, and couldn't help but feel aroused. Although the scorching sun was strong, each of them showed a simple smile on their faces. Look at you who have never seen the world. Black and Wanda was bathed in the sun, glanced and complained. Shut up that mouth of yours quickly, your happy mood will be ruined by you. Wanda cursed immediately. Every good atmosphere was disrupted by her without exception. Nothing serious. Do you want to experience it again? Black and Wanda smiled charmingly, and couldn't help getting closer. What do you want to do? Seeing the approaching posture of the other party, Wanda quickly hid behind Li Zi like a frightened kitten. The experience this woman gave her was too profound. Looking back now, I feel extremely ashamed. Seeing this, Li Zi felt a little helpless, and immediately interrupted. Now is not the time to mess around, restrain yourself. I don't want to liven up the atmosphere. Black and Wanda pretended to be miserable, as if she was the poor person. It's getting late, let's go back to the community apartment first. Li Zi ignored her and looked up at the sky. The night was dark and the surrounding area was extremely quiet. The two witches nodded in unanimous agreement. Soon, return to the familiar community apartment. At the door, Black and Wanda was about to go in, but was stopped by another hand. Go to the other side. It was Wanda who spoke. She had a cold expression on her face, and she didn't let the other party set foot in this room at all. Black and Wanda set his sights on Li Zi, wanting to get his exact answer. Go live next door, it's somewhat inappropriate for Japanese people. Li Zi nodded and looked at Black and Wanda with a calm expression. He also didn't want the relationship with Wanda to explode again because of the other party's stay. If the two witches got into a fight, the room would probably be blown up. It can only be this way. Black and Wanda was slightly disappointed, and then added, don't sleep too hard at night, I will accompany you. This sentence just fell into Wanda's ears, and immediately frowned. Don't even think about it, I won't let you succeed. Wanda took Li Zi's hand and walked quickly into the room. Bang. The door was closed heavily. Interesting. Black and Wanda, who was standing outside the door, smiled playfully, then turned and went back to the next room. As the moonlight fell, the humming of the cicadas gradually died down, and the entire Zijing town became silent. After many days of playing and being busy, the three of them fell asleep in a dream. Next morning, roosters crowed and screamed, leaves softly swayed like bells in the wind. The whole of Zijing town started a new busy day, and suddenly became lively. Li, what are you sweating so much for? Going to the market this morning, the young man is really hardworking. Li Zi was walking on the road, many people recognized him and greeted him one after another. I went out for a run today, and I happened to buy some ingredients. He smiled back at them too. These people are not only enthusiastic, but also very hospitable. Maybe one day they are tired, and Zaifu Town is also a good choice as a place for the elderly. Back to the community apartment. Opening the door, Li Zi found the witch sitting on the sofa, and was about to go up to say hello, but unexpectedly, the cold breath made him stop. How did you get in here? Li Zi couldn't help frowning slightly. If Wanda saw this, she would think that the two of them were secretly colluding. The door was unlocked and I walked right in. Black and Wanda turned her head, stared at him, with a charming smile on her face. I'm not being sneaky, am I? Here. Do you think I'll believe it? Li Zi looked at her calmly. If he hadn't closed the door with his own hands today, he would have almost believed it. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Black and Wanda spread her hands innocently, staring at him with beautiful eyes. Li, I want to eat the breakfast you made, because I haven't smelled that familiar smell for a long time. Can you make it for me once? Until now, she still recalls Li Zi's breakfast, which tastes extremely familiar. It's a pity that after Li Zi was killed, she never experienced that taste again. Li Zi looked at her and could clearly feel the sincerity of the other party, so he nodded. I can promise you, but I won't start making breakfast until Wang Mi wakes up. Aren't I Wanda too? Black and Wanda didn't answer his question, but asked back. What do you say? Li Zi took a deep look at her. Go back first, there will be some influence here. He didn't want Wanda upstairs to see this scene, otherwise the misunderstanding would deepen. I'm not going back, the TV here is so good, and I can afford to wait. After Black and Wanda finished speaking, he turned around again and lay sideways on the sofa to watch. But the TV is too loud and it will disturb her. Li Zi continued to persuade, but unexpectedly the next second, the sound of the TV suddenly became much quieter, and blackened Wanda lay on the top of the sofa. This way it won't disturb her. Seeing this, Li Zi shook his head helplessly and ignored her. Turn around and put the ingredients on hand into the refrigerator. Then he walked towards the study, intending to play some games. His hands were somewhat itchy. But in fact, he seldom plays games, he just doesn't want to stay with blackened Wanda. Li Zi came to the study, closed the door, turned on the light, and the faint light shone in every corner. Suddenly at this moment, the mobile phone in his pocket rang, and he quickly looked down, only to find that it was a message from T-1000, and the light kept flashing. T-1000. Report, it's my shadow organization, how could you forget about this? Li Zi was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly came to his senses. This is an organization he had established before, and he still does it himself. There were too many things involved during this period, and he left Westview Town for a while, so he didn't think much about this organization. After recovering, Li Zi immediately opened the report file sent by 7-1000. After a closer look, the general content is as follows. After secretly invading, the Sombras successfully subdued all the major gangs in America one by one, and got the profit sharing of the gas stations and casinos under it. The minimum amount of these shares is around tens of millions of dollars, which is astonishingly large and has already accounted for almost half of the average annual income of the entire American population. See here. Li Zi's expression became extremely serious at this moment. He had heard about the various ways of the gangsters before, and the reason why they were able to obtain such a huge profit was inseparable from the two black-hearted businesses of gas stations and casinos. Definitely, the most important thing is that these unscrupulous businesses are relatively easy to control. After all, those unscrupulous businesses have been shady all year round. It would be the best thing to send the Sombra organization to subdue it. Thinking of this, Li Zi continued to look down, and there were two other report documents. One of them is that T-1000 is getting in touch with the official side, hoping to gain their trust as soon as possible. Li Zi shook his head. The purpose of asking Sombra to get in touch with the authorities was to establish an intelligence network on a certain basis. In that case, he can further understand the specific situation there through the feedback from the Sombra organization. But now it seems that it does not matter to cooperate with the official. At that time, when choosing to establish, there was only one purpose at first, which was that its own strength was too weak. And under the constraints of the system, things cannot be exposed. Once an accident occurs, he doesn't even have the means to fight back. The establishment of a blocking intelligence network is also to obtain information in advance, in case someone traces him. It seems that for now, it doesn't matter whether this organization is established or not. As long as he waits for a while, he will be rewarded by the system. Anyone who dares to provoke him is a dead end. Furthermore, even if the rewards haven't been distributed yet, there are still 2 Scarlet Witches around, and their strength should not be underestimated. He can rest assured with such a luxurious lineup. Moreover, the official Marvel Earth is just a decoration, which does not have much practical effect. It doesn't matter if you gain trust with them or not. Without thinking much, Li Zi slid to the next report. T-1000 is dealing with gangster brains. The opponent is very difficult, he is an extremely cunning guy, and his hands Duan Yi is extremely cruel. After reading it, Li Zi frowned slightly. This man is not only the leader of the gang, but also the sworn enemy of heroes such as Daredevil, Spider-Man and the Punisher. His meticulous mind and wisdom are different from ordinary people. 90% of his body is made of muscles, and his strength is amazing. He can penetrate walls with his bare hands, and he is also a world-class fighting master. Even if those superheroes join forces, they will not be at a disadvantage in the slightest. Their fighting skills have even reached the pinnacle, and they have the highest level of human combat power with the Punisher. In terms of character, he is rebellious, full of self-awareness, and extremely evil. He is not a simple-minded fat man. Compared with other gang leaders, he is far superior to others in terms of strength, brains, and hard work. As the largest gang leader in New York and even America, he is ambitious, burns, kills, loots, and commits all kinds of crimes. He vows to build the largest underworld empire and firmly control the American gangs in his own hands. After reading, Li Zi was lying on the chair, lost in thought. He was very impressed with Jin Bing. To be able to sit on the gang leader in New York with one's own ability, one must have extraordinary strength. And it is not an easy thing to disintegrate from it. Although Jin is not as good as Scarlet Witch, a magician with chaos force, at any rate, he has almost no rivals among human counterparts. While he was thinking, Pat, the study door opened. Li Zi looked back and found that the person who came was Black and Wanda, frowning tightly. What are you doing here? The reason why he can be recognized immediately is because the other party's temperament is relatively cold, giving people a feeling of being hairy. Especially her dark outfit today, as well as her concave and convex curves, highlighted her glamorous temperament even more. Black and Wanda's beautiful eyes fell on him, and without answering his question, she pushed back casually, and the study door closed. There was a coquettish smile on the corner of her mouth. What are you looking at? This voice was full of charm. The moment the study door was closed, the light was dim, and the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. What do you want to do? Seeing her actions, Li Zi felt something was wrong, so she quickly stood up and stepped back. It feels like something is wrong. If he had known this earlier, he shouldn't have let Black and Wanda in. Li, don't you think the atmosphere here is very good? Black and Wanda smiled charmingly. Even so, she moved a little closer to the front. You go out first. Li Zi looked at the hot Black and Wanda in front of him, took a deep breath, and said calmly. In this study room, lonely men and widows live together in one room, and there is indeed an ambiguous atmosphere. Does she want to do something here? What if I say, no? Black and Wanda didn't stop. With a charming smile on the corner of her mouth, she walked straight towards Li Zi. Li Zi has an ugly face, doesn't he? Don't come here, I'd better go to breakfast early. Li Zi looked at Black and Wanda approaching every step of the way, hurriedly stopped him, and walked forward. When she passed by Black and Wanda, the other party stopped her with her hand. Your Wanda hasn't woken up yet. It's easy to get cold if you make breakfast so early, and the taste won't be good. I'm hungry and it's made for me. Li Zi looked calm, leaving a word behind him as Black Aura passed through, opened the door and walked out. Wanda came out of the room, wiped the corners of her eyes, and said sleepily, Li, why did you come out of the study? I'm bored ahead, I'm going to find a book to read. Li Zi couldn't help smiling when he saw that Wanda hadn't woken up yet. If you still feel sleepy, go get some more sleep, and I'll get you breakfast now. Li, you are so kind. Wanda was a little sleepy at first, but when she heard this, she suddenly regained her energy and stepped forward to hug him. You must be very hungry, I'll get you breakfast. Li Zi smiled, and hugged her whole body. Li, put me down quickly, it's not good for people to see. Saying this, Wanda did not choose to resist, just like a lazy kitten, well-behaved and obedient. Li Zi couldn't help but feel ashamed when he heard this. There was someone in the study. If Black and Wanda saw it, it might be a lot of trouble. In order to avoid this from happening, he immediately walked towards the sofa. Li, am I shameless? Suddenly at this moment, Black and Wanda's charming voice reached the ears of the two. Why you? Wanda got down from her arms, frowning slightly. Aren't you in the next room? When she saw the other party coming out of the study, she turned her head and looked at Li Zi. Just now Li also came out of the study. Could it be? Wanda, don't get me wrong, she's here to ask me when breakfast is ready. Seeing something wrong with Wanda's face, she quickly explained. If you don't explain, I'm afraid the situation will become serious. I'm here to protect Li. Black and Wanda said something lightly, not worried about arousing the other party's suspicion at all. I don't believe your nonsense, tell me quickly. Wanda stared at her coldly. Believe it or not. Black and Wanda didn't explain too much, and was going to bypass her. Wanda, I'm going to make breakfast, you go wash up first. Seeing this scene, Li Zi felt a headache, and was afraid that the two witches would quarrel again, so he interrupted them quickly. I see. Wanda nodded, very obedient, glanced at Black and Wanda and left here. It didn't take a while. Li Zi has already taken out all the ingredients from the refrigerator, and with her own cooking skills, she made breakfast in a short time. This is Li's breakfast, it smells so good. Wanda, who was sitting on the sofa, smelled the smell and couldn't wait to run to the table with a smile on her face. It's this familiar smell, and I can finally have breakfast made by Li Zi again. Look at you. I'm the hostess of this house, and I'm more anxious than I am at the table. Are you hungry and crazy? As soon as Wanda came over, she frowned slightly when she saw the hungry look on the other side. It's none of your business. Black and Wanda retorted and didn't even look at her. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? When Wanda heard this, she was instantly displeased. This is the breakfast that Li personally cooked for me, it should be said that it has nothing to do with you. So what, these foods are also prepared by Ji Wo. Black and Wanda glanced at her and said casually. Come down, you shameless woman. Wanda didn't reason with her and chose to get started directly. Soon, the two witches started fighting, but despite this, they tried their best to avoid collisions on the table. Because that's the breakfast that Li Zi worked so hard to make. If it spills on the floor, it's over. Stop making trouble. This is porridge with preserved egg and lean meat, be careful. At this time, Li Zi came out of the kitchen, holding 2 bowls of hot preserved egg and lean pork porridge in front of the two of them, and the fragrance inside wafted out. I'll let you off this time. The two glared at each other angrily, said in unison, quickly came to the position just now, breathed carefully and tasted it carefully. The crisis is finally over. Li Zi was relieved to see that the food could shut their mouths. Otherwise, if the two witches continue to quarrel, I'm afraid I will have to clean up again. Then he served himself a bowl, and it tasted pretty good. I don't know how long it has been. Wanda put down the spoon, lay down on the chair, with a satisfied face, and touched her swollen stomach. The same was true for the Dark Witch, hiccuping from time to time. Are you all full? Li Zi glanced at the two of them and asked habitually. I am full. Wanda nodded with happiness on her face. Is there anything left to eat? Black and Wanda smiled slightly. Today I didn't make buns, only preserved egg porridge with lean meat. Li Zi was stunned, with some doubts in his eyes. The steamed stuffed bun is too greasy, it's better to make some porridge to nourish the stomach. Li, don't pay attention to her, I guess she's going crazy again. Wanda looked at Li Zi and signaled him not to pay attention to this woman, and her eyes fell on her again. Isn't there enough preserved egg and lean meat porridge? Don't push yourself. You misunderstood, besides preserved egg porridge, there is no milk. Black and Wanda smiled and looked at Wanda. Do you want to drink? Haven't we already had porridge, how can we drink milk? Wanda frowned slightly, her eyes full of doubts. Did you forget, you drank a lot in the bathroom that time? Black and Wanda blinked her beautiful eyes, and whispered close to her ear. What? Milk in the bathroom? Wanda was even more puzzled, and would not be able to react for a while. Don't believe her nonsense. Li Zi couldn't help being embarrassed when he heard this. He patted Wanda lightly, then looked at Black and Wanda, and said helplessly, shut up quickly, she is almost being led to ruin by you. After finishing speaking, Li Zi hurriedly cleaned up the dishes on the table, turned and walked into the kitchen. It's better to leave quickly. I really can't bear to eat with two witches. Hearing Li Zi's words, Wanda, who was belatedly aware of it, immediately reacted and said shamelessly, what nonsense were you just talking about? I will never forgive you. Wanda gritted her teeth and pounced on Black and Wanda, like a little rage tiger. There were slapstick and frenzied shouting throughout the room. In the kitchen, Li Zi listened to the fight between the two while washing the dishes, and smiled helplessly. Next time, I'll find a way to separate the two, or my room will be demolished. After packing everything, Li Zi went out and saw that the two witches were still fighting, and shook his head. It's really worrying. Afterwards, under Li Zi's persuasion, the two gradually let go. Although it was not so intense, their hair was a mess. If it were a Washa village, it would be easy to be called a shrew. After breakfast, the three of them sat on the sofa, doing nothing, and Li could only turn on the TV and watch it. Wanda was lying on the sofa, leaning her head on Li Zi's lap, reading the Book of the Dark God. Black and Wanda sat on the small sofa on the left, and his eyes fell on Wanda, looking at it like this. The progress of learning the entire Dark God book is too slow. She didn't know if it was out of good intentions, or because she couldn't get used to her reading posture. She couldn't help interrupting. Then how to learn quickly? Hearing this, Wanda immediately regained her spirits, and quickly stood up and looked at her suspiciously. Although he doesn't like the self in front of him very much, but having said that, the other party's experience in the Dark God book is very experienced. The book you are holding now is the defective version of the Dark God book. Learning should start from the core, for example, the article you are reading now, about how to use shadows. Black and Wanda glanced at the book in her hand and said lightly. Then you teach me this. Wanda was a little excited. She was definitely happy to be able to teach her hand in hand. After all, she also hopes to learn more powerful magic from the Dark Divine Book, so that she can protect Li Zi's safety when she encounters powerful enemies in the future. First of all, when you want to release magic, remember to mix Chaos Force with the power of the Dark Divine Book. The power between the two can make you have a certain balance when using the power of the Divine Book. Black and Wanda sat beside her, and said in an extremely serious tone. When she was studying in the past, she also tried this method. After confirming her success, she started to practice, and then she became more and more comfortable controlling these forces. But don't the two forces repel each other? Suddenly. Thinking of this, Wanda asked immediately. No, because Chaos Force and the power in the Dark God book belong to the blackest attribute, even if it is said. There will be some small friction between the two, but if the application is successful, this friction will gradually decrease with the fit, you should understand? Black and Wanda looked at the Book of the Dark God in her hand, and said earnestly. I understand what you mean. I will try it when I find a chance, because I am not yet proficient in the use of these two forces in my current situation. Wanda thought it was very reasonable, and nodded heavily. Although it was only a theoretical thing, it did benefit him a lot. As for the latter, just rely on yourself to practice a lot. Definitely, after this study, she has a little more admiration for Black and Wanda. Nothing else, the detailed explanation of the single bottle made her understand a lot. On this point, thank you. Wanda looked serious, and still said the words of gratitude to Black and Wanda. It's nothing, this is what you already have, but it's a little earlier. Black and Wanda shook his head, and added, I will show you this magic in person later, so that you can better master that power. Okay, I'll watch it carefully later. Wanda nodded heavily. The other party was willing to teach herself personally, the opportunity should not be wasted. I believe that with her teaching the witch hand in hand, the learning progress should be much faster. Li Zi, who was sitting in the middle, glanced out of the corner of the eye and felt relieved to see the rare peaceful coexistence of the two witches. It would be nice if it kept going like this. Soon. Li Zi moved the sofa and gave the two people the space for more tea. Black and Wanda didn't waste any time, and said to Wanda, look carefully. The voice fell. Black and red rays of light emerged from her hands, and she mixed the two forces together to form a new force. She swung it forward, and a shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. This is the shadow I summoned, only just wave it lightly to achieve the effect of shape-shifting. As she spoke, she waved her hands lightly, and her whole body and the shadow in front of her instantly switched places. It's so fast, I can't see clearly at all. Wanda barely blinked just now. Even if it was like this, she couldn't see the situation clearly, the speed was too fast. While envious, she was also a little surprised. Before she could say anything, Black and Wanda's words came to her ears, as long as you learn this magic well and practice it a lot, you can also use this trick in actual combat in the future to perfectly move behind the enemy. The magic in the Dark God book is amazing. Wanda couldn't help exclaiming. For a moment she even wondered if what she had learned earlier was the book of the Dark God. It is completely different from the Dark Book magic learned by Black and Wanda. Then do you want to know how to learn the Dark Divine Book faster? At this time, a bright light flickered in the dark Wanda's eyes, and they kept turning. Definitely, tell me. Wanda looked forward to it and nodded desperately. If she can learn the magic in the Dark God book in a short time, then she will be able to stand in front of Li Zi and protect him forever. The method is very simple, you just need to find a secluded cave, preferably alone, don't be influenced by the outside world, concentrate on studying, and after a few months of retreat, at that time your magic can advance by leaps and bounds. Black and Wanda looked solemn, looking at her very seriously. That's a pretty good idea. Hearing this, Li Zi also felt that what Blacken said made sense. This approach seems to work. Wanda tilted her head, thought about it carefully, and felt that she was right. But she always felt that these words sounded weird, something was wrong. Suddenly, Wanda came back to her senses, frowned and said, you let me go to retreat, so you can be alone with Li for a few months? Say this sentence. It seems that everything is clear. No wonder she was so kind, she put all her thoughts on this. It's disgusting. Believe me, I have absolutely no such thoughts. Black and Wanda spread her hands, not wanting to answer the other party's question. As she said it, she actually felt a little pity that she was so close to tricking this silly woman out. I don't believe it, so your conspiracy is hidden so deep, I was almost deceived by you. Wanda was very annoyed. She decisively put down the Book of Darkness in her hand, turned over and threw the other party down on the sofa. It's really not me, I think you were really crazy. Black and Wanda smiled helplessly, but the two were restraining each other, not giving the other a chance to crush. You're laughing. Wanda was like a kitten with fizzy fur, throwing herself at the dark witch opposite. The promised peace has been ruined inexplicably. Li Zi moved to the other side and shook his head helplessly. The two beauties started arguing again. Sure enough, troubles in the days to come will be indispensable. One morning. The sun shines and shines through the window, giving it a warmer feeling. Li Zi sat on the sofa and watched a movie, swiping social software from time to time, following his fingers to keep sliding, intending to see if there was any news worth watching. After all, what he really knows about Marvel's timeline is limited to Thor 4, and he can't accurately explain what happened next. It seems that nothing major has happened, and New York is fairly calm. Li Zi slid to the bottom, and there are some trifles. No serious crimes have been found so far. The law and order in the vicinity is all safe, and there are no riots in the mall. If there is a big movement, it is that Jin Bing recently broke out fierce conflicts with others within a week, causing a lot of trouble. Could it be Hawkeye? Li Zi stared at the article on the phone, and couldn't help thinking. Because in the Hawkeye movie, Hawkeye had a fierce conflict with Kim, and he had to be suspicious of the other party. If that's the case, then it's really bad. And at that time, after Wanda and Wanda quarreled for a while, they continued to study the Dark God book. After the other party's personal guidance just now, I can also learn a lot from it. The magic that I taught you just now, you have to study hard and solidify the basics, don't be too anxious. Wanda glanced at her, pointing out her shortcomings. Simply put, if you haven't learned the previous things well, don't think about the next step. The most important thing for magic is that the foundation is not solid. If you pursue quick success, it will easily have a very large impact on yourself, resulting in not being able to display your true strength in actual combat. I know, don't worry. After hearing this, Wanda didn't continue to scroll down, but patiently continued to learn the previous magic. Which, don't worry. There is a saying in Wuxia that haste makes waste. Learn the basics first, and then you can use your full strength. Li Zi turned his head and looked at Wanda very seriously. After all, after a few months, they will not be facing a simple thing, but a mysterious and powerful enemy. I will study hard. Wanda and Li Zi looked at each other and nodded heavily. The morning passed quickly. Until noon. Grunt. Li, I'm hungry again, what should I eat today? Wanda put down the dark divine book in her hand, and blinked her pure and beautiful eyes. We were not at home some time ago, and the ingredients I bought in the morning are only enough for breakfast, and the refrigerator is empty. We will go out to eat later. Li Zi touched her head and couldn't help smiling. Okay, I listen to you. Wanda is as cute as a kitten, nodding her head hard. I'm going too, and I'm just as hungry. When Wanda, who was silent at the side, heard this, she immediately came over, a little agitated. No, you two look exactly alike. When you go out together, you will be surrounded by many people. I really can't stand it. Li Zi interrupted her immediately. No matter how many times before and after, every time I take the two witches out, I look like monkeys with embarrassment on my face. So no matter what, Wanda can't be taken out this time. It's okay, I'll just follow. Wanda spread his hands indifferently. She just wanted to be able to go out, even if she followed the two of them. That's even worse, I can only take Wong out this time. After speaking, Li Zi took the witch and prepared to go out. But he was stopped by Wanda, with a complicated expression. Li, can you take me there this time? I haven't eaten at that Chinese restaurant for a long time. As her voice fell, her voice became smaller and smaller, with a kind of pitiful appearance. Or not. Li Zi shook his head, definitely can't take the other party out again. That means that it will attract the eyes of more people around you, and it will only make you fall into a more embarrassing situation. Wanda next to her saw Wanda's sadness, thought for a moment and said, Li, we can let her dress up in disguise and change her appearance a little, so that the two of us won't be alike. Maybe she felt the emotions of another self, or maybe she had some kind of resonance, forcing her to want to help Wanda. This is a good idea. Hearing this, Wanda's eyes lit up, and at the same time, she felt a little grateful in her heart. She knew that the other party was helping her. After all, the Li Zi in her own universe was dead. Although she knew that the Li Zi in front of her did not belong to her, she still wanted to fight for it. Don't think too much, I just don't want to embarrass Li. Seemingly aware of the gratitude from the other party, Wanda hastened to explain. The idea is good, you can change it yourself. Li Zi nodded, agreed with the witch's approach, and then looked at Wanda. Look at mine next. As soon as the words fell, Wanda cast a spell, and a scarlet light diffused throughout the room, causing the room to flicker for a while. When the light dissipated, Li Zi and Wanda looked at it, and found that Wanda in front of them hadn't changed much, so they couldn't help but feel puzzled. In fact, my appearance has changed, you can't see it, but it is already another face in the eyes of outsiders. Wanda briefly explained to the two of them. You must have learned that technique from the Dark God book when you cast it just now? At this time, Wanda looked at her seriously. That's right, but the requirements for this magic are relatively high. After you have fully mastered the previous basics, you can learn deeper magic. Wanda said lightly. These magics are not difficult, and they can be done through hard work the day after tomorrow. Again. Wanda is also a Scarlet Witch. She has mastered the Chaos Force herself, and it is easier to learn the Dark God book, but she lacks the time to practice. Soon. The chat was almost over, and the three of them went out. As expected. As imagined. The three of them appeared in the eyes of the surrounding people, and did not cause any strange expressions. At most, he just glanced at them, didn't stay too long, and left here in a hurry. Fortunately, it didn't attract attention. Li Zi felt relieved when he saw this. However, at this time, a figure appeared from behind him and patted his shoulder. Hi, Li, long time no see. Li Zi turned around and found that the man in front of him was Josh, with a dark yellow complexion, two panda eyes, a slightly sunken face, and an extremely shrunken person. Long time no see, Josh. Why are you here? Li Zi couldn't help being puzzled, and immediately asked. I still want to ask you, where have you been all this time? Josh's eyes were curious, since the last time he met, he hadn't seen Li Zi, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. Go out and play for a while. Li Zi simply explained. Not bad, I went out to play and brought a new girl back. Having said that, Josh's eyes fell on Black and Wanda, and he kept looking at her. In his eyes, Black and Wanda is a beautiful woman with a perfect body curve, the only difference is her face. Don't get me wrong, it's not what you think. Li Zi shook his head with a smile. How are you doing? Don't mention it, I had a dream recently, and that dream was very real. I always dreamed of Aunt Agnes. Josh couldn't help feeling a little worried. After all, the dream was real, and he was very afraid of what might happen to Aunt Agnes. Hearing this, Li Zi exchanged glances with Wanda next to him, and they understood each other. Wanda knew that Aunt Agnes was Agatha, and she had been killed by a mysterious person a month ago. She was also at the scene at that time, but she felt that the appearance of the other person's death was very strange. Later, there was no specific clue, and that incident was also left behind by her. Josh didn't know that Aunt Agnes was Agatha. Li Zi thought to himself, at that time, she wanted to absorb the power from the witch's body, and when he found out, he killed her directly. You dreamed of Aunt Agnes. Did she say anything to you? Li Zi suddenly thought of it, and hurriedly asked. Although he knew that Agatha was killed by himself, this dream also aroused his curiosity. Josh shook his head, as if he didn't hear his question, turned and left here. What happened to him? Li Zi couldn't help being confused, and stared at Josh's figure gradually going away. Li, there's something weird about Josh. At this time, Black and Wanda came to his side, stared at him as he left, and said intriguingly. Strange? Li Zi was even more puzzled now. Yes, I can feel a bit of aura that doesn't belong to him from him. Black and Wanda continued, her beautiful eyes became more dignified. It's because you're too sensitive, he should be high with that thing. Li Zi shook his head, he didn't think the other party had any weird remarks. And looking at him like that, it's obvious that he smoked that thing seriously too much. After all, he has known him for so long. Josh looks vain, but he is not much worse in life and work, otherwise he would not worship such a great philanthropist as Jin Bin. I can clearly feel that it shouldn't be an illusion. Black and Wanda didn't believe in this superstition, but said earnestly. We've been standing here for a long time. Let's talk after we finish our meal, I'm really hungry. At this time, Wanda tugged at the corner of Li Zi's clothes, and his whole body was about to collapse from hunger. I forgot about you, we're going to eat now. Li Zi glanced at the appearance of the witch Lianchu, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly led her to the front. You are such a pig, no wonder you are so hungry. Black and Wanda glanced at her and couldn't help complaining. I want you to manage. Wanda ignored her at all, took Li Zi's arm and walked forward quickly. I want you to look good when I go back. After Black and Wanda finished speaking, she hurriedly chased after her. After a while, the three found a restaurant, which was almost full of people, and were about to turn around and leave. At this time, the boss came over, very enthusiastically, and informed them that there were still 2 vacancies. Come to the seat and sit down. After taking the menu, the Japanese explained their favorite food respectively. Soon, when the dishes were brought up, there was a table full of them, the aroma was pervasive, and the heat emitted made people want to feast on it. Don't be dazed, eat quickly, these dishes are enough for you to eat. Li Zi smiled and motioned for the 2 to eat quickly, otherwise it would be bad if it was cold. Then I won't be polite. Wanda was starving for a long time, so she quickly picked up the meat on the plate and ate it. Li, what did I say? A pig is a pig, will you choke to death if you eat it slowly? Black and Wanda glanced at Wanda, who was crazily eating meat, and couldn't help saying something. You don't care. Wanda's mouth was so full that she couldn't speak clearly. Look at the way you eat, how ugly it is. I don't know if others think you're eating ham. Black and Wanda was speechless, cough cough. Wanda, who heard this, immediately reacted, her cheeks flushed, perhaps because she ate too much food, which caused her to cough twice. Speak less, it's not embarrassing to say that in public. Li Zi was speechless, and quickly patted Wanda on the back to help her relax. After a lot of relief, Wanda said angrily, I said, can you be more serious? You have come here for dinner, and you still keep your mouth open. If I had known this, I shouldn't have talked for you when I went out. Since the other party mentioned the matter of drinking milk in the bathroom, it is easy to have other thoughts about what the other self said. I'm very serious, it's because you think wrongly. Black and Wanda frowned, pretending to be confused. Hearing this, Wanda's cheeks flushed even more. This time it wasn't because of anything else. It was just because of being angry. She had never seen such a slap in the face. Stop talking. You should eat when you eat, and be serious. Lee Z looked at Black and Wanda, and his tone became a little more serious. If it continues like this, it is estimated that this meal will not last. Because with Wanda's violent temper, she will definitely scuffle with each other. Black and Wanda smiled and didn't care, but savored the food carefully. Lee, in fact, you can bring me another meal here, I'm already very satisfied. Speaking of this, she looked at Lee Z quietly, her eyes were more grateful, and her mood was also much lower at this moment. What she was looking forward to was not the meal, but staying with Lee Z in front of her. This is what she should be happy about. Because in that universe, she also ate in this restaurant with Lee Z. Although his wish has been fulfilled now, Lee Z is not the same him as before, so he feels somewhat lonely. Is that all you wished for? Lee Z looked at him with a complicated expression. He knew some experiences of the other party, and couldn't help sympathizing a little. Just like that time when he was taken to that universe, the whole body was completely destroyed, leaving endless emptiness and coldness. I've fantasized about it, but I know it's out of reach. Black and Wanda took a deep breath, staring at the meal in front of her, lost in thought. But isn't it good now? Wanda put a few pieces of meat into the other's bowl, feeling a little pity for her at the same time. Before that, she got the specific experience of the other party from Lee Z. In fact, the fate of the other, self, is also full of ups and downs and misfortunes, and she is relatively better than the other party. It's what I want, but it's not what I want, Black and Wanda said in a melancholy mood. Lee Z and Wanda looked at each other and didn't speak at the moment. They can feel each other's emotions, but they don't know how to comfort them. For a long time, after the three of them finished their meal, they went for a walk by the river. There is no one around here, except for 2 or 3 people fishing by the sea. There is no one else. The sea breeze blows, and the cool wind pats the cheeks, bringing a burst of comfort. I suddenly remembered the dream that Josh mentioned just now, which made me feel a little familiar. At this moment, Lee Z slowed down and pondered carefully. I remember that half a month ago we seemed to have solved an apostle related to a dream. Could it be a follower of Nightmare? Black and Wanda looked solemn, and then added, the weird energy I feel from Josh is a bit like a nightmare. After all, the strange aura was too strong, and she had to be vigilant. That believer has been killed by the shadow. Wanda agreed, nodding her head emphatically, but that's the problem. Lee Z frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Because the black shadow is him, in order to prevent accidents at that time, the disciples were directly killed. Before he died, the messenger mentioned that I would be cursed by the nightmare. Sooner or later, someone would find me. Is it possible? Lee Z narrowed his eyes and thought carefully. He was not worried about that matter at the beginning, thinking that this kind of thing was not worth his time. But now that I think about it, it's really possible. Lee, are you worried that the apostle of the nightmare will come to your door? Seeing his thoughts, Black and Wanda couldn't help frowning. Is it possible that you have encountered it before? Lee Z's expression moved slightly, and he couldn't help but look at her, feeling a little surprised. Yes, but I removed them all. Black and Wanda nodded, and then added, don't worry, even the big beholder couldn't hurt you before, let alone those apostles. I'm not worried that those apostles can pose a threat to us, but ordinary people in the small town. Wanda's complexion was serious, feeling worried in her heart. Those apostles are not harmful to the two of them at all. After all, they are originally magicians with powerful magic. But the scene that appeared half a month ago caused many people to disappear inexplicably, and she had to be suspicious of the apostle. This matter is a long-term plan. Let's go back and find Josh first. Maybe we can get some useful information from him. Lee Z thought about it carefully, and quickly made a decision. I can't continue to procrastinate, or I will be getting closer and closer to danger. Then let's go. When the 2 witches heard this, they immediately agreed. Soon. After the 3 of them settled the bill, they returned to the apartment again, and followed the stairs to the door of Josh's house on the 3rd floor. Boom boom boom. Lee Z stepped forward to knock on the door, but there was no sound inside, it was extremely quiet. Strange, where will he go at this point in time? Lee Z frowned slightly, then knocked again with more force, but there was still no response. Could it be because of that weird aura? Black and Wanda felt something was wrong and frowned tightly. There's a good chance. Wanda echoed from the side. Creak. At this time, the door behind him opened. The 3 turned their heads and found a white-haired old man standing in front of them, looking at them with doubts on his face. Lee Z recognized this person, it was the old tenant Fred. Father, what about Josh and others? Lee Z didn't chat, and immediately started running. Josh went out on something not long ago. Fred also recognized Li Zi, and asked doubtfully, Li, what can you do with him? We exchanged things with him, so where did he go? Li Zi answered him briefly, and continued to ask. I don't know either. Fred shook his head. He never paid attention to that guy, he smoked that thing every day, and he was not afraid of heart problems. Then what kind of mental state is Josh coming back? At this time, Wanda asked again. He didn't seem to have any other mental state, and he kept that look. Fred spread his hands and said casually, Lee, don't worry too much. If your nightmare targets you, you will definitely attack in Westview Town. On the contrary, I feel safer if Josh leaves. Black and Wanda said with incomparable earnestness. You are right. It is not a good thing that we are looking for it in a hurry. Li Zi nodded. He thought what the Dark Witch said made sense, and then said, let's put this matter aside for now, let's go home first. Now I can't find the other party, so instead of wasting time, it's better to wait for the other party's arrival. Even if the nightmare came to Zijing Town, he didn't have to be afraid of him at all. Arrive home. The three of them returned to their previous quiet state. Wanda is not idle, and continues to study the Dark Divine Book. In order to improve her strength one day, this step must be taken. Black and Wanda lay on the sofa and watched a movie leisurely. Maybe it's because she's tired of fighting, but for her right now, it's also a kind of ultimate enjoyment. The best time is when the two witches are not arguing. Li Zi glanced at the two beautiful witches who looked like porcelain white dolls in front of him, and couldn't help but be pleasing to the eye. The two of them are not arguing or making trouble, which is also a gorgeous landscape. How good would it be if it could keep going? What are you looking at? The two witches noticed his gaze, turned their heads at the same time, and said in unison. Speaking of which. The two witches were stunned for a moment, and immediately looked at each other. Li Ming is obviously looking at me. Why are you looking back? They spoke almost at the same time, and no one gave in to the other. As you go, although we have the same face, I look much better than you. Wanda raised her snow-white neck. Tian Fen said proudly. Where did you get your confidence, Cinderella? Black and Wanda didn't give in to the other party at all, and retorted. You dare to call me Cinderella, I want to make you look good. Wanda started to explode again, got up and fell directly on top of her. I've wanted to deal with you for a long time. Black and Wanda made a decisive decision and rushed forward directly. For a long time, the two separated, and there were several holes in the clothes that were in good condition, and the hair was messed up, which almost lifted the room up. Fortunately, the range of motion is not particularly large, otherwise I don't know if the room can bear it. Seeing this scene, Li Zi was speechless. Wanda, you go to read your book. Witch, you go to your movie, don't make any noise. Also, I'm going to the study to do something, don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Before leaving, Li Zi paused, and added with an emphatic tone. Li, go now. The two witches nodded, spoke almost at the same time, stared at each other, and there was no quarrel. Seeing this, Li Zi breathed a sigh of relief. Then he pushed the door and walked in, after coming to the study. Li Zi didn't choose to lock the door, he was worried about the witch's suspicion, so he waved his hands and immediately set up a magic barrier. In this way, even if the other party wants to break in, it will take some time. The fact that he can create magic must not be exposed to the eyes of others, otherwise all previous efforts will be in vain. Just get something out of it. Li Zi looked out the window, thinking seriously. After all, there are still a few months left, and a little useful magic must be created in this free time. This will help deal with the mysterious person who will appear in a few months. Although there will be hidden rewards at that time, more or less you need to guard against it. If the rewards are not strong, wouldn't it be cool? Useful magic, so what to do? Thinking of this, Li Zi had a headache, too weak to be effective against the mysterious person, too strong and worried that he would lose control. Suddenly at this moment, a flash of light appeared in his mind. I can create Dragon Balls. This is an anime thing in the previous life. As long as you can gather 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon and make a wish to it. Ability is a bit like infinite gems, all wishes come true. Definitely, with his current ability, he can only create low-end versions of Dragon Ball, at least he can't do the original ones. But even creating a low-end version of Dragon Ball takes a long time. Without further ado, try it. Thinking of this, Li Zi didn't waste any time, but flicked his hands, 2 different forces surged wildly. Then he cast magic on the ground, and various spheres of small size loomed. Continue to create in this way, and finally a low-end version of Dragon Ball can be produced. Li Zi also got slightly excited. It would be a very wonderful thing to make a wish to Shenlong. For the next few hours, Li Zi's sweat dripped down and wet the ground. He was immersed in creating magic during the whole process, and the progress was somewhat restless. Fortunately, take the first step, and the rest only needs to persist slowly to see hope. Even if it is a low-end version of Dragon Ball, it is somewhat difficult to create. Li Zi took a deep breath and looked at the unformed Dragon Ball on the ground, feeling a little disappointed. Go ahead. Li Zi was about to cast a spell. Boom. There was a knock on the door. Li, I've already prepared the meal, come out to eat quickly. Li Zi heard Wanda's voice outside the door, looked up at the time, and realized that it was already evening. Time flies. Li Zi had no choice but to interrupt the magic, and after hiding these things, he responded, here we come. Walking out of the study, he stretched his waist vigorously, looked and found that Black and Wanda was also there. When I came to the dining table, Wanda had already prepared 4 or 5 dishes. The craftsmanship was also excellent, the aroma was pervasive, and the hot rice also aroused a real resonance. Li, wash your hands and come over to eat. Wanda said something to Li Zi, and then turned her eyes to Black and Wanda, you have to go to whatever you want to see. Just go. What are you doing shouting so loudly? Black and Wanda glanced at her and walked quickly towards the kitchen. After a while, the two washed their hands and came to the dining table again. Wanda had already prepared Li Zi's meal, and even gave him a few extra pieces of meat. What about mine? Seeing this, Black and Wanda felt dissatisfied immediately. When you were a child. Wanda pushed the bowl in her hand over, I want to eat it myself. I've never seen someone so petty as you. Black and Wanda pouted, got up and walked into the kitchen with the bowl. Seeing this scene, Li Zi breathed a sigh of relief, it's a good thing it's just a quarrel, if there is still arguing, it might not be a peaceful meal. Your cooking is getting more and more delicious now, and it is several times better than the preserved egg and lean meat porridge I made last time. Li Zi smiled, and suddenly looked in the direction of Da. Li, if you like to eat, I will make it for you every day. Wanda's face was slightly red, but at the same time she was a little proud. After all, Li Zi's approval of her cooking made her feel extremely happy. Who knows how to cook? My cooking skills are not inferior to yours, Li. Next time you try mine. I am much more delicious than her cooking. At this time, Black and Wanda, who had already served the rice, came over. She thought that her cooking skills were inferior to Wanda's. You fart. Don't think that if you look the same as me, your cooking skills are better than mine. You didn't know where you were when I was learning. Wanda put down the bowl and chopsticks, and said directly. Should I be the one who told you that? Black and Wanda couldn't help but find it funny, the other, self, probably didn't know his cooking skills. I don't care if you say it or not, Li, does it taste better if I cook it? Wanda seemed to think of something, and immediately turned to look at Li Zi. After hearing this, the latter nodded and said, that's true. Is it the same when you breastfeed her? Suddenly, Black and Wanda turned her beautiful eyes and looked at him with great interest. Almost. Before finishing speaking, Li Zi reacted instantly, feeling speechless, can you be normal? Well, this witch has started acting like a demon again, and she has been thinking about that kind of thing all day long. Ah. When Wanda heard it, the previous scene immediately appeared in her mind, her cheeks turned red, I will never forgive you. After all, the two began to wrestle together again. Seeing this, Li Zi shook his head helplessly, if I had known this, I would not have said anything. There is a saying that silence is golden, but silence is useless now. Evening. At sunset and dusk, the afterglow came in through the window, making the whole room a little brighter. The sun outside rose and fell on the earth, faded the red color, and gradually darkened at this moment. In the originally noisy town, all the work was done before the sunset. There were more cicadas singing, and the trees were blowing gently with the evening wind. Some hot seasons are also cooler at the moment, which fades away the tiredness and sleepiness of the day. Inside the house, Black and Wanda continued to sit on the sofa and watch a movie. She had already changed her clothes. Before wrestling with Wanda, everything that needs to be broken cannot be avoided. And Wanda was covered in sweat. After Li Zi approached, he didn't show any disgust in his eyes, instead he couldn't help but walk away for a while. There was a scent of fragrance in the air. Although it was mixed with sweat, the smell was not very unpleasant. Li, what are you doing? Watching Li Zi's actions, Wanda was unavoidably curious. It's nothing, you can go take a shower quickly. Li Zi smiled, reached out and touched her head with a gentle face. Li, you come with me. Seeing this, Wanda secretly took his hand, came to the door of the room, looked left and right, bit her red lips slightly, and shyly said, Li, I want to wash with you, but. Having said that, Wanda looked at the dark Wanda who was sitting on the sofa. Li Zi suddenly understood, and asked back, then what do you mean? After listening, Wanda pursed her lips, leaned close to his ear, and whispered softly. Did you forget, when I was in New York, I promised you. She stared at Li Zi's handsome face, and her breathing became a little short, both shy and a little flushed, like a red ripe apple that couldn't help but let people take a bite immediately. You really think so? After listening to Li Zi, he regained his energy in an instant, the previous haze was swept away, and his body got a little closer. It's fine if you don't want to. Wanda said something angrily, then turned her head away with a cold snort. I didn't say that. The corners of Li Zi's mouth raised slightly, he turned his head to look at the sofa, and found that Black and Wanda was gone, so he turned his gaze back to her. You are beautiful now. As he said that, Li Zi moved his face closer, almost zero distance, and could feel the heartbeat between each other. But at this moment, a soft and charming voice resounded in the ears of the two of them, and said softly, You two are hiding here doing bad things, don't you plan to bring me with you? On the top is the Dark Witch, and she breathes hot blue breath. Those refreshing eyes are full of charm, like a fairy in an illusion. Very attractive. Feng, what are you doing here? Li Zi glanced at Black and Wanda in front of him, leading Wanda back involuntarily, with a vigilant look on his face. You two do bad things, why don't you take me with you? Black and Wanda looked at the two with a charming smile on her face, ignored the other's question, and continued to ask. That kind of charm seemed to be engraved in his bones, his eyes were blurred, and he subconsciously licked his seductive red lips. You heard me wrong, we didn't say anything just now. Wanda snorted coldly, feeling very displeased, and walked into the bathroom. The originally ambiguous atmosphere was instantly shattered at this moment. It's good to share the secret. Black and Wanda spread her hands, and Yi Shi felt much more bored. Hurry up and go to your movie, don't get in the way here. Li Zi glanced at her, a little speechless, pushed her away, and walked forward. The good duck ran away from its mouth, it was all the fault of this woman, no wonder it was in a good mood. What, are you angry? Black and Wanda didn't care at all, and added, Li, she won't take you to wash, I will take you to wash later. Stop talking, hurry up and watch a movie on the sofa, and when she hears it, it's time to fight again. Li Zi ignored her words, and now only wanted to urge the other party to leave. If I don't leave, who knows if you guys will work secretly again later. Black and Wanda crossed her arms and leaned against the wall next to her, staring at Li Zi's handsome face. Ah. But at this moment, there was a scream from the bathroom. It's Wanda. Li Zi's expression was shocked, and he walked over immediately, kicked open the bathroom door and rushed in. Finding that there was no fog, Wanda leaned against the wall alone, trembling all over. What's going on here? Li Zi came in front of Wanda, hugged her, kissed her forehead, and motioned her not to worry. Li, when I took off my clothes just now, I found something in the mirror. Wanda pointed to the mirror in front of her and said with lingering fear. Li Zi looked at it and found that it was an ordinary mirror, without the other things the witch said. Could it be that the witch is wrong? While he was thinking. Suddenly the mirror began to become a little blurry, and then reflected in it were the reflections of the two people, which was extremely strange. Li, there is something abnormal in the mirror. Black and Wanda who walked in had a dignified expression, and immediately spoke. Li Zi looked and saw what Wanda said, and his face was a little gloomy. Something that pretends to be a ghost. Li Zi stood up, gave Black and Wanda a glance, and was about to walk towards the mirror. The bathroom door that was originally open behind him suddenly closed. The sound of the thin flowing water in the water pipe stopped suddenly, and the whole bathroom became extremely silent. The lights hanging above the head flickered violently and made a clicking sound, as if they were about to go out at any moment. The light also flickered at this moment. The atmosphere in the bathroom was extremely cold, and the temperature also dropped sharply at this time. Li, who do you think did this? Black and Wanda stopped in her tracks and couldn't help asking. I don't know, I have never come into contact with this strange aura. Li Zi responded, but looked around vigilantly, not wanting to miss any corner. Did you make a fool of yourself in order to take a shower together? Suddenly, Wanda looked at Black and Wanda, and immediately asked questions. After all, the other party met them staying together, so there is a high probability that she would do that according to her temperament. If I really want to think that way, I can do it anytime. Black and Wanda glanced at her, and continued. I don't even bother to use such inferior means. Aren't you using low means enough? Wanda retorted. Too lazy to tell you. Black and Wanda ignored her, but looked at the mirror. You all be quiet. Li Zi came to the door of the bathroom, pulled it hard, and found that the door was locked tightly and could not be opened. Did you find something on it? Black and Wanda leaned over, frowning slightly. Almost. Get out of the way. Li Zi took a deep breath. A black glow appeared between his hands, and the power rune emerged, and he pulled hard again. Bang. The bathroom door was instantly opened. Li Zi looked. and the outside of the door no longer looked like the living room. It became as dark as an abyss, with no fingers behind him. It was extremely infiltrating. There is a strange atmosphere everywhere, completely enveloping the outside world. How so? Wanda's pupils shrank suddenly. She saw the same thing, and immediately approached Li Zi. Don't know yet, but we're in trouble. Li Zi looked dignified, and then waved his hand. A mass of black aura emerged from his hand, sweeping the outside in an instant, and the dark world turned back into a bright living room in an instant. No, it's a bit like the breath of a nightmare. Blackened Wanda frowned slightly. Just now, she directly felt the strange aura similar to what she felt on Chang'e before. If you guess correctly, it should be the apostle of the nightmare who came to the door. Li Zi recalled the scene just now, and guessed a little bit. It's just that he didn't expect that the other party would be so anxious, and the place where he did it was in the community apartment. Judging from your spellcasting just now, it should be an illusion. If those apostles come to the door, it is estimated that this will have appeared. Wanda looked solemn and carefully analyzed the situation just now. The strength of those apostles is not strong. If they show up, they can feel it with their induction, but there is a contrast in reality. At the same time, it also proved that the apostle sent by Nightmare was not here. Since you said it was an illusion, it's not embarrassing to be frightened just now. Blackened Wanda glanced at her and couldn't help but tease. I'm Scarlet Witch, but I'm still a woman. When I'm about to take off my clothes, if someone appears in the mirror, anyone will be shocked. Wanda heard the other party say this, and looked at her angrily. Even if these apostles are not here, they are probably within the scope of Xichang Town. Li Zi's expression moved slightly, and he stretched out his hand to catch the strange aura left by the mirage, and with a big wave of his hand, it turned into a golden light and flew towards the west. The direction is west. Could it be the church we visited before? Wanda glanced at the location where the golden light flew, and raised her eyebrows slightly. If you want to know the answer, go and see what's going on. Li Zi looked away, curiosity and anticipation written all over his face. It's not too late. Let's go there quickly. Since they are casting spells in Zijing Town, they shouldn't be far away. Blackened Wanda hastily urged. Both of them nodded. Soon. The three of them cleaned up briefly, and hurriedly followed the direction where the golden light was flying. At the same time, on the outskirts of Zijing Town, there are dark and damp forests everywhere. The atmosphere here is extremely cold, and the temperature has dropped sharply. In a dilapidated and abandoned church, several figures in purple robes gathered together. The brilliance of their feet was extremely dazzling, and the dazzling patterns on them made people feel a little numb. These people are the fanatical apostles of Nightmare, black magic masters of the cult. They are dressed in purple robes, they cannot see their real faces clearly, and they are very mysterious. Our preparations have been completed. The formation provided by the illusion can trap those people for a day and a night, and when the time comes, the plan prepared in advance can be carried out as promised. A purple-robed man spoke quietly. His name was Larry, and he was the most powerful among them. It's a pity that Scarlet Witch destroyed the sacrifice last time, causing our plan to fail. We must not let him go this time. Another Zipao gritted his teeth. His name was Charles. Last time their plan was short of the last step, but they didn't expect Scarlet Witch to directly disrupt their plan after coming. Because of this, they had a murderous intent on Scarlet Witch. The failure of Carrot last time has already made Master Nightmare a little angry. This time we must succeed no matter what, otherwise we will have no face to face Master Nightmare. Larry said solemnly, that guy Carrot did more than accomplish nothing, and the failure of his plan led to the collapse of the whole situation, leaving only the mess to them. Then how do we take Scarlet Witch's power this time? A burly purple-robed magician spoke. His name is Reese, and his strength should not be underestimated. Don't worry, we can capture ordinary people in the town as a threat, and then deal with Scarlet Witch. Larry's face was gloomy and terrifying, and various plans immediately flooded into his mind, and this one is undoubtedly the best at the moment. Then don't waste time, let's quickly arrange the formation. Larry added hastily. The other three nodded in agreement with the plan. Then they stood in their respective positions, showing the four directions of east, west, north, south, and using black magic with both hands. Endless black aura emerged, like an abyss opening. The entire church, including every corner, instantly became extremely dark. The space was slightly agitated, and the ripples trembled, as if being drenched in octopus ink. Everything around is like a violent storm, and the debris that moves with the wind is turned wildly by this force. The cold temperature swept across in an instant, making people feel extremely cold and biting. But for their magician, it has no effect at all. Don't hold back. This plan must be successful, otherwise Master Mengmai will blame you. We can't afford it. Larry noticed that their strength was weakening a lot, so he immediately opened his mouth to remind them. Once the formation fails, it will be extremely difficult to restart it again. We know. The other three nodded heavily, gritted their teeth and persisted, and the black magic began to strengthen. The entire space shook violently, as if it was about to collapse at any moment. As the pattern on the ground became brighter and brighter, several people felt a burst of ecstasy in their hearts. Although the process will be a bit more difficult, but getting through it will mean that the formation can be completed smoothly. Once the formation is established, it will be able to rely on the magic power inside to trap Scarlet Witch and others inside, and can successfully capture the energy in the opponent's body. Think here. They've grown crazy in their eyes, and if they take Scarlet Witch's power, they can dedicate it to Lord Nightmare. Time passed little by little. The formations under the feet were intertwined, and the pattern became more and more clear, but the light that bloomed was extremely dazzling, shining brightly on the entire church. The overwhelming aura shrouded the past in different directions one after another, and the dilapidated churches also became extremely sacred at the moment. Larry, the formation has reached one part. At this time, Charles's eyes showed excitement, and it was difficult to hide the excitement in his heart. Originally thought that the speed of setting up formations would be slowed down, but the reality was far beyond their expectations. I know, don't take it lightly, let's put our strength in good hands. Control it, otherwise we will have to rearrange if there is a mistake. Larry looked at several people with an extremely serious tone. Don't worry, Larry, there will be no mistakes. For this plan, we have made all the preparations. Tuo Reese was extremely relaxed, but the power poured into the formation crazily, and for a while, the dense runes branched out, forming a special kind of confinement. Swish swish swish. With the blessing of black magic, the formation has become faintly visible, black and golden rays of light are shining around, and the strange aura gradually diffuses out. It's almost done. Charles's eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly. More and more black magic emerged from his palm, all of which were poured into the formation. Now our plan is safe. Tuo Reese also echoed, with endless madness flickering in his eyes. Even if Scarlet Witch came at this time, he couldn't stop them for a short time. Poochie. Everything around was annihilated under this terrifying energy, and the eerie black aura that diffused out enveloped the church. The formation under the feet also moved forward with the black magic, and quickly spread towards the outside of the church, forming a faintly visible barrier. Suddenly at this moment, the candles burning in the depths of the church were extinguished immediately, and those strange auras could not spread out at this moment, as if they were stopped by some force. Larry was keenly aware of the abnormal fluctuations in the outside world, but he couldn't explain it, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that they broke through from the illusion? Larry, what are you doing? At this time, Charles immediately called him, with an extremely urgent tone. Don't be dazed. Quickly increase the energy of black magic, otherwise the formation will fail. Torres Reese also shouted in a hurry. After Larry came back to his senses, he found that the original glaring light was cut in half, and the formation that was about to succeed also weakened a bit. Damn. Larry gritted his teeth, bursting out stronger black aura, pouring it into the formation continuously. Swish. The array is back. Seeing this, Larry breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the response was timely, otherwise this plan will fail again. Larry, what the hell were you doing just now? Tuo Reese looked at him angrily, with blame in his tone. If the two of them hadn't called Larry, it is estimated that this formation would have failed. Sorry, I just noticed something was wrong. Larry took a deep breath, but his eyes were fixed on the direction outside the church. What happened? Torres frowned slightly. Larry will not lose his mind at ordinary times, let alone lose the chain at critical moments. Could it be? While controlling the power, Larry explained the situation to them roughly. You mean that those few people rushed out of the illusion and tracked our location? Charles couldn't believe it. I think it should be like this, otherwise I wouldn't have lost my mind just now. Larry pondered and said, Bang Kai. Just when several people were suspicious of each other, the glass shattered suddenly. A group of gloomy black aura poured in from the outside, and then an indifferent voice sounded. Are you looking for us? When Larry and the others heard the sound and looked, the pupils under the purple robe suddenly shrank. In the empty and cold church, Black and Wanda's icy voice resounded. Who is it? Larry shuddered inexplicably at the sound. Because they also felt a strange aura pervading from each other, which was even stronger than the black aura they emitted. Is it all irreparable? Larry thought in horror. The next moment. Whoosh! A more terrifying coercion than just now is like a monstrous wave rolling up endless waves in a storm. One after another, like the essence, Wolf slaps on him. At this moment, the three of them seemed to realize their insignificance. They felt that they were in front of the opponent's oppression, and suddenly felt extremely small, as if they would be overwhelmed by the opponent's momentum at any time. Before that, even standing in front of Lord Nightmare, he didn't feel such fear. If it is said that Lord Nightmare is endless coercion, then what these people in front of him bring to him is the fear in his heart. However, the situation at the moment is that in the face of the extremely terrifying and endless coercion, he feels that he is as small as an inconspicuous speck of dust. Not worth mentioning at all. The body is trembling, the pupils are shaking, and even the whole body seems to be soaked in seawater, and the boundless voyeurism of death envelopes him. Just at this time, several people suddenly erupted with endless terrifying coercion, causing the pupils of the three to shrink again, as if attacking the fear in their hearts, making their souls tremble continuously. Everything around, the aura of these people in front of them all sinks and floats. At the same time, the original radiance reflected by the entire church also became eclipsed, falling into endless darkness, and the strange atmosphere became more and more intense. At this moment, the three people present were all frightened by this breath. Don't be dazed, hurry up and complete the last step, then the formation will be effective, and it will take a while for them to break through. Larry quickly reacted, looked at the other people who had been terrified, and shouted loudly. After a while, they all regained their composure, gritted their teeth immediately, and immediately followed what the other party said. Otherwise, if the opponent chooses to forcefully break in, they will not be able to fight against it. The only hope right now is to rely on this formation that is about to be completed. Poochie. A powerful black aura poured into the entire church again, rushed in, and instantly swept everything in the church. Damn, is it too late? For a while, Larry's heart suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley. He gritted his teeth. Don't give up, it's just one step away. He couldn't help roaring loudly. The violent energy was released crazily. The other three people also continued to resist tenaciously, and all the constant energy was poured into the formation. But the next moment, round after round of even more terrifying coercion erupted from a nearby corner that could be seen everywhere. Once again, it bombarded towards the center of the dark church. Larry, what should we do? Tuo Reese couldn't bear it anymore, and his face became grim at this moment. After this round of terrifying coercion swept across, several other people shouted one after another. Because this energy is too majestic, it seems to be crushed all the way, making them unbearable. The look of fear on his face became even more exaggerated. Even the faces of several people began to contort crazily, and their eyes flickered and became very frightened. It seems to feel the great fear that everything will be destroyed. In the sky, apart from the entire church, screams of mourning began to be heard. As if aware of a great terror between life and death. The brilliance that originally erupted from those formations is running out, and all of them are dimmed, which can bring endless fear to people at any time. That kind of fear seems to be looking directly into the depths of people's souls, making them feel extremely frightened and uneasy. Don't worry, let's stabilize first, then hurry up. Larry, still in his clearest head, continued to call out to the others. Perhaps it was because the formation brought them enough sense of security, and the few people who were frightened quickly reacted from their panic. We fought them. Life or death depends entirely on God's will. The rest of the people gritted their teeth one after another, trying their best to eliminate the fear in their hearts. With the joint efforts of several people, the dazzling light was reflected again, becoming incomparably bright and extreme. The church that was originally in darkness also seemed to usher in a sacred light at this moment, illuminating everything incomparably dazzling. Finally, with the joint efforts of several people, the formation that had been prepared for a long time was completed at this time. The huge and messy runes are intricate and suspended in midair, completely covering everything in the entire church. It seems to be protected by the holy goddess, emitting a dazzling golden light. Also at this moment, the direction where the black aura originally came was instantly blocked by the formation, making it impossible to invade for a short time. Several people saw this scene, and there was a burst of ecstasy in their eyes. Hard work pays off. After a long period of arrangement, the formation was finally completed. This made them feel excited, as if they were the final victors. Next second. Boom. A voice like a god appeared in the sky out of thin air. Endless coercion descended, pressing down on everyone's hearts, extremely terrifying. You guys should just give up, this law will be broken sooner or later. The indifferent voice resounded in their ears, as if it surrounded them. Just one sentence, to a few people, it sounds like hearing a terrible demon from hell. For a moment, the black aura filled the air, and a more terrifying coercion than before was suddenly like a monstrous wave rolling up endless waves in a storm. At the same time, there is even more majestic black aura, gushing out of it, condensing into an endless vortex in an instant with violent power. As a result, the surrounding space was pulled into a series of deep fold-like distortions. The entire dilapidated space was shaken wildly by Lan. It seems that the next moment will collapse, crumbling. The surrounding space was affected by this extremely violent and majestic black aura, which was affected by obvious shapeshifting, and was even torn into obvious black space cracks. Bang. The terrifying energy formed by the black aura has one after another wave after wave of terrifying aftermath, rushing to disperse in all directions. What's more, there is an incomparably terrifying roar, which is transformed into endless and substantive sound waves impacting in all directions. Fortunately, there are no people living nearby, otherwise, I am afraid that just this impact, the airflow created, I am afraid that the climate of the entire West Market Town will undergo irreversible changes. Damn. Larry saw the formation formed by himself, and the moment he encountered those black auras. The huge impact like a stormy wave poured in fiercely, which made him retreat back uncontrollably. Who are you? Because the light was too dark, even though Larry knew the other party had appeared, he couldn't see his real face clearly. Several other people also looked seriously into the darkness. Could it be that those people really came out of the illusion? Come to think of it, it's really possible. Haven't you been looking for our traces? In the darkness, Wanda smiled. Why, I don't know each other now. These apostles are indeed here, but now it seems that the chosen place is very hidden. If it wasn't for Li Zi's help, maybe they couldn't find the hiding place of these apostles at all. It really is you, Scarlet Witch. Larry's gloomy voice appeared, and it was more of gnashing of teeth. After the local offensive, he had clearly understood that the opponent's strength was far beyond theirs. There is no way, in order to find out the specific situation, we can only delay the time. Anyway, the formation has been completed, and if the apostle sent by Lord Nightmare arrives, the odds of winning will be higher. You remember me very well, you are like rats crossing the street, it is really disgusting. Wanda's voice came out again, with a more icy meaning. In order to achieve their goals, these people are direct and uncompromising. As long as they can complete the task, they will not hesitate to kill ordinary people in the town. Also because of this, she hated these people to the extreme. So what, as long as Master Nightmare's plan can be carried out smoothly, what's the point of killing a few more children? Larry suppressed the fear in his heart, but continued to speak. Although it may irritate the other party, there is no way. The most important thing right now is to delay the time as much as possible. With the current formation, it is somewhat difficult for the opponent to break through. He was sure of it. The brains of you people are really stupid. You sacrificed yourself in order to let that guy from Nightmare achieve his goal. Do you think he will come to save you? Li Zi's indifferent words fell into the ears of several people. Except Larry. The rest of the people heard this, and to be honest, they were a little shaken. Didn't they do so much to get the appreciation of Master Nightmare? But now because of negligence, throwing your life here directly, is it really worth it? Don't listen to what they say, have you forgotten? Lord Nightmare is extremely powerful, we just need to wait. Lord Nightmare will come to rescue us, and it will be easy to deal with these people then. Seeing the silence of several people, Larry suddenly felt uncomfortable, and quickly opened his mouth to explain to them. Otherwise, once their beliefs are shaken, nothing can be redeemed. Bang. In the darkness, another powerful wave of black aura emerged, and all gathered together in a short time. Then go to hell. Wanda's cold voice sounded. Since these people are ignorant, we can only send them on the road. Hold on, they can't break the formation. When Larry saw this, his pupils shrank, and he hurriedly called out to the people around him. A few people immediately waved the black magic, and they directly blessed it, and the dazzling light filled the air instantly, and the brilliance spread in the entire church. Bang. The scarlet power, like a terrifying abyss, rushed towards the crash. The majestic chaos force is even more massive than a 1,000-meter mountain peak, surging wildly, causing endless winds to howl and roll, sweeping fiercely in all directions. Around the dilapidated church, a violent sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun was triggered, swallowing all directions. That coercive chaos force is like the entire sky collapsing down, and it is unstoppable like a meteorite falling to the ground. Boom boom boom. Chaos force has not yet fallen. The huge shadow cast had already dyed the space thousands of meters away from Fang Yuan around Chen Tian into a deep black like thick ink. There is also a majestic air pressure bombarding down. Just the spreading power, the ground has already begun to be unbearable, and began to collapse meter by meter. Subsidence, the density of the sandy soil surface becomes larger and larger. A trace with a diameter of several thousand meters was directly pressed out by the terrifying air pressure. Heaven and earth, space, and light all tremble endlessly with distortion. This terrifying energy seems to be crushing everything that exists. Boom. The chaos force slammed down like a huge boulder on Mount Tai, bursting out with endless light in an instant. Bang bang bang. At the same moment, where the chaos energy fell, a pitch-black space crack appeared, spreading to all corners of the entire dim church in an instant. It is clearly an independent world, but at this moment it is like a piece of brittle glass, shattered and collapsed, turning into countless fragments and splashing. How can it be? Although the formation was not destroyed, the impact on the surroundings caused him to be horrified. Is that the true strength of Scarlet Witch? It's just horrifying. With just one move, everything around it can be devoured. He didn't even dare to think about what kind of situation they would be in without the protection of the formation. Destruction, or perish. Now he could no longer hide the fear in his heart. Let me give you a hand. At this time, Li Zi's voice appeared in the ears of several people. In the cold and dark corner, an uncontrollable black aura of terror diffused out. This breath made the whole sky tremble continuously, and even began to distort and tear gaps appeared. The majestic black aura is like a black cloth, covering the whole church. Whoosh. The majestic and extreme black aura exploded to the extreme after being restrained on this air. The turbulent and boundless power like a torrent spreads in all directions irresistibly. All the stars are flickering under suppression at this moment. All galaxies are falling apart under coercion. The entire universe is shaking. All space is shaking and crawling with cracks. The black aura slammed into the formation fiercely, sending out layers of ripples continuously. All the stars shook even more terribly, and there were crazy folds and ripples in the space. The endless and majestic terrifying power erupted in an instant. It was like thousands of volcanoes erupting, and it seemed that the fixed star exploded for hundreds of millions of years. There are dense cracks all around, and it breaks into fine powder and splashes everywhere. Help us. I'm afraid you are not joking. Fear appeared on Larry's face, and he was also relieved at this time. The black aura spread out by the opponent is terrifying, but it is still a bit inferior to the formation. Hold on. Let's arrange this formation, and they won't be able to break it easily for a while. Larry calmed down, and immediately said to several people. Fortunately, the formation successfully resisted, otherwise we would be over. Larry's right, they're all paper tigers, and they're really useless. Just wait patiently for Master Nightmare's arrival, they will be destroyed. When they saw the situation, it was exactly as Larry said, and they relaxed a lot, and their fear dissipated a lot. They used to worry that the opponent's strength was too strong, which would cause the formation to collapse, but now it seems that this is not the case. Is talking. The majestic energy roared wildly, and the brilliance reflected by the shattering formations around it gradually became dim. The stream of light faded away, and the gorgeous pattern of the formation began to crack, and it was no longer as bright as before. With this black aura pervading, the formation is gradually swallowed up bit by bit. The range is not very large, but the speed is much faster. Not good. How can it be? The array has failed. What's going on? The array can resist the attack of Chaos Force, that is, it cannot resist the ordinary black aura. The few people panicked immediately, watching the formation gradually dissipate, collapse, and become dimmed. All the signs indicated the tragic failure they were about to face next. I said before, these formations of yours can be destroyed with a single raise of your hand. In the depths of the darkness, Li Zi's eyes glowed with endless indifference. He didn't have any pity for these dark magician apostles, and some only showed indifference to them. Click click click. Another moment passed, and with the sound of shattering glass, these formations disintegrated in an instant, just like a mirror shattered, and the magic contained in it was also crazily absorbed. The formation is gradually dissipating, and the entire church is also falling apart. The energy contained in it was completely absorbed by the black aura, and the brilliance faded little by little, revealing the dilapidated church. The burning candle above the head also went out in an instant, and the remaining power from the black aura completely destroyed the building. Pest. Losing the protection of the formation, Larry and the others felt the erosion of black aura. Their faces were ferocious, their lungs hissed, and they fell to the ground in pain. After the formation was destroyed, the terrifying energy mixed in it caused a serious backlash against them. The veins popped like 10,000 snake ants biting, and the roar of a ghost spread throughout the church. Ahem. Larry and the others turned pale, endured the pain, dragged their heavy bodies and moved slowly behind them. When they looked forward, their eyes showed deep fear. They were scared. In front of those people, they had no power to resist, and the formation also lost its effect. Larry, cough. Now what do we do? Charles asked weakly, his expression extremely ugly. This time the plan failed. The only way is to escape, and now it is impossible to go back. Mengen knows that their plan has failed, and I am afraid that they will not escape death. Larry didn't respond, and looked into the depths of the darkness, feeling hopeless. Ahem. We have no chance. This sentence immediately made the rest of the people stunned, and then there were wry smiles on the tired and bloody faces. The plan failed, and all they faced was death, from which they could not escape. Crunch. At this time, the remaining door of the church opened, as cold as an abyss. Li Zi's figure slowly walked out. Under the dim light, after seeing this person clearly, Larry's expression turned ugly. Kara mentioned you in the message she sent me before she died. Since I have been mentioned, you are still coming to die, if you are stupid or something. Li Zi approached slowly, and said coldly and ironically. Ahem. Larry coughed violently and endured the pain all over his body. Whoever destroys the sacrificial ceremony will pay a terrible price for it. Who sacrificed? Could it be Scarlet Witch? Li Zi glanced at him and frowned slightly. The guess is right, it should be referring to me. At this time, two witches came in at the same time behind them, and their voices were not too loud and fell on the ears of several people. You. Cough cough. When Larry saw two identical Scarlet Witches, his pupils shrank sharply. There are actually two witches. How can this be? Why, you don't know me so soon. Black and Wanda came in front of the other party, with a wicked smile on his face, and a strange aura exuding from his whole body. The air froze a bit. No. It's impossible. Charles had fear in his eyes, and his lips trembled slightly. This must be hallucination. She has cultivated the chaos force in the Dark God book to the extreme. There is no other way now. Torre Reese muttered. His eyes were empty, and a wave of despair rose from his heart. The strength of the opponent is no longer something they can handle. Your faces don't look good. Black and Wanda twisted her graceful body towards them, squatted down slowly, and scanned them with her bewitching eyes. Don't come here. You are definitely a demon, don't come near me. No wonder Carrot is easily solved by you, I really didn't expect it. The few people kept backing away, only fear and shock remained in their eyes. They couldn't believe it. The beautiful woman in front of them was also a cruel devil. From the beginning to the end, the other party just teased them, and with the strong strength of the other party, it was nothing more than a simple matter to kill them. But the other party didn't choose to do that. It was very conspicuous. They were just ants in the eyes of the other party. They could be killed with a single shot. And the power of Scarlet has the ability to distort reality. Coupled with the practice of the Dark Divine Book, the combined power will be even stronger, and it is easy to follow the words. That's his damn thing, understand? Black and Wanda turned cold suddenly, staring at them as if looking straight into the depths of people's souls. Grunt. When several people heard this, they subconsciously swallowed their saliva. The fear in their hearts magnified infinitely, and their wounded bodies trembled inadvertently. They even had some doubts that the other party could easily kill a few of them with just a simple sentence. For the sake of the plan, they want to take the two of you for investigation. Li Zi glanced at the few people who fell on the ground, and said a word. Whatever, they can die if they want. Black and Wanda stood up, spread her hands, and said indifferently. In her opinion, these people are like ants, they can be crushed to death every minute. How big a storm can they create with their means? Poof. The few people who heard this could no longer bear the fear in their hearts, and quickly knelt down in front of her, crying. My Lord Witch, we have no choice but to listen to the nightmare's nonsense to come up with such stupid ideas. Please let us go. Your Lord has a lot of people, so you will definitely not care about us little people, just let us go like farts. It's only because of being infatuated with ghosts that you do such a stupid thing, Mrs. Witch, just let us go for the sake of our sincere begging for mercy. As they spoke, they quickly kowtowed heavily to Black and Wanda. Even if they broke their heads, they didn't go around the house at all. They know each other's means, and Carrot can be killed, and they are no exception. Therefore, in the face of absolute strength, any drilling of pants is meaningless. Let you go? Didn't you threaten to kill us before? On Black and Wanda's alluring face, there was a charming smile, cold and weird. No, nothing, we all dared to do that after being instructed by that guy, the nightmare. Larry was the first to speak, and it was hard to hide the real panic in his eyes. The Scarlet Witch in front of me smiled like a devil from hell, that face full of extreme evil made people shudder. A group of bullying things. Seeing this scene, Li Zi frowned slightly, and backed away involuntarily. The psychological quality of these people is ridiculously poor, and Bikra is at least much better than these people. His eyes fell on Black and Wanda again, and he nodded secretly. Her deterrent power was indeed very strong, and with just a few words, these people were scared to the ground and begged for mercy. Well, am I doing well? Black and Wanda glanced at the four people on the ground, then turned to look at Li Zi, with a look of expectation in his eyes. Good. Li Zi nodded, then looked at Wanda. When you have free time, you can study hard with her, it will be of great help to your own strength. I see. Wanda nodded heavily, with determination on her face. She is very aware of the gap between herself and the other party, and because of this, she needs to learn more. Li, you are so perfunctory. I did such a good job just now, don't you give me some rewards? Blackened Wanda moved closer, her beautiful eyes blinked, full of anticipation. When Li Zi heard this, he was speechless immediately, and knew that the other party had no good intentions. Getting ready to respond. Suddenly, he smelled a burst of fragrance, and then felt the soft red lips sticking to each other, and then separated after a while. After Li Zi came back to his senses, he looked ahead and found that Blackened Wanda wiped off the water stains on his mouth, turned into a ball of black aura and flew towards the outside of the church. I was caught off guard. Li Zi touched his lips with his index finger subconsciously, as if he realized something, and immediately explained to Wanda, who lowered his head next to him, it was just a misunderstanding. I didn't realize it, do you believe it? Li, it's nothing, I understand, after all, she paid a lot, I can accept this. Wanda shook her head and said in a calm tone. Hearing this, Li Zi's expression moved slightly, and he felt a little shocked. Unexpectedly, she, who always liked to fight with Blackened Wanda, actually chose to compromise this time. Are you sure you're really all right? Li Zi took a deep breath and asked again. Wanda's reaction really made him feel a little bit wrong, but he couldn't tell. It's okay. What's wrong with you? It feels so strange. Wanda looked at his clear face, frowning slightly. After hearing this, Li Zi couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. You are the weirdest person, right? The words did not come out of his mouth. Still a little unconvinced, Li Zi asked the same question over and over again. I said I really don't care. Wanda shook her head and said indifferently. She seemed to feel that sharing Li Zi with Blackened Wanda was not a bad thing. At least, in some respects, the two of them had the same experiences and encounters, and their relationship with Li Zi was good from beginning to end. The most important thing is that even Wanda didn't realize that her thoughts were changing in some wrong direction. It can be seen that your awareness is very high. Li Zi reached out and rubbed Wanda's head, then nodded with satisfaction. Snapped. Wanda slapped his hand off, glanced at the ground. Don't waste time, hurry up and get down to business. Li Zi turned around and found that the four people were still kneeling on the ground, and immediately walked over. You. Don't come here, we are really wrong, we shouldn't fight with you, please forgive us. God, we promise not to do this next time, let us live. When they saw Li Zi approaching them, they were immediately frightened. If Blackened Wanda gave them fear, then the man in front of them gave them trembling in their souls. Faced with their begging for mercy, Li Zi remained unmoved, grabbed both hands, instantly filled with a strong black aura, and resolutely peeped into the memories of the few people. The powerful and strange black aura made several people feel incomparably shuddering. Their faces were ferocious, and they screamed pitifully like a ghost. These apostles should have recorded the nightmare. Li Zi's eyes moved slightly, and the powerful and weird black aura crazily enveloped several people, wanting to spy some memories from their minds. Unexpectedly, there are very few things about nightmares. There is no use value, you can go to death. Li Zi withdrew the black aura, lifted Larry up violently with his big hands, grabbed his neck fiercely, and went deeper. Accompanied by the erosion of the magic, Larry's eyes were ferocious, and his eyeballs began to roll upwards. The force seemed to put him in the bottom of the sea, unable to breathe, and his whole face gradually turned red. The feet kept shaking, but it was of no use. Click. Li Zi exerted lightly, and Larry's head was tilted to the side, and he lost his breath on the spot. Larry is dead. This man is a devil, let's go. If I can survive, I never want to see this man's face again, it's too scary. When several people saw this scene, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their eyes couldn't hide their frightened expressions. Even the mighty Larry couldn't last a second in front of this man. Aren't they a little bit of resistance? Have no strength? There was no reaction yet, and at some point, Charles among the group of people was directly lifted up. The feeling of suffocation suddenly rushed into his heart. The ball stared wide open, and he kept clapping his hands. Hit, still to no avail. Pissed, Charles's body was still, and he was already out of breath. Li Zi threw it away like trash, without even looking at it, only indifference in his eyes. Trust Reese, if you resist, you will die. If you don't resist, you will die. We might as well fight him directly. Another dark magician looked at Reese, gritted his teeth and persuaded. Let's go together, fight with him. Tuo Reese nodded heavily, endured the pain brought on his body, stood up tremblingly, and rushed over the barrier. Instead of waiting to be killed and trying to resist, Maybe there will be a glimmer of life, and this is their only chance. Bang. The two of them erupted with terrifying energy balls, and in the next moment, they blasted out suddenly. The gorgeous silver light bloomed in the dark night, and the aftermath seemed to destroy the world, and the speed was so fast that it was almost invisible. Dying rotten fish and rotten shrimp. Li Zi's expression was indifferent, and he didn't take it into his eyes at all. The majestic black aura was condensed in his hands, which was as fast as a bullet, and turned into a beam of light. In an instant, two different forces collided fiercely, and with a bang, the energy ball was directly penetrated, and the entire space trembled. The flames splashed, and the surrounding buildings exploded, leaving only a pile of flying debris. The air diffuses out bursts of turbulent ripples, as if the ripples are facing in different directions. I don't know how long. The dust and smoke dissipated, and the energy ball was easily dissolved. How can this be? When the two saw this scene, their faces changed drastically, and they froze in place. The energy ball they gathered together was easily cracked by the opponent's means. Is there no hope at all? When the two were in despair, a thin figure appeared in front of them. The condescending height immediately made them feel as if a mountain was insurmountable. The sense of despair became stronger and stronger. Godless, has given up struggling. Delusion to resist? Are you naive or stupid? Li Zi looked at them with a face of indifference, and his tone was extremely cold. Next second, the big hand was raised violently, and the two continued to struggle to the death. Let me go. I can't breathe. Faced with the begging of the two, Li Zi showed no emotion at all, and with a little force, the two bodies fell heavily to the ground. Let's get out of here. Before Li Zi left, he waved his hand, and the black aura filled the air, and the dead bodies disappeared in an instant without a trace. Outside, Li Zi and Wanda walked out. Seeing this, Black and Wanda was a little surprised, and immediately greeted her. Why did it take you so long to come out? Looking at Wanda again, he was surprised to find that there was no anger on the other side's face, and added, Are you not angry? No. Wanda shook her head. You sure? Black and Wanda tried slightly, and continued. I kissed just now, it felt very soft and moist. Can you, a woman, not be so wretched? Li Zi rewarded her with a head melon, and frowned slightly. I didn't expect her to say something like, very soft and moist, but Wanda was standing aside. I really don't mind. Wanda shook her head with a calm expression, as if she had accepted this kind of thing. I still don't believe it. Black and Wanda looked at her suspiciously. I said I don't mind, are you bothered? Wanda said impatiently. Since you really don't mind. Before she could finish speaking, Black and Wanda turned around and hugged Li Zi, her moist red lips pressed against her, and her tongue directly pried open the lips and teeth, and quickly penetrated in like a small snake. Wanda was shocked when she saw this scene. She froze in place, her beautiful eyes widened like clear lake water. Until the two parted. Wanda just came back to her senses, anger welling up in her heart, like a kitten with fried hair. I think you are really looking for death. Then the whole person rushed towards each other. Seeing this, Black and Wanda reacted quickly, and immediately dodged her offensive, jokingly said, Don't you mind? Hearing this, Wanda's entire face turned green. She said she didn't mind the previous incident, but now she can directly kiss her with her tongue. You go too far. After saying that, Wanda chased after her with furious strides. The little cat is angry. Seeing this, Black and Wanda fled forward immediately. These two. Oh. Li Zi looked helplessly at the two witches, one in front of the other, touched the lips and teeth of the kissed one, and aftertaste carefully. It seemed that her taste was also good. Come back to God. Li Zi didn't watch the two chase, but looked at the destroyed church. He suddenly remembered that when they arrived here, they found an energy fluctuation. Could it be an illusion too? Try it, if it's really an illusion, it might be. With a big wave of Li Zi's hand, the black aura filled the air, and the church turned into ashes and scattered, presenting a real teaching appearance. It has become a ruin in front of me, it is extremely dark, broken stones are everywhere, and there is a smell of dust everywhere. What they destroyed before was the church in the environment, which is somewhat different from the real church. The illusion of these believers is so strong, I somewhat underestimate them. Li Zi stared at the dilapidated ruins in front of him, and couldn't help being surprised. Before that, they didn't find any traces, they just noticed the existence of energy. But that energy was not obvious, so they didn't notice it at the first time. You stop for me. However, at this moment, Wanda's panting voice came, and the two turned back after fighting. After Wanda calmed down, she was a little surprised when she saw the scene in front of her. Li, this doesn't seem to be the church from before. You just saw it now. The dark witch glanced at her, but I had already seen it. Just blow it up, You should have seen it early. Why didn't you say it before? Wanda frowned, not believing what she said at all. Even if the real church is presented, there is no threat to us, so I will not say it. The Dark Witch said calmly. These things are just tricks to her, and they can't get into her eyes. Otherwise, relying on her strength, it is enough to easily destroy everything here. It's normal. The chaos force on the two of you has attributes that affect reality. It doesn't matter if you say it or not. Li Zi shook his head, didn't worry about it, and looked at the Dark Witch. I'm wondering, did that nightmare guy follow me? Shouldn't be. Those apostles' abilities are too weak. Maybe even Meng didn't even know about the existence of these apostles. The Dark Witch analyzed the current situation. The nightmare guy is also a dimension Mephisto, with a huge apostle base under him, so he might not pay attention to these little guys. What you said also makes sense. Li Zi nodded, agreeing with this sentence very much. Nightmare is powerful. If only sending out these few magicians can make things happen, then just choose to reuse them. There is no need to waste too much time. The most important thing is, judging from the strength of these magicians, they are really too weak, even if they want to help Nightmare. But in the eyes of others, it has become a bad thing. In short, don't worry too much. Nightmare is staring at you. If you do something, you shouldn't choose this time. Judging from the plan implemented by those people, maybe Nightmare wants to use this to test your strength. Means. The Dark Witch said word by word. Although this possibility is slim, at least it is better than sitting still. Nightmare chose to attack, and it also proved that it is not too late to test first before making a move. I also noticed that before those people died, I tried to capture some of their memories, but found nothing. This may also be the means of Nightmare against them. Li Zi thought carefully, his eyes moved slightly. Thinking of Carrot's death last time, he became more firm in his actions towards those people. Or maybe it was the mist bomb deliberately thrown by Nightmare, making them deeply trapped in it, unable to realize their true intentions. I said you were all analyzing there, don't you have the heart to leave me alone? Seeing that the two of them were discussing things, Wang Wo suddenly felt a burst of displeasure. You are so pretty, how can I have the heart to leave you alone? Li Zi saw her emotions and touched her head. You remember to study the Dark God book well, and we will go home together later. As for the church, I have already called the Heavenly Sword Bureau to inform them that there is magic left. I'm planning to come over to deal with the scene. Wanda was slightly taken aback when she heard this, but I just called Shield. She was worried that there was still danger here, so in order to deal with the aftermath in time, she worriedly called Shield. It's estimated that there will be a good show to watch. Shield and Tianjin Bureau come to investigate, and the two sides will definitely turn upside down. Li Zi couldn't help but smile wryly when he thought of that scene. Now the Heavenly Sword Bureau is the strongest organization on Earth. If Shield knows that the other side is also joining, wouldn't it be mad? Especially when I think of Nick Fury's attitude, I don't even have to think about it. For them, they will not allow the other party to intervene too much in this matter. Should the two organizations join forces? After hearing this, Wanda couldn't help feeling puzzled. No, both organizations have their own action plan. The Heavenly Sword Bureau thinks that they are no better than Shield, but this kind of thing belongs to them. On the other hand, Shield is different. They don't care about your reasons. Superior. Li Zi explained patiently. I get it, the two organizations really do have their own style of doing things. Wanda couldn't help complaining. Leave them alone, let's go back first. Li Zi shook his head. Anyway, I don't have a good impression of Shield and Tianjunju, and it's annoying to be entangled. This call is to avoid more troublesome things. After all, the supernatural fluctuations that are happening now must have been detected by them. Instead of waiting for them to come to your door, call them first and let them know. Anyway, it's not a big delay for a phone call. Well, it's getting late, I have to go back and take a shower. Wanda nodded. She hasn't finished her bath yet. Do you want to wash together? The Dark Witch raised her eyebrows aside. While going, who wants to wash with you? I'm not Lily. The three of them walked towards the apartment side by side. Instead of flying directly with magic, they walked slowly through the woods. The secluded woods always give people a feeling of tranquility and comfort. Soon after, the three returned to the apartment. Wanda wants to take a bath, but the Dark Witch has to borrow their bathroom to take a bath. Originally, she was thinking of having a couple bath with Li Zi, but it seems that this matter can only be postponed. She's such a bad thing. Wanda watched the back of the Dark Witch walking into the bathroom, and couldn't help but sulk. She can accept the Dark Witch kissing Li Zi now, but definitely accepts them taking a shower together. At least not yet. It's okay, there will be many opportunities in the future. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Li Zi quickly comforted her. Ever since the two of them were bumped into by the Dark Witch last time, they have been in a bad mood. Not only Wanda, but even himself is not much better. Such a good atmosphere was actually destroyed by the other party. Who can be happy? With her here, there will be no next chance. Although Wanda knew that Li Zi was comforting herself, she was still a little angry inside. What a great opportunity that was, just one step away, being able to share the bathroom with Li. Li Zi looked at her and didn't speak, just shook his head with a smile. Soon, Wanda walked directly towards the balcony of the bathroom, and also started to pack the spare clothes. Well, the two witches take turns to take a bath, I have to wait. Li Zi felt helpless. Because it will be his turn only after the two of them have taken a shower. What a torment. Helpless to helpless. But the image of the two witches lying on the sofa wearing faint pajamas immediately appeared in Li Zi's mind after taking a bath, and he couldn't help but tremble. In particular, the figures of the two witches have their own advantages and disadvantages, separated by a layer of tulle. Let the air become strange for no reason, and a burst of heart-pounding sweetness permeates the air. Those eyes with spring water made Li Zi feel a little bit angry. No, I'm afraid something will happen if I continue to think about it. Li Zi quickly stopped imagining and shook his head frantically. For a long time, the two witches finished washing one after another, and walked out of the bathroom, already wrapped in hazy pajamas. The bathroom was filled with white mist like a fairyland, and it was almost impossible to see what it was like. Is this going in and taking a shower? Seeing the scene inside, Li Zi shook his head helplessly. Simply take off the clothes on your body, and walk in with the things you have used. On the sofa, the two witches sat together, took out the earphones they had prepared, and played beautiful songs on their phones. Listen to this. Wanda switched to another song, and the ethereal and beautiful song sounded again in the earphones. This song is pretty good, I can't tell, but your singing is very unique. Dark Wanda's alluring face stared at her. You keep listening, it's my favorite song. Wanda went on to say that they did not disagree this time, perhaps because they had the same experience, or they were the same person of the other party, and their taste in listening to music was roughly the same. Not much difference. It's my turn, come and listen to me. The Dark Witch then switched to an English song, and the quiet melody sounded faintly in the earphones. I feel that your song is a bit similar to mine, what's the matter? Wanda was a little surprised and couldn't help asking. Maybe it's because of our other self, so the songs of the other party are almost the same. The Dark Witch said softly, and she lay back and leaned comfortably on the sofa. Wanda looked at her quietly. For some reason, at some point, she always felt that the distance between the two was getting closer. From the beginning of a hostile relationship, it developed into strangers bickering with each other, and then to friends with mutual telepathy. These little changes made her feel that she didn't really hate the Dark Witch. When she regained her senses, she found that the other party had been immersed in the melodious singing, stood up cautiously, and quietly ran to the door of the bathroom. Maybe it was because she was too fascinated, or the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. The other party didn't notice anything strange. Boom boom boom. Wanda knocked on the door. Suddenly, the door is open. The sound of water splashing, the water flowing freely in the bathroom, the white mist lingering, and the temperature also rose rapidly at this time. Witch, what are you doing? Li Zi poked out half of his head, gasping for breath, and the base of his ears turned slightly red. Why did you take so long in the shower? Wanda looked at him, frowned slightly, and asked without answering. It's nothing, you must wash your body after taking a shower. Li Zi shook his head, and then asked again, you go out first, I will come out after taking a shower. As he was speaking, he was about to close the door when suddenly a hand blocked it. It's Wanda. She didn't speak, she leaned forward and sniffed carefully. Why do I smell a familiar smell? Stay away from me, don't get too close. Li Zi was a little embarrassed, and immediately tried to persuade her, but his body shrank inward. Because the witch at the moment is wearing a thin pajamas, close to a few minutes, you can have a panoramic view of the scenery inside, like a very ripe red apple, very attractive. Don't worry about, she is listening to a song and can't hear us. Wanda thought that Li Zi was worried about the Dark Witch coming, so she whispered. But when she said this, suddenly realizing something, his face became inexplicably ashamed. I am a genuine girlfriend after all, why would I say such things? And these words give people the feeling that she is the shady mistress, and she has to do everything secretly for fear of being bumped into by others. After Li Zi heard it, she stretched her head forward, looked at the sofa, and found that the Dark Witch was listening to the song with headphones on, seemingly immersed in it. If you come in, she won't be able to hear you. After finishing speaking, Li Zi opened the door wide, and pulled Wanda in the chest. Wait, Li, you. What are you doing? Wanda panicked. Don't mess around, she's still outside, if she rushes in later, no one can stop her. The reason why she didn't dare was because the other party was also there. If she heard any trouble, the Dark Witch would appear directly in front of the two of them just like last time, which would be embarrassing. And as long as she doesn't cross the line, neither will the Dark Witch, she knows this very well. Don't worry, isn't she listening to music outside now? She won't know what we are doing in the bathroom for a while. Li Zi raised her chin and smiled. Besides, wouldn't it be more exciting in this atmosphere and the feeling of being discovered at any time? After hearing this, Wanda's expression changed slightly. Li, are you crazy? You actually have such a perverted idea. If she didn't know Li Zi, she would even suspect that the other party is not the real Li Zi. How could such perverted thoughts come out of the other party's mouth? Don't you want to try? Li Zi closed the bathroom door with one hand. The diffuse mist became thicker, and the blurred faces also turned reddish under the effect of the mist. The atmosphere was ambiguous to the extreme, but we may be discovered at any time. Wanda's cheeks were smeared with a blush, which was more obvious under the rich air. Don't worry, I will take it lightly, not to mention she is wearing earphones, so she can't hear the sound inside. No matter how bad it is, there will be the sound of water. Li Zi said in a deep voice. Wanda has some hesitation. Really cannot but finish this sentence. She regretted it again, because the atmosphere in the bathroom had already been achieved. His eyes glanced at the foggy bathroom, which seemed to be covered with a layer of haze. Men and women shared the same bathroom. She looked at Li Zi's handsome face and couldn't help swallowing. It would be a lie to say that I don't want to. Besides, it seems really exciting. The sound of water splashing became louder and louder, and the mist spread in the entire bathroom, covering every corner. The hot body became extremely hot, and the breathing of the two became heavier. The glass on all sides is covered with white mist, as if snowflakes have stuck to it, adding some warmth. Thick mist filled the entire bathroom space. Slap. Keeping Wanda's hands lowered to the door with big hands, as the position slowly approached, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. Li, don't. Wanda wanted to struggle for a while, but found that Li Zi was so strong that she couldn't move at all. Shush, don't talk. Li Zi wrapped her other hand around her slender waist and pulled it closer. Her warm foreheads clashed against each other. The two eyes met each other, and at this moment, they could feel each other's panting. The water splashed down, and the splashed water droplets hit their bodies, which was a little more tempting. A rare opportunity, don't you want to try? Li Zi stared at her with clear eyes, and water dripped from her hair, which made Wanda feel a little hotter. I think. Wanda's cheeks were flushed, her voice was like a mosquito, and her heart beat faster like a deer. Then, she raised her head slightly to look at Li Zi's face. The clear and handsome face, the sharp-edged jaw, and those eyes are as deep as magic, as if the stars are hidden deep in the sky. Although he is an Oriental, his overall appearance has a three-dimensional sense of European and American style, like the son of a wealthy family with extraordinary appearance. The corners of Li Zi's mouth twitched slightly. What are you thinking? Wanda's pretty face turned even redder, and she wanted to avoid his gaze, but she always looked at him subconsciously. Looking at the face close at hand, she suddenly had an inexplicable impulse. It's okay to look handsome, but those clear eyes give people a bewitching feeling. The water droplets dripped onto her face, and the pair of eyes began to become blurred, and she moved closer to her body again. At this moment, she heard the sound of the other person's heart beating. What's wrong with me? Wanda's pretty face was as hot as a red apple, and she wanted to continue to struggle, but she was still held very tightly, and there was no room for her to break free. I have to say that Li Zi's appearance is indeed very attractive, not to mention her. I guess the Dark Witch may not be able to withstand it. The heavy panting became louder and louder, looking at the handsome face in front of her. Just as Wanda was about to speak, the other party had already leaned her head against the top speed. Woo. Wanda resisted very much, but those huge and powerful palms hugged her whole body. She couldn't resist at all. Well. Her beautiful eyes widened and wanted to resist, but she quickly sank down. At this moment, her cheeks are extremely rosy, her beautiful eyes are blurred, and she is so beautiful. Just as Wanda continues to enjoy the wonderful touch. Suddenly at this moment, feeling a hand move a little from the lower abdomen, he suddenly woke up and pushed the opponent away. Not now, she's still outside. If she does it here, she won't be able to accept it. Wanda shook her head vigorously to deny him such a thought. If you eat the forbidden fruit by yourself, if that kind of voice spreads, the other party will definitely rush over, and the situation will be embarrassing at that time. What are you thinking about? Even if I want to do it here, I don't have enough time. Li Zi was speechless after hearing this. With that kind of thing, how can a real man decide the battle in 10 minutes? If so, it would be too embarrassing for a man. What's more, he is still a serious man, and he has to say 7 or 8 times at least. Then what do you want to do? After listening to the explanation, Wanda couldn't help asking. I'll just touch it and try it out, Li Zi said solemnly. Wanda was speechless, gave him a blank look, straightened her messy pajamas, and hurriedly opened the door and walked out. Li Zi was left alone in a daze, and then he reacted and subconsciously licked his wet lips. The taste of the two is really different. At that time, Wanda came outside, looked around, and found that the dark witch was still sitting on the original sofa, listening to music with her back to the bathroom. She was relieved. Fortunately, the other party didn't notice the difference. Fortunately, I didn't do that in the bathroom just now, otherwise it would be troublesome to be discovered by the dark witch. Etc. How could I say such a thing? She is obviously the real girlfriend. It always feels like cheating. Thinking of this, Wanda felt a little uncomfortable. When thinking, suddenly felt a pat on the back, turned around and found that it was Li Zi who had showered and changed clothes. Aren't you still in the shower? Wanda was the first to ask, brows slightly embarrassed. Who would spend half a day in the bathroom? Li Zi smiled and teased. Definitely, the main reason is that you are missing your important soul, and the taste is lost by half. Stop talking, I think you are a big pervert. Wanda poked his forehead and said angrily. After finishing speaking, the whole person walked forward, Li Zi followed behind, and the two came to the sofa and sat down. Seeing the two of them, the dark witch slowly took off the earphones, and calmly said, Did you just now? No, I was doing something else just now. When Wanda heard it, she hurriedly shook her head and denied it. Her expression remained unchanged, and she was actually panicking. Now she can't show her feet and keep calm, otherwise it will be miserable if she is forced out by the other party. Are you really sure? The dark witch stared at the two of them and asked unhurriedly. After saying this, the whole person appeared in the vacated position on the right side of Li Zi in a second. Why? Do you want to be together too? Li Zi stared at her beautiful face and couldn't help asking. Hiss. And then at this moment, suddenly feeling pain in his waist, Li Zi glanced at Wanda next to him from the corner of his eye, and immediately reacted. Immediately afterwards, Wanda's cold eyes stared at him, as if warning him not to talk nonsense. If Li Zi accidentally revealed it to the dark witch, she was really afraid that this crazy woman would rape him. The dark witch is becoming more and more borderless. Suddenly, thinking of the last time they kissed, although they were angry, they didn't seem to be in conflict with each other's Ng's enthusiasm. Definitely thought about it, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The dark witch blinked her beautiful eyes, looking forward to him. Stop dreaming. Watch a movie in peace from now on. Li Zi picked up the remote control on the sofa, completely ignoring what she just said. You really whet your appetite. The dark witch curled her lips and turned her head aside. Li, if you want to watch a movie, it's better to watch a road movie, that movie is good. At this time, Wanda leaned over and suggested. This type of film is good looking, just the three of us watching it just right. The dark witch nodded, agreeing to her proposal. Watch a movie? Why does it sound a bit weird? Can you use the right word? Li Zi was speechless, but he didn't say much. He didn't have much opinion on this type of movie. Anyway, it's time to pass the boring time. It's good to watch movies with the two witches. Soon. At the request of the two witches, Li Zi opened the movie library, found a relatively warm road movie, and then clicked to play. If not, you will feel sleepy after watching the movie later. The wind is a little cool. Wanda, who was sitting on the left, frowned slightly, and waved her big hand. A clean blanket appeared in her hand, and covered herself and Li Zi with it. Li, just got out of the shower, don't catch a cold. After Wanda almost finished covering it for him, he stuck on it like a kitten. This blanket is not thin, and it can well insulate the cool wind blowing in autumn. You don't give me such a big blanket. Seeing this, the dark witch frowned slightly, a little displeased. What do you mean? It's not interesting, I want to cover myself to find it. Wanda glanced at her, looked away, and didn't want to talk to her at all. I don't want to go because I think it's beautiful. After finishing speaking, the dark witch immediately grabbed the blanket and pulled it towards her. Before she knew it, the blanket that was originally of the same length grew a bit longer. That's it. Seeing the lengthening of the blanket, the dark witch nodded in satisfaction. Then he covered himself with the blanket, and immediately leaned towards Li Zi. I can't watch movies like this. Feeling the warmth and softness from both sides, Li Zi felt quite helpless. The two witches leaned over together, smelling the body fragrance from both sides. Suddenly, he didn't want to watch the movie anymore. Who can stand this attitude? I don't care, let her go. The two witches said in unison, ignoring his words at all. You. The two witches turned their heads slightly and glared at each other angrily, don't talk like me. Seeing that the two started arguing again, Li Zi shook his head and didn't intervene. I don't know how long it has been. The living room became quiet, and the two witches stopped arguing. Li Zi leaned back against the sofa, with the two of them leaning on the left and right sides. He smelled a faint fragrance from the tip of his nose, which made him a little dazed. With a helpless smile, Li Zi's mind is not on the movie at all now, but the two witches are close to each other, and they no longer have the mood to watch movies. As everyone knows, the two witches enjoyed the warmth brought by this moment very much. Especially in the cool weather, after taking a shower to get rid of the exhaustion, lying on the sofa, watching a movie with the one you like, and covering yourself with a warm blanket is undoubtedly the ultimate enjoyment. Watching the movie seemed a bit boring, so the two moved their positions respectively, lay down on their sides, and put their heads on Li Zi's lap like a headrest. You don't want me to concentrate on watching movies. Seeing this scene, Li Zi was both helpless and funny. Facing the pincer attack of the two witches, I was in no mood to watch a movie now. Suddenly, he began to carefully observe the differences between the two witches. I found that apart from the difference in temperament, the two people are almost the same in terms of stature, and some scenery is as big as it should be, and you can see the deep gap inside just by glancing at it from the corner of the eye. Perhaps the dark witch is more mature. Looking carefully, her figure is more charming and plump than Wanda. Her enchanting body twists and turns from time to time, and every frame is the ultimate temptation. But at this moment, the dark witch happened to turn her head, her beautiful eyes blinked, and the two looked at each other, as if the world had stopped at this moment. Do I look good? The dark witch said softly. Ahem. Li Zi realized the embarrassment and hurriedly looked away. Seeing this, the dark witch smiled. You can watch it if you want, but I didn't say that you won't be allowed to watch it. What's the matter? When Wanda, who was watching a movie, heard this, she immediately felt displeased. Li, would you rather watch her than me? Li Zi felt a little helpless. What's the matter? I can read both of them. There is no way, the bowl of water must be leveled, otherwise no witch will be happy. See all? After hearing this, the dark witch immediately teased. Li, I can't see it. You have to look at the pot while eating from the bowl. It's really ambitious, but I like it. What are you talking about? Go watch your movie. Li Zi was speechless, so he quickly interrupted her, otherwise he would lose face if he continued to let her continue. Li, the movie is not good, I prefer to watch you. The dark witch stared straight at Li Zi with her beautiful eyes, and said softly. Don't look. When Wanda on the left heard this, she panicked. I'll just watch, anyway, you can't control me. The dark witch smiled and squeezed inside, her head almost touching the base of her thigh. I just said, can you stop making trouble? Li Zi felt the temperature from the base of his thigh, and his face was slightly ugly. There is still a Wanda here. That's right, stop making trouble, haha. Wanda next to him also nodded in agreement. At the moment, she felt a little more sleepy and poked the corner of her eye. Li, I'm a little sleepy. Wanda stretched out her hand weakly to grab Li Zi's neck, and glared at the dark witch angrily. Don't watch it. Just watch your movie if you want to watch it. Then get a good night's sleep. Li Zi said softly, and wrapped his arms around her with his right hand, and Wanda snuggled into his arms. The dark witch didn't continue to make trouble, she moved her position again, put her head on her lap, and watched the movie seriously. Ding, ding, ding. At this time, the hypnotic ability-like background music melody sounded in the movie, echoing faintly throughout the living room, ethereal and pleasant. The sun shines in from the window, the air blows a burst of coolness, and the wind chimes on the top of the door sway slightly. The curtains moved upon hearing the sound, fluttering up and down with the cool wind, and the sound of crickets also sounded at the moment, bringing unique peace and harmony to the whole town. The atmosphere in the entire living room has become particularly warm. There is no worry and irritability, and complex thoughts are thrown away, only the melodious rhythms come and go. It would be great if it could last forever, don't you think? Li Zi looked at the scenery outside the window, lowered his head slightly, and found that the two witches closed their beautiful eyes, and fell into a drowsy sleep. It's finally quieter. Looking at the beautiful faces of the two, Li Zi could even hear their breaths, calm and sweet. Looking out of the window again, both of them were tired after the busy time. Especially after going through a series of things, even though they were originally magicians and scarlet witches, under the high-intensity operation, Iron Man couldn't bear the troubles. The next day. The sky was dark, there was a lot of smog in the air, and the cold wind howled, making the whole living room shiver. Li Zi's eyelids moved, and he opened his eyes in a daze, feeling the softness on his body. I actually fell asleep last night, and the movie was not turned off. Li Zi glanced at the video that was still playing, opened the blanket, adjusted the positions of the two of them slightly, got up and left the sofa. Coming to the window, looking at the empty town outside, he took a deep breath. Under the autumn wind blowing last night, even he himself couldn't resist the drowsiness, so the two fell asleep while embracing each other. 5 o'clock. I guess they are still sleeping, so they probably won't get up early. After Li Zi finished speaking, he yawned and stood by the window, blowing the cool breeze, trying to dispel his drowsiness. After a while, the drowsiness dissipated, and I was a little more awake. It's still early, just to perfect the previous magic. Li Zi turned and left, came to the study, cast a spell and landed on the door just like last time. The reason for doing this is not to be afraid of 10,000, but just in case. After finishing everything, Li Zi started. The whole room lit up with a ray of light, which illuminated the room extremely brightly in just an instant, and with a bang, a steady stream of golden magic gathered on the ground. Gradually, the Dragon Ball, which had already taken shape before, was looming. Under the injection of energy, this brilliance became stronger and stronger, and the space was also rippling at this moment. The sky is full of stars like starbursts, covering every corner of the entire study room with brilliance. The Dragon Ball that appeared on the ground gradually became transparent under the influence of countless golden magic, and then the bright golden color emerged, and the stars endowed inside filled the entire space. Just work harder. Seeing this, Li Zi gritted his teeth slightly. His expression did not feel relaxed, but rather difficult. In the next moment, the majestic golden magic gathered from the palm and slapped on the Dragon Ball continuously. In fact, they are condensing into a substantial appearance. Beep bang bang. The infusion of golden magic made these Dragon Balls that wanted to condense into a substance emit bursts of thunderous sounds, which can be heard endlessly. Fortunately, Li Zi set up a magic spell at the door, otherwise the two sleeping witches would definitely be awakened by the sound that exploded just now. Under the blessing of golden magic, the space that was still somewhat dark once again exploded with incomparable brilliance, and the phantoms of the 7 Dragon Balls faintly appeared above the head. If you look carefully, you will be surprised to find that those phantoms have complicated patterns and flowing light. Hours passed. Li Zi stopped the magic injection, and those Dragon Balls still haven't had a substantial change. The difference is that the color is much brighter. Sigh. It's a bit too hasty to create magic in a short period of time. Li Zi withdrew the creation magic, and looked a little melancholy. At least it is something that can make a wish. If it can be easily made, there is no need to waste so much time. However, just as he continued to create magic, bang! There was a burst of noise outside the door. Li Zi glanced at the time, feeling quite helpless. It's 9 o'clock, and the two of them will start fighting again. I'm really worried. Simply put away the creation magic, and with a wave of your hand, the radiance that bloomed in the entire study dissipated and returned to calm. Walking out of the study, Li Zi couldn't help being stunned at a glance. On the sofa in the living room, 2 witches were tugging back and forth, grabbing each other's hair with both hands, and the fragrant shoulders fell off, revealing the white flowers, which was extremely eye-catching. The thighs are particularly bold, directly resting on the twin peaks of the run, trembling is truly beautiful. In addition to the messy scene, the air in the whole living room was filled with a strong body fragrance. The two were still tearing apart, not paying attention to Li Zi who was standing in the study, and the offensive became more aggressive. Ahem. Shouldn't you guys stop? Li Zi coughed lightly. He knew that the scene would get even more out of control. Hearing Li Zi's voice, the two who were fighting noticed, and immediately pulled away, panting and putting on their clothes. Li, what's the matter with you? Wanda asked first, showing a smile. At the moment, her hair was disheveled and her clothes were wrinkled, as if she had just experienced a real battle. Heard your movement, can you not come out? Li Zi looked at the two speechlessly. Even though he himself heard it inside, it seemed as if the world had been destroyed. Now that you see it, how do you feel? The Dark Witch smiled, and picked up the private sticker on the ground in a calm manner. I feel like you two are like sisters, Li Zi said helplessly. After getting along for this period of time, the two did have some similarities. I didn't know that. I thought they were twin sisters. Why? Do you think it's more exciting? The Dark Witch teased, with a charming smile on her face. Aside, it's absolutely nothing. After hearing this, Li Zi immediately yelled at her. This woman thinks about that aspect every day, and doesn't know how to be serious. You think like this, because your thoughts are not pure. Li is very serious, okay. Wanda, who was dressed aside, nodded in agreement. Li Zi couldn't help but feel ashamed, and he didn't know where Wanda learned to say such words against his will. Immediately changed the subject. Witch, how's your magic learning? It's okay. After her teaching last time, I've become a lot more proficient, especially the one about shadows. Wanda Shaw nodded and responded immediately. In terms of magic, the Dark Witch still has the right to speak. Don't worry, she needs time to settle down now. Even if she can learn successfully in the future, she can't learn it overnight right now. The dark witch tossed her hair, and said with a serious face. You say so. Li Zi nodded. You must be hungry, I'll make breakfast. Let me come, you two did it yesterday, I will let you taste my craft today. At this time, the dark witch's face was full of confidence, and she even secretly praised her craft. After finishing speaking, she briefly washed up, then turned around and walked into the kitchen, taking out the prepared ingredients from the refrigerator. I'm looking forward to her cooking skills. Watching the dark witch leave, Li Zi couldn't help being curious. Except for the cooking skills of myself and Wanda, I have never seen the dark witch cook by herself. What to expect from her cooking skills? Wanda glanced in the direction of the kitchen. I'm looking forward to whether she is also talented in cooking. Li Zi explained patiently. Maybe bad or maybe. Wanda pursed her lips and said. Having said that, she is not sure about the other party's culinary skills. Because the other self is exactly the same as myself in many other aspects except for its personality and appearance. Let's look forward to it. After all, she has taken the initiative to cook, and it happens to be able to taste her cooking. Li Zi smiled and reached out to touch Tian's head. Makes sense. Wanda nodded. At this time. Boom boom boom. There's a knock on the door. Who will it be? Wanda was a little puzzled. Go and see, don't you know? After finishing speaking, Li Zi walked quickly to the door and opened the door. That moment. I found two people standing outside the door. One was James Wu from Tianjin Bureau, and the other was an unknown agent. But the logo on the man's clothes was recognized. That is the symbol of belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems that Tianjin Bureau and S.H.I.E.L.D. came to the door at the same time. What are you doing here? Li Zi frowned slightly. Facing these two organizations, he was not so easy to talk to. Just because of some trivial matters, then there is no need to talk about it. It turns out that people from Tianjin Bureau and S.H.I.E.L.D. are here. Where's Nick Fury? Why didn't you see anyone else? Wanda appeared behind him and asked with a puzzled face, but looked around, but couldn't find Nick Fury. You two raised so many questions as soon as you came up, can you go in and talk about it? James Wu said helplessly. I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I was sent by the director. Another strange man briefly introduced himself. No, you two didn't say anything, just wanted to come in, there is no door. Li Zi shook his head and immediately refused. If you have something to do, just talk about it here, otherwise please go. For the two organizations, he really didn't want to waste time on these people. The most important thing is that there is still a witch staying inside. If these people are caught, there will be a lot of trouble at that time. He doesn't do headaches. It's okay, you informed us to go to the scene to deal with it yesterday, and found nothing else, what's going on? James Wu asked suspiciously. When they went to the church, it was already in ruins and nothing was found. They had no choice but to bring someone to Li Zi to inquire about the specific situation. This kind of matter is relatively serious, and if it cannot be handled properly, it may cause follow-up troubles. Li, you somewhat disrespect me. Why did you let the Heavenly Sword Bureau intervene in that matter? Before Li Zi could speak. At this time, Nick Fury's voice rang in his ears. Li Zi followed the sound and found that it was the intercom in the hands of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. If you're just trying to get your people to deliver this bullshit, then don't waste my time. Li Zi was speechless. Do any of these things have anything to do with the two? The answer is negative. Your S.H.I.E.L.D. can't compete with the other party, so what's the calendar? Moreover, I only called the Heavenly Sword Bureau to deal with it at the beginning, and didn't call S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. Fortunately, the mistake of this matter was in turn accused of disrespect. Isn't this ridiculous? Asked Li. What happened to that incident? After we arrived at the church, there was no magic residue? S.H.I.E.L.D. agent received the order and immediately conveyed this sentence to Li Zi. That's something you should deal with. I'm not a servant of your S.H.I.E.L.D. Simply telling you that there is magic there is already doing your best. After Li Zi finished listening, he said something in a deep voice. Ahem, don't get me wrong, the reason we came here today is something else. At this time, James Wu spoke. Don't talk nonsense, just say it, don't waste time. Li Zi said a little impatiently. The two looked at each other and told each other what happened recently. It turns out that the recent situation is not optimistic. There are a large number of sleepwalking disappearances, because the impact of this incident is very serious. So the superiors sent them to investigate this matter, but until now they have not had a good idea. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but in the process of investigation, Tianjin Bureau accidentally discovered that S.H.I.E.L.D. is also ready to investigate this matter. Maybe it's a competitive relationship, or something else. As a result, the two organizations acted together. After receiving the notice from Li Zi and Wanda, they hurried to the location of the church, checked it briefly, and found no suspicious traces. In the end, I had no choice but to come and find Li Zi, hoping to learn the specific situation from the other party. In order to thoroughly investigate this matter as soon as possible, the Heavenly Sword Bureau and Shield also put their lives to the test. Li Zi complained inwardly, these days, even the agent organization has started to compete for performance. This is true no one else. I'm not very clear about the situations you mentioned, and you should investigate the rest by yourself. Li Zi shook his head, and didn't intend to explain too much, because he didn't have a strong interest in these events either. Don't be like this matter has already had a chain reaction, if it can't be resolved immediately, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. When James Wu heard this, he immediately panicked, and his tone was a little pleading. In his opinion, Li Zi should be aware of one of them, but he just doesn't want to reveal it. That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. Li Zi said lightly, then his expression became gloomy, if you bother me again, I'll throw you into the sea and feed the fish. Click. Li Zi turned back to the room and closed the door. Seeing this, the two people outside the door smiled bitterly in their hearts, so they could only leave here first. They never doubted what the other said. If the other party refuses to say it, that is also a matter of no choice. Li, isn't Tianjian followed by Shield and Agent Activist? Why do I have to ask you? At this time, Wanda next to him couldn't help asking. When we were in the church, you and I notified the Heavenly Sword Bureau and Shield respectively. If they came to the door, they must have known that I dealt with those cult believers. They thought sleepwalkers. The disappearance has something to do with it. Li Zi explained patiently, so that's how it is. After listening, Wanda nodded. Don't think too much, the witch's breakfast should be ready, let's go there. After speaking, Li Zi brought Wanda to the living room, and just as he expected, there was a delicious breakfast in front of him, which was especially rich. I can smell the fragrance from a long way away, your cooking skills are not bad. Li Zi came over and sat down, couldn't help admiring. Let me just say, my cooking skills are also very good, try it. The Dark Witch served a bowl to Li Zi respectively. What about mine? Wanda pouted. I want to eat it myself, isn't that what you said? The Dark Witch was not used to her at all, and began to savor it carefully. Wanda was at a loss for words, and her face immediately collapsed. It's a good reincarnation, and now it's her turn to be angry. You wait for me. After leaving a word, Wanda got up and walked to the kitchen alone with the bowl. Soon, a bowl of warm lean meat porridge was brought over. Eat slowly, the porridge is very soupy. Li Zi looked at Wanda who was about to move her mouth, and reminded her aloud. No need to remind her, she will do it herself. The Dark Witch blew off the heat from the lean meat porridge, and said suddenly. You. Wanda felt angry, and immediately picked up the porridge. Li, blow it for me. Li, you can play for me too. The Dark Witch is not to be outdone either. The two are like two volcanoes that are about to erupt, ready to erupt at any time. Can you all eat well, because don't mess around during the day. This made Li Zi feel a slight headache, and a sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. Why can't you have a peaceful breakfast? After hearing this, the two secretly glared at each other angrily, then stopped arguing and ate obediently. Seeing this scene, Li Zi breathed a sigh of relief. He even wondered sometimes, what would happen if the two witches didn't listen to him. He didn't dare to think about it. Time passed little by little. The three of them put down the bowls and chopsticks in their hands, in a low tone. After breakfast, they need to slow down. Li, we're bored these days anyway, I suggest we go to the hot spring manor later, how about it? At this time, the Dark Witch looked at Li Zi with anticipation. The hot spring manor. Just so I need to relax, I feel my back hurts. Wanda squirmed. This seems to work. Li Zi was stunned after hearing this, it seemed that the hot spring hadn't been soaked yet. If the Dark Witch didn't mention it, she would almost forget it. Take a hot spring. Li Zi was stunned for a moment, and then quickly agreed, no problem, but the time will be a bit later, if it's too early, I guess the hot spring hasn't opened yet. Then it's decided. The two witches nodded, and there was no dispute. The premise of soaking in hot springs is definitely something that needs to be prepared. Thinking of this, Wanda came to her senses, then I'll go and pack my clothes. Turned around and left here, trotting towards the room. Soon, Wanda took out a more conservative purple swimsuit from the room. Li, does this swimsuit look good? Why don't you prepare, before wearing it? Seeing this scene, Li Zi felt puzzled and couldn't help asking. I don't want it, the previous one exposed too much. Wanda shook her head like a rattle, but isn't that your favorite style? Li Zi did not answer the question. Anyway, it's not okay. When Wanda heard this, she immediately rejected it sternly. At this time, the Dark Witch waved her hand, and a black and revealing swimsuit appeared in her hand. She smiled charmingly. Don't worry, she won't wear it, then I'll show you it, it's still black. Seeing this, Li Zi's pupils widened slightly. This black swimsuit exposed too much. What kind of visual feast would it be if the Dark Witch wore it? Before he could speak, Wanda got angry immediately. What's the matter? I want to wear it too. Didn't you say you don't like wearing them? The Dark Witch couldn't help teasing. I want to wear it again now. Why, don't you wear it for me? Wanda looked at her coldly like a jealous kitten. How dare you? You can wear it as long as you want. Anyway, my body is not as good as mine. The Dark Witch spread her hands and shrugged. I'm not as good as you. Wanda was even angrier when she heard this. Are you afraid that land has fallen? As she spoke, she immediately held her head high and stood up straight like a wave. What do you say? The Dark Witch cast a glance at her, and faced her as well. She stood upright, like a flower bud about to bloom, round and round, more three-dimensional. It's noisy again, it's just a hot spring. Li Zi shook his head helplessly. Not long after, the two bickered endlessly, eventually both stopped, and then started arguing again. But it ushered in a great benefit. I don't know if it's because of the Dark Witch, Wanda agreed to put on the long-lost swimsuit God of War. Stop arguing. Take advantage of this free time. Wanda, hurry up and learn the Dark God book. Otherwise don't worry about soaking in the hot spring. Li Zi's eyes fell on Wanda. I see. Wanda glanced at Li Zi, showing an innocent expression. Before turning around, she still glared at her angrily. Go quickly, children should read more books. The Dark Witch smiled and couldn't stop teasing. Don't laugh, you go to tutor her too, there are still many things she hasn't mastered yet. Li Zi set his sights on the Dark Witch again. Soaking in a hot spring is one thing, but working hard to practice the Dark Divine Book is another, and the two should not be confused. After all, a few months later, they will have to fight against unknown enemies, and they must not be underestimated. When the Dark Witch heard this, her laughter stopped abruptly. How about getting acquainted with her first, and I will tutor her when I study the next chapter. Go quickly. Li Zi didn't answer her question and looked serious. Can't I go? The Dark Witch spread her hands and said helplessly. Turned around and walked into the room to tutor Wanda. After the two went in, Li Zi looked at the time and it was still early. Why not book a suite online during this time? Coming to the sofa alone, Li Zi opened an app. There are a bunch of hotels near the Hot Spring Manor on the above, and the prices are reasonable. Isn't there a better suite? Li Zi frowned slightly, and slid down, the more those rooms with ridiculously low prices. It seems cheap, but the quality of the suite is actually not good. This year, things like this still happen. Li Zi shook his head, then looked again, and finally found a suite that he was satisfied with. After simply filling in the information, he immediately placed an order to buy it. These suites still need to be snapped up quickly, otherwise the Hot Spring Manor will be sold out in an instant with so many people. After finishing everything, Li Zi felt sleepy for a while, and fell asleep on the comfortable sofa. In the blink of an eye, the time came to the afternoon. Pat. Two witches came out one after another. Teaching you is really tiring. The Dark Witch rolled her eyes and couldn't help but complain. I want you to counsel, don't be sentimental. Wanda retorted. She looked over and found that Li Zi was sleeping on the sofa, and ran over immediately. Li, wake up, don't sleep, it's almost time. I'm looking forward to soaking in the hot spring. Why are you in such a hurry, rushing to reincarnate? The Dark Witch at the side saw this scene and said abruptly. I want you to manage. Wanda ignored her at all, but shook Li Zi slightly. Don't worry, are your things packed? Li Zi opened his eyes in a daze, looked at the time again, and found that it was already afternoon. It's almost there, I'll be waiting for you. Wanda looked at him angrily. Okay, I'll get ready. Li Zi was helpless and funny, then got up and packed the necessities. Half an hour later, the three of them packed up their things and drove to the hot spring villa in the north of the town. A cool breeze blows, and there is a burst of freshness in the air. In the car. Li Zi was driving the car, and the two witches sat in the co-pilot in the back seat respectively. Why can't I take the co-pilot? The Dark Witch in the back seat was a little dissatisfied. Who made you bully me all the time? Wanda snorted coldly. That's because you are too easy to bully, the Dark Witch said casually. You. When Wanda heard this, she immediately lost her temper and was about to fight back. Be quiet, both of you. Li Zi's tone became more serious, and he shook his head helplessly. They haven't arrived at the hot spring villa yet, and the two started arguing again. Wouldn't they have a falling out when they actually went there? Without much thought, Li Zi speeded up, and a small silver car quickly disappeared into the setting sun. Evening. Hot Spring Villa. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the dim night enveloped the villa, and bursts of coolness swept over. The hot spring emits faint waves, like a crystal-clear mirror, reflecting every face of Yi Yi's brilliance. The moonlight is shining, and the stars all over the sky are reflected in the spring water, like stars shining incomparably, without any flaws. Why are there so few people in the hot spring villa? Wanda looked at it and found that there were very few people bathing in the hot springs, and her eyes were a little puzzled. It's not the peak tourist season yet, so the passenger flow will naturally recover after a while. Li Zi explained briefly and led the two of them inside. Because the suite was booked in advance in the morning, it saved a lot of trivia. The three of Li Zi came to the front desk. "Hi, I made an appointment online in advance." "Okay, please show the appointment information." After a brief look, there was no mistake, and the front desk handed a key to Li Zi. "If you're right, you should be staying in a guest room." Li Zi walked towards the door according to the information on the appointment. When the three of them left, the receptionist still looked at the two witches meaningfully. This young man is full of energy. Li Zi didn't take him to heart at all. Soon. With the keycard, I came to a room, opened the door and found that it was the same room I had been in before. Taking a glance, Li Zi was surprised. What a coincidence. This room is where Venom and Eddie came and appeared in the room next to him. Walking into the suite, there is a large bed inside, which can almost accommodate 3 or 4 people. Looking out of Li Zi, the French windows and doors are an open-air hot spring, and the boiling heat permeates the whole room. There are various plant decorations around, which are a little more fresh and make people feel comfortable. As the temperature rises, the mist that diffuses out seems to be in a fairyland, and the white mist surrounds every corner. In addition, the line of sight expands, surrounded by high stone walls, just like a yantai. They were on the highest 3rd floor. Looking down from the top, they could see white mist rising from the hot spring below, slowly permeating like ancient wolf smoke. Even if you do something here, outsiders can't see the scene inside. The view is wide, the stone walls are everywhere, and the hot springs are filled with white mist. It is undoubtedly the best tourist attraction. I like this big bedroom so much. Suddenly at this moment, the excited voice of the Dark Witch came from behind her, and she jumped directly onto the big bed, stretching her limbs, her face brimming with contentment. "This is mine." Not to be outdone, Wanda jumped onto the big bed like a fish. Fortunately, the big bed has a large area and is extremely flexible. The two witches kept rolling back and forth on it, with joy on their faces. "The bed is almost crushed by you. Come down quickly and change clothes quickly." Turning around, Li Zi put down his luggage and looked at the two witches helplessly. "Do I have to go to the locker room to change clothes?" The Dark Witch looked at him faintly. "Can't you change it here? Anyway, you want to see it? Who wants to look at you? It's really shameless." Wanda was speechless and pulled her out directly. "What are you afraid of? Sooner or later both of us will be his, and sooner or later, isn't it the same?" When approaching the door, the Dark Witch did not forget to say something. Wanda's face was ugly, and she hurriedly covered her mouth to prevent her from talking nonsense. Then he led her to the locker room. "Change here." Li Zi watched the two leave, carefully recalling the words just now, feeling a little irritated. "Forget it. Don't think too much about it." Li Zi came to his senses, shook his head, put aside his distracting thoughts and started tidying his clothes. Over time, the two witches came out together. "Li, we have changed, you can comment on it." Li Zi turned his head. The scene in front of him stunned him in place. The swimsuit worn by Wanda is particularly sexy. The pink sling hangs around her neck. Her shy and expectant look is more like a young girl in her prime, young and sexy. The Dark Witch is wearing a black swimsuit. Her graceful figure is exposed in the air, her beautiful and charming face adds a bit of allure, and her whole body is full of charm and provocation. No matter which one, Li Zi felt that his blood vessels were swollen, and his heartbeat was several times faster than usual. Even the movements of his hands stopped, his eyes widened as he stared at the picture in front of him. "Li, which one of us do you think is better?" While saying this, Wanda lowered her head slightly, both shy and expectant. "Ahem, both of them look good." Slowed down, Li Zi hurriedly opened his mouth, but those eyes didn't move away. "No, you can only choose one." At this moment, the Dark Witch shook her head. "Then what? Both of you are pretty good looking, it's really hard to tell the difference." Li Zi simply perfunctory, then changed the subject. "Have you ever been in a hot spring before?" "No, there was an accident that day, which completely disrupted our plans." Knowing that the other party was referring to Li Zi from another universe, the Dark Witch said with a solemn face. "That is how the matter." Li Zi's expression moved slightly, feeling puzzled. "Because of that person, everything changed." The Dark Witch took a deep breath, recalling that scene, feeling heartbroken and resentful, but helpless. Hearing this, Li Shi was silent. He knew that the person the Dark Witch spoke of was the mysterious person he was about to face in a few months. Don't think too much, everything will be fine. Wanda took the Dark Witch's hand and patted it lightly. She was very aware of the other's feelings, and the most sad thing was losing the touch that would never come back. Don't worry, I'm already content to see you all. The Dark Witch smiled lightly, as if that scene had become a thing of the past. Wanda was also silent, smiling at the other side, not really relieved, but more painful. They are all the same body, except for some differences in some aspects. Other experiences are roughly the same, which allows her to personally experience each other's mood and feelings. Enjoy it right now, don't think too much, you always have to face the unknown. Li Zi looked at her very seriously. I'm well aware of that. The Dark Witch nodded. Since the past cannot be changed, now is the time to enjoy it. Then I'm going to change. Li Zi didn't say much, but stood up with some extra clothes on his hands. I'll go over and change it for you. The Dark Witch's beautiful eyes blinked, faintly expecting. Could you restrain yourself, you'll be so nasty every time. Wanda couldn't stand it any longer, with disdain on her face. You mean that I should restrain myself from Li, but not from you? The Dark Witch turned her head to look at Wanda, and slowly approached her with her dancing body, with a hint of charm on her face. What do you want to do again? Wanda was frightened by her actions. Like a frightened kitten, she quickly backed away. What do you say? The Dark Witch licked her moist red lips and pressed forward step by step. Seeing this, Li Zi was quite helpless. Don't scare her anymore, everyone is worried. Okay, I'll let you off this time. The Dark Witch rolled her eyes and sat on the bed alone. Cut. Wanda snorted coldly, sat down on the bed as well, kept a proper distance from her, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't continue to do it, otherwise the scene in the New York alley would repeat itself. The Dark Witch smiled, and didn't try to tease her. She refocused her eyes on Li Zi's leaving back, and there was a look of anticipation and a hint of innocence in her eyes. Like a kitten staring at a fish, its pink tongue licked its red lips. I will definitely enjoy the trip to the hot springs, provided that I get you first tonight. There is always warm water circulating in the pool outside the suite. In the beginning, there was no hot spring project in the villa, but in the early 20th century, a group of businessmen came here for field investigation and accidentally discovered that there had been volcanoes in the area. By chance, it was discovered that the water source passed through magma, forming a natural hot spring. Since then, the hot spring has become the entertainment project of the villa. Also from this time on, the whole villa has attracted a large number of tourists, just to be able to soak in this warm hot spring. At the moment, in the suite, the two witches couldn't wait to walk towards the hot spring. As the sun sets, the clouds reflect the setting sun, the sky sets off the deepening twilight, and the evening breeze carries the coolness of autumn. The faint light shone down, and the whole hot spring villa was covered with the brilliance of cicadas' wings, and the afterglow sprinkled on the two people's beautiful cheeks, setting off the dust. The sunset is so beautiful, it would be great if it could last forever. Wanda looked up at the sky, with more hope in her eyes. That day will come. The Dark Witch walked up to her and patted her on the shoulder. The two looked at each other and walked into the hot spring. The boiling bubbles gurgled, bringing an extremely comfortable warm current, which made people feel extremely relaxed and comfortable. At this time, Li Zi had already changed his clothes, his muscular figure was exposed to the air, and his angular muscle lines were extremely explosive. When he saw the two witches, he couldn't help feeling overwhelmed. That lingering warmth fell on the two of them, making more beautiful in the world. The beauties, beautiful scenery, and hot spring baths are pleasing to the eye. Is this the best happiness in the world? Li, this is the first time I've seen you almost naked. The Dark Witch giggled, but her eyes began to scrutinize him wantonly. At this time, you can speak up, are you obscene? Wanda glanced at him speechlessly, then turned her gaze to Li Zi. Li, ignore her, come down quickly. After finishing speaking, she submerged directly into the pool, feeling a warm current brought by the hot spring. The Dark Witch didn't talk nonsense, she was lying in the pool, her body curve under the sparkling water was eye-catching. The hot springs are bubbling, and strands of hot air diffuse out, forming strands of white mist that surrounds the entire room, adding a little relaxation. It's kind of exciting. Li Zi watched this scene, swallowed subconsciously, and then walked down with both legs, feeling the warmth and comfort from the hot spring, and felt drowsy all over. As soon as he got down to the pool, he felt Wanda sticking up to him, something soft was tightly fitting his arm, and the body fragrance was permeating. Li Zi was a little intoxicated by it. Maybe it's the hot spring or the heat. The whole body felt a little hot. Wanda could feel it clearly, and immediately realized what was going on. With a smirk at the corner of her eyes, Li, your body is very hot. Let me check it for you. After finishing speaking, she rubbed directly on Li Zi's body. The distance was getting closer and closer, and the fragrance from her body gradually became stronger. Did you do it on purpose? Li Zi's voice was gloomy and hoarse. He could feel Wanda's strange behavior at this moment, and his eyes were extremely cold. This woman knew very well that she was a dark witch, and she couldn't touch her, so she deliberately teased her with very bad means. You guess. Wanda's whole body was fitted together with Li Zi, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. If you can't move, you can move me, I don't suggest. At this time, the dark girl saw Li Zi's face was stiff, and she understood what was going on, so she leaned forward on her own initiative. You are dreaming, go to the other side. Wanda suddenly became angry. Li Zi watched the two of them quarreling, felt a dilemma, and didn't know what to do for a while. To be precise, the anger is burning right now, with two beautiful women leaning on both sides. How can the anger in the lower abdomen be suppressed so easily? Li is a normal man anyway, you won't let him move, but you can't deprive him of his right to be a man, right? The dark witch said helplessly. After hearing this, Wanda was a little anxious. Then I'll do it, don't mess around, or I'll make you look good. You can come, but I don't know if I will join in halfway. The dark witch narrowed her eyes slightly and said threateningly. Say a few words less. Then Li Zi conjured 2 bottles of red wine and 3 glasses out of thin air. Drink some red wine to relax. These red wines have been brewed for 100 years, and drinking them will have unexpected effects. When I came to the hot spring, after placing the cups, I opened the wine bottle, and immediately exuded a strange fragrance, and the rich and aromatic smell of wine wafted throughout the suite. There is a particularly strong smell of red wine in the air. Just smelling this fragrance is endless aftertaste. Did you brew this yourself? Wanda leaned over and sniffed it carefully. The whole person was instantly infatuated with this fragrance, and the stimulating wine smell rushed straight to the tip of her nose, exuding a strange fragrance. Definitely not anymore. Li Zi smiled, then filled all 3 glasses with red wine. You all have a taste. I can't help it anymore, this smell is too fragrant. The dark witch directly picked up one of the glasses, poured it into her stomach, and praised. This red wine has a very strong taste, bitter and sweet, and it will be delicious if it is paired with some dishes. Drinking and thinking about food, you are also amazing. Wanda couldn't help complaining about her, and then drank the wine glass in one gulp, sending out a burst of joy. It tastes really good. Wanda wiped her mouth and asked doubtfully, Li, don't you want to drink? That's right, don't waste these wines. Despite what the 2 witches said, their eyes were as greedy as a wolf's light seeing a lamb. This kind of red wine is not only fragrant, but the key point is that the smell is too attractive, as if you were in the clouds, enjoying the happiness in front of you. They also drank wine before, but they wanted to be as full-bodied as the red wine Li Zi brought out, but there were not a few bottles that could rank high. You will find out later. After speaking, Li Zi directly picked up a bottle of wine and poured it into the sink, followed by several bottles in a row. Seeing the red wine sinking into the pool, the 2 witches couldn't bear it, and hurriedly stopped them. I can't pour any more, good red wine is too wasteful. It's okay, taking a bath with red wine will have a miraculous effect, don't worry. Li Zi ignored the dissuasion of the 2, but patiently explained. This wine was created by himself with magic elements. Taking a bath can beautify the skin, and drinking it can refresh the mind. Do not believe. Feeling the smell just now, the 2 of them felt reluctance in their eyes. You keep drinking. Li Zi didn't answer their questions, but handed them the full wine glass. The 2 witches looked puzzled and didn't know why, but after all, they couldn't resist the influence of the aroma, so they took the wine glass and poured it directly into the belly king. The aroma of the wine became stronger. It tastes good, but I don't feel much, I just want to drink it more. Wanda pursed her lips, seeming to recall the scent just now. The taste is soft and silky, and the taste is very good. The dark witch took a sip, closed her eyes to savor it carefully, and opened her charming eyes again. Witch, learn from others, you can speak more elegantly than you without drinking a sip of wine. Li Zi rubbed the dark witch's head and smiled. HMPH, I'm just not good at wine tasting, I drink less, and I'll get better when I drink more. Wanda refused to accept it, took the wine and poured a glass decisively, and then drank it in a big gulp. The greasy wine flowed down her throat, making her cry out. Those beautiful eyes also gradually became blurred, and the open cherry mouth exhaled white mist and blue air, and her pretty face became even more flushed. Li Zi looked at the beautiful and delicious witch, suddenly remembered something, conjured some candy out of thin air, and asked, by the way, I still have candy here, which of you 2 wants to eat candy? I don't like candy very much, because my teeth are sticky. The dark witch shook her head, then poured a glass of wine, which shimmered a few times under the sunlight. I want to eat. Wanda saw the candies, ate a few of them, and said, I like candies, but it's rare that you don't. I thought we both had the same hobbies. After all, even the man you like is the same as me. Who said? I obviously have better taste than you. How could the hobbies be the same? Candy is something used to trick children. The dark witch taunts her peers on a daily basis. Wanda didn't bother to pay attention to her, and took a few more from Li Zi's hand to eat. However, when she looked up, she saw Li Zi smiling mysteriously at herself, and then took the candy and ate it, this candy is really delicious. Wanda always felt that something was wrong, that this man was plotting something again. How do you feel like a duped rabbit? And Li Zi is like a big bad wolf waiting for his chance. What bad things are you two secretly planning? The dark witch next to them noticed the eye contact between the two, and came forward to ask. Just as she was talking, her eyes gradually became blurred, and a tired look appeared on her pretty face. I'm so sleepy. You two play first, I'll go up and lie down for a while. The dark witch suddenly felt dizzy and drowsy, and felt her eyelids twitching. As she spoke, she swayed and walked to the chair on the bank to lie down. Hi, are you okay? Wanda noticed something strange. She walked up and reached out to pat the dark witch, but found that I had fallen into a deep sleep. Strange, what happened to her? Just when she was wondering, a muscular body came up behind her, and wrapped her arms around her waist, and her cold back suddenly became hot. She seems to be asleep. Lee, you did it right. Wanda thought of the sweets and drinks just now, and immediately realized that the dark witch's falling asleep was related to the protagonist, and most likely not asleep. Alcohol is a drug. Candy is the antidote. Don't worry, she's fine. That wine can keep you healthy. The side effect is just drowsiness after drinking it. Behind her, Li Zi buried herself on her shoulder and whispered. Insidious man. Wanda was speechless. Let her sleep for a while, the two of us can communicate in depth. Li Zi caressed her little hand. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. I refuse, can you stop messing around? Wanda looked at the unconscious dark witch. She felt a sense of guilt. Why do you feel this way? She obviously didn't do anything. No chance. Who made you so arrogant just now? Li Zi pinched the witch's white and tender face. Her voice was slightly deep and hoarse. Like a hungry wolf looking for food, it is full of danger. No, just now. That was all a test for you. Wanda felt the danger. She trembled a little. If she agrees with the man who has held her back for so long, will she be broken? She has searched for these on the internet before, and it seems that there are real cases. Moreover, the scale of their own Li is not small. Tall and big. Li Zi said with an aggrieved face, you promised me before, I have endured it for so long, can you bear it? Wanda was stunned, and she wanted to say that she couldn't bear it, but it was a lie. She couldn't bear to let Li do that again. Just thinking about it. She just felt dizzy, and her whole body was directly hugged. Whoosh. So, satisfy me. It was Li Zi who picked him up directly, and then walked into the room. Wanda in my arms. I will be broken. The night was not peaceful, and the witch remembered something she had heard before. It is a phenomenon related to nature. Spring bamboo shoots will keep growing. If there is fertilizer intensification, it will break through everything, and will continue to grow thicker and bigger during the intensification process, growing into towering spring bamboo shoots. She hadn't seen it before, but now she has seen the growth of Chunsun, and also experienced pain and joy. Especially the feeling of opening your heart, as comfortable as fluttering like a fairy. Ebb and flow on the contrary. Li Zi is very happy. He has seen another limit of the human body's toughness and softness. I can't help but think of a long time ago. In the previous life, there was an old man in a mountain village who talked about the skills of plowing the land. A piece of dry soil was constantly turned up with farm tools, and the new soil underground would always be moist. In order to allow fresh seeds to fill the soil, every place must be turned back and forth to prevent excess weeds from being conducive to seed infiltration. Until the sky gradually dawned. This discussion of nature has just come to an end. The next morning. The sky is white, and the warm sunlight penetrates into every corner of the room through the glass. The entire Zijing town is ushering in a rising heat wave. The earth is like a steaming oven. Nearby families are hiding under the eaves, and some children hold snow sticks in their hands, enjoying everything at the moment. On the sofa in the study, the dark witch opened her eyes in a daze, and subconsciously looked at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. She glanced around and wondered, why did I fall asleep? I vaguely remember that she was lying on a chair, and suddenly someone carried her to the study room, but I don't have any other memories. What's the matter? Couldn't the wine be a drug? The dark witch only felt a headache now, and after she calmed down, she suddenly found that Li Zi and Wanda had disappeared. Standing up tremblingly, and pushing open the door, she suddenly smelled a strange smell. The whole air is filled with this strange smell. Shouldn't they? I don't know if it's an illusion, but the dark witch came to the bedroom with a tight frown, and when she opened the door, she subconsciously cried out. At the moment, the whole room, Li Zi and Wanda got dressed and sat on the bed. A particularly strong smell wafted from the room, and the sheets were crumpled into a ball. The faces of the two were even more tired. Obviously, the two had experienced a protracted battle last night. Opposite sat the dark witch. Tell me, what happened last night? Although the dark witch asked the question knowingly, she wanted to get a correct answer from the other party, and her face showed displeasure, as if she was catching her boyfriend cheating on her. What's going on? Didn't you see it now? Wanda was speechless. I didn't say. What are you going to do now? She looked at the dark witch with her arms folded, feeling quite helpless. She was so tired now, as if her whole body was about to fall apart. Thinking of this, she resentfully glanced at Li Zi next to her. It's all because he was so ruthless last night that he almost killed her Zhou Chen. But think about it. It felt quite comfortable last night, as if the entire mu of land had been opened up. It was extremely cool. If you have something to do, go outside and wait until we get enough sleep. Li Zi hugged Wanda and was about to lie down again, but unexpectedly, one hand held them. I can't sleep. What are you going to do again? Li Zi frowned tightly. He is so sleepy now that he can fall asleep as soon as he lies down. What the hell is this woman doing? Don't you understand what I mean? The dark witch looked at the crumpled sheets with an aggrieved expression on her face. Why didn't you ask me to come with you last night? She felt extremely uncomfortable, being dizzy by them, and still didn't take herself with her. Is it because of my body that I don't suck sunshine? Or maybe Li Zi doesn't trust herself enough. Plum, seeing this, Wanda quickly pushed him away. Don't think about it, the witch is my real girlfriend. Li Zi couldn't bear it, and explained helplessly. Are you okay? Wanda was much more awake, and when she looked at the dark witch, she could feel the other's low spiritual fluctuations in a trance. They are all homitopes, with the power of Scarlet, and there is a certain connection between the two. Because of this, they can feel each other's emotional changes. I understand what you mean, but this kind of thing cannot be forced. Wanda knew very well that the dark witch wanted Li Zi, and wanted to share it with herself. Although I was a little reluctant, I couldn't bear it anyhow, and even felt that the other party was very pitiful. After the same encounter, after coming to this universe, the only thing I can rely on is Li Zi. No matter how strong a person is, there will be a vulnerable side in his heart, not only her, but also the dark witch. The dark witch looked complicated, and didn't know what to say for a while. Seeing her like this, Wanda shook her head and patted her on the shoulder. Be careful, people always have to look forward. Don't think too much, we'll sleep and discuss this matter at noon. Li Zi was a little sleepy and didn't bother with this matter. The dark witch nodded, got up and left without saying a word. She returned to the study with a calm expression, and sat alone on the sofa. Now she just wants to be alone. Go to bed quickly, or you won't be refreshed when you wake up at noon. Li Zi didn't think much, and lay down with her arms around the witch. Because of last night's battle, sleepiness hit her, and she quickly fell asleep, but she didn't realize that the witch in her arms hadn't fallen asleep for a long time. Her expression was touched and she didn't know what she was thinking about. At that time, the time came to noon. The warm sunlight shone down, making the windows much brighter. The cicadas were singing everywhere. The old trees were blowing up with the wind, and the noise in the town was gone, and it became extremely peaceful. After Li Zi woke up, he stretched heavily, and found that the witch next to him was looking out the window, as if thinking about something. What's wrong? Li Zi turned over and approached the witch with doubts in his eyes. It's nothing, aren't you sleepy? Why don't you sleep more? Wanda's beautiful eyes blinked. Maybe it was because of last night. She was moisturized, her skin was surprisingly better, white and tender and moist, so beautiful, it was like a water hibiscus that made people's hearts throb. Sleep again, the sun will dry your butt, I will take you to take a bath. After speaking, Li Zi got up and pushed the witch beside her, and lifted the quilt. What do you want to do again? Wanda. She is cowardly, and her legs are weak. Definitely part of it may also be intimidated. What are you thinking? I told you to take a bath. After thinking about it, Li Zi said meaningfully, but you are not afraid of being tired, and it's not impossible. No, don't, I'm really tired, go take a shower quickly. Wanda's pretty face flushed, and she shook her head frantically like a rattle. Let's go. Li Zi smiled and didn't continue to tease her. The witch needed to rest, he didn't want to hurt the witch because of this. Shortly after, the two of them came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Just as they were about to let out a sigh of relief, they found that the Dark Witch was already waiting outside, looking at them calmly. Wanda's lips and teeth moved slightly, feeling embarrassed, and was about to say something. Only then did the Dark Witch speak slowly. "I'm hungry, and I want to eat the kind of big lobster you ate here before." The first time she came, when she saw them eating in the dark, she was very eager to have a bite. "You have not." Wanda was a little surprised. "Large lobster, right? Let's go out to eat later, I still remember that shop." Li Zi next to her interrupted her, stared at the Dark Witch, and agreed with her thoughts. His gaze barely moved. To be honest, he didn't know how to face the Dark Witch. Maybe it was because he had been with the Dark Witch for a long time, and he didn't hate the Dark Witch so much. Wanda took a deep look at Li Zi and didn't speak. She knew very well that her other self was very depressed. Thinking about it carefully, what Li Zi did was right. "Then go and change, I'll wait for you outside." The Dark Witch, Gujing Wubo, said something simply, and walked towards the door, as if she didn't see what happened in front of her. "Li, this is embarrassing." Wanda looked at her leaving back, feeling somewhat complicated. It's okay to bump into each other. The most important thing is that the other party was drunk by Li Zi's drug, otherwise she would have been angry. But thinking of the identity and relationship of the other party, it is hard to hide the bitterness. "We'll talk about everything when she's in a better mood." Li Zi shook his head, and didn't dwell too much on this issue. In any case, the witch is his true girlfriend, and it is reasonable to do certain things. After a while, the two quickly changed their clothes, simple clothes, casual appearance, and the overall look was extremely refreshing. Maybe it's because of the scorching sun, this kind of dress is just right. Open the door and find that the Dark Witch is already waiting by the side. "Let's go." Li Zi noticed that Wanda's eyes were a little dodgy, and patted her on the shoulder, signaling that there is no need to worry. "Then get in the car and drive towards the hotel." Along the way, the atmosphere in the car was extremely quiet, and very awkward, without a word. In order to avoid embarrassment, Wanda could only keep looking at the scenery on both sides of the road. But the Dark Witch didn't say a word. She sat in the back seat, looking out of the car window with a calm expression. Soon after, the three came to a hotel. The place is overcrowded, the streets are full of noise, and people are coming and going. Everywhere is full of decorations, bustling with people. Many of them are hawkers shouting, and some supermarket shoppers are standing outside the door and blowing their horns. Any means that can attract customers can be used. Today there are quite a lot of people. Wanda was a little surprised, and the light carefully looked around. It's normal, after all, today is the weekend. Li Zi explained that he had expected this outcome before going out. Without wasting time, the three of them walked directly towards the hotel. "Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?" When the front desk manager saw the three of them, he immediately stepped forward and asked enthusiastically. "No, it's not a private room for us," Li Zi said casually. "Okay, this way please." After hearing this, the front desk manager nodded quickly, called the waiter and asked them to take the three of them to the private room. The waiter was also very knowledgeable and enthusiastic. He brought the three of them to the 6th floor, opened the door, and inside was a dining table with all kinds of tableware. Next to it was a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking half of Zijing town. "Hello, this is the menu of our hotel, you can take a look." The waiter took out a book and put it on the table. "Come on, I can do it." Li Zi pushed the menu in front of the two witches. "You can order whatever you want, I can do it." The Dark Witch still had a calm face, without any changes. Wanda, who heard this, suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "You should have some." The Dark Witch glanced at her, took the menu and ordered without being too pretentious. Seeing that it was almost done, Wanda casually ordered a few dishes and handed them to the waiter. "Okay, get it done for you as soon as possible, Lian." The waiter left, and the atmosphere on the scene became particularly awkward. Fortunately, the cooking speed is not slow. One waiter after another put all kinds of dishes on the table. "I ordered more lobster, I should have eaten it." Wanda looked at the pile of vegetables almost piled up in front of her eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief. Since she likes to eat big lobster, she deliberately ordered more when ordering. The Dark Witch didn't say much, and immediately took the big lobsters and ate them very quickly, as if turning these big lobsters into a source of venting. Seeing this, Li Zi couldn't help but say, "Eat slowly, be careful not to swallow. No one will grab you, don't worry, if you don't have enough, you can order more." Wanda couldn't bear it, and immediately reminded her. "Haven't you eaten lobster with him before?" At this time, Li Zi, who was eating, suddenly asked. The Dark Witch stopped and raised her head slightly. "I haven't eaten, everything is because of that person." Thinking back to the mysterious man, she was both powerless and hated. If it wasn't for him, Li Zi would not have died, and she could have done many interesting things with him, but all of these were smoked under the mysterious man's means. Dissipate. That person is too hateful. After hearing this, Wanda immediately complained for the Dark Witch. The originally good universe became extremely vast and helpless just because of the arrival of that person. She can better understand the feelings of her peers. It's all over, even if I am now, I am not that person's opponent. A trace of melancholy flashed in the Dark Witch's eyes, she lowered her head and continued to eat the big lobster. Li Zi and Wanda looked at each other and fell silent. These things can't be changed, but it sounds even more frustrating. Soon. The three of them finished all the dishes on the table, sat on the chairs and closed their eyes to take a good rest. The dishes are not bad, we can come back next time. The Dark Witch said first, not forgetting to look at the remaining prawn shells on the table. As long as you like it, it's nothing. Li Zi nodded in agreement with her. Don't worry. The incident just now is unavoidable. Now that you have come to this universe, we are still friends, aren't we? Wanda took the Dark Witch's hand and said seriously. The witch is right. Since some things cannot be changed, then enjoy it. Li Zi nodded. But you didn't let me enjoy it. The Dark Witch looked at him resentfully and disappointedly, and the atmosphere of the scene became cold again. Ahem, that's not clear. Seeing her bring this up, Li Zi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Actually, you have to think this way. Some things are predestined. Neither you nor I can change them. The most important thing is to deal with the current situation well. Seeing her like this, Wanda comforted her again. The Dark Witch moved her lips and teeth slightly, wanting to say something, but she couldn't express what was on her lips, and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She is aware of her relationship with Li Zi, and even if she doesn't think about it, she still can't stop thinking about it. She once encountered that situation, and she doesn't want to have it happen again. The witch is right, you can easily cause yourself problems if you think about it. Li Zi also echoed beside him. No matter how strong the strength is, it will decline a lot due to the influence of emotions. The Dark Witch hesitated to speak, and glanced at the two of them. At this moment, she knew that the opportunity was almost impossible. Boom. At this time, the door opened, and the waiter from before walked in with a smile on his face. Guys, I see that you are all finished eating. Do you want to order more? No need. Let someone clean up these things. Li Zi said simply. I see. The waiter nodded and immediately called the intercom, and soon several waiters came in and cleaned up all these things. At this time, scanning the two of them with wide eyes, he cleared his throat, stopped staring blankly, and announced a more important matter. Li Zi and the Dark Witch looked at each other, and their puzzled eyes fell on her. Important matter. Li Zi and the Dark Witch looked at Wanda in unison, with puzzled expressions on their faces. When I went out, I saw that the weather was fine and it was very suitable for camping on the top of the mountain. Wanda glanced out of the window, with a flash of anticipation in her eyes. She has been here for so long, and she hasn't climbed the mountain yet. Why do you suddenly want to go climbing? Li Zi couldn't help being suspicious. He felt that the little witch didn't know what she was thinking about. I think it's great to go climbing, and it's very fulfilling to climb to the top of the mountain and camp. Wanda showed a hint of longing. After hearing this, Li Zi shook her head. She's in a bad mood. Let's just go climbing, it's time to rest. Li, I actually want to go hiking and camping to relax, but it's a bit depressing here. However, at this moment, the Dark Witch said hastily. Do you want to go too? Li Zi was a little surprised. The Dark Witch has been feeling a bit disappointed since this morning. It just so happens that she needs to rest. Why did she propose to go climbing? Mountain climbing is also a good choice, I always want to try. The Dark Witch's eyes drifted into the distance, with a level of curiosity in her eyes. Li Zi nodded and didn't continue to think about it. Maybe this is also the hobby of the Dark Witch. Then let's talk about it. Wanda glanced at the Dark Witch, and because of the proximity, she reached out and touched her greasy thigh. The Dark Witch's expression shook, and she looked at the same thing. In this scene, Li Zi didn't notice her movements. Since you all want to go, let's go together later. No problem. The two nodded and reached a consensus. Soon, the three of them left the hotel, returned to the hot spring villa and simply packed their luggage and set off. Since the mountains are in the villa, not far from the housing area, many things are left in the suite, so you only need to travel lightly. Also because of this, the backpacks on their bodies don't look so bulging. At the beginning, Li Zi wanted to rent a tent, but was laughed at by the two witches. Li Zi couldn't help being confused when he saw their belly laughs. Then the two witches explained that instead of spending some time moving the tent, it would be better for them to conjure magic quickly. After using magic to transform the tent, the three of them walked up directly. Because it was afternoon, the sunset set in the west, and the sky was a dim yellow, showing colorful brilliant colors, as if covering the earth, which was particularly eye-catching. The weight of the backpack is not very heavy, each of the three of them has a backpack, and embarked on the journey with hope. The mountains are not particularly high, roughly the height of a hill, and the mountains are covered with gravel, winding around until the top of the mountain. A small stream flows slowly on both sides, and the charming fragrance permeates the entire mountain. The fragrance is very unique, and some people are obsessed with this smell. Be careful, these roads are very difficult. Li Zi supported Wanda, followed by the Dark Witch. When they stepped over a boulder, the three of them were already sweating slightly. They wiped off their sweat and stopped in their tracks. It's so tiring. These roads are so difficult to walk. It would be great if I could use magic directly. Wanda looked up and saw that they were still a long way from the top of the mountain. Magic cannot be used here, don't forget, there are ordinary people. Li Zi glanced at some tourists who were going up the mountain ahead. Let's go quickly, it's not very far from the top of the mountain, and then stick to it. The Dark Witch walked forward first. It's easy for you to say. Wanda took a deep breath and continued to follow. Although she was a little reluctant, it seemed that climbing the mountain with Li Zi was also a fun thing. Witch, here you are. This flower is very fragrant. As soon as Li Zi said this, the two witches turned their heads at the same time. Seeing the flowers being given to Wanda, the Dark Witch felt a little disappointed and turned her head away. Really, what flowers are you sending at this time? Wanda reacted immediately and looked at him angrily. Li Zi spread his hands, as if expressing his helplessness. As the evening approached, the three of them trekked through mountains and water to reach the top of the mountain. There is an open space here for tourists to camp, but fortunately, there are no people and it looks empty. It doesn't matter if there is no one in the hot spring villa. Why is there still no one here? Wanda looked around, feeling a little puzzled. Didn't you say it before? Because it is the off-season for tourism, so not many people come. Li Zi said something lightly. But didn't we just see the people who went up the mountain? Wanda asked suspiciously. Maybe it's somewhere else? At this time, the dark woman added a sentence. Don't worry about it, we'll find out when we go over and have a look. Li Zi strode forward. The two witches nodded one after another, and followed behind him without any objection. At that time, the sun was setting on the western mountain, and the sky was even more hazy, and the entire mountain was reflected in golden red, presenting a beautiful scene. The warm sunlight fell on the three of them, and they felt comfortable all over their bodies. The three of them were bathed in the sun. A round of red sun was slowly sinking in the sky. The setting sun radiated thousands of rays of light, and the rays of light sprinkled on the calm lake and shone extremely dazzling brilliance, gradually elongating their figures, adding a little more warmth. It's almost here. Li Zi glanced briefly and found that the location here is just right, facing the clouds in the mountains, with trees on both sides, which is more beautiful. There are not too many weeds nearby, but a spacious road with a very open view. Okay, then I will breed the tent that I transformed earlier. After Wanda finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the previous tent appeared on the ground, ready to be set up. Why don't you just fix it with magic, so it's faster? Li Zi was speechless when he saw this scene. This little girl also said to use magic before, but now she is too lazy to use it. Using magic is definitely good, but the process is very enjoyable. Wanda gave him a blank look, and hurriedly urged, don't waste time, come and help quickly. Since you say so, what else can I do? Li Zi smiled and could only go over to help. The Dark Witch looked at the two helping each other in the setting sun, with envy flashing in her eyes. They are like lovers, doing what lovers should do, being sweet and noisy, helping each other. This is a kind of happiness. She is very clear that some people never belong to her. It's still a bit difficult to set up a tent. Wanda crossed her hips, and then set her eyes on the Dark Witch. Let's help, the three of us will do it together. I believe the tent will be set up soon. After hearing this, the Dark Witch was a little surprised. Can I help too? Definitely yes, come quickly, or else the lights will be in the dark at night, and it will be too late. Wanda smiled. Okay, I'm coming over here. The Dark Witch smiled slightly and trotted over immediately. Tighten up a little bit, this side is about to die. Wanda shouted hastily. I'm working on it, don't worry. Li Zi's veins bulged, and he pulled it out violently. After fixing it, he wiped off his sweat and let out a long breath. Finally got it right. Overall, this tent is not too difficult, but it is a bit expensive. Unknowingly, the sky gradually dimmed, and the dim sun also gradually sank in the sky, losing a little luster. The original faint light also disappeared without a trace at this moment, leaving only darkness. The sound of cicadas disappeared, and the previous piece was gone. Hurry up and light the fire, or we won't be able to see it when it really gets dark. Li Zi stood up and stretched his muscles. No problem, I'll come. At this time, the Dark Witch took the initiative to come to the matches, picked up some, and waved it with her big hand. A burst of hot firelight fell, and the dark camp suddenly became brighter. The gorgeous flames rose slowly, and the fireworks shone around. The warm flames shone on the faces of the three people, adding some fireworks. Equals V. I%. How did you get a tent? Li Zi glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that Wanda didn't continue to do it, so he couldn't help being puzzled. There are 3 of them here, are you sure a tent is enough to sleep in? It's late at night, and it's the wilderness again, don't you want to sleep separately? Wanda said something lightly. But what about her? What to do? Li Zi looked at the Dark Witch next to her, frowning slightly. Definitely sleep with us. Wanda blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at him quietly. Hearing this, the Dark Witch was a little stunned, too. Sleep together? She even questioned, wondering if she had heard it wrong. It's not that I haven't slept together, what are you thinking about? Wanda spread her hands helplessly and added another sentence. Didn't they just sleep together at home the night before? There is indeed such a thing. Li Zi nodded, and suddenly remembered that there was such a thing. If 2 witches sleep together in a tent, it seems to feel really good, very good. Don't worry about it anymore. Hurry up and bake something to eat, my stomach is already starving. Li Zi hurriedly urged, he needed to replenish his energy in time after the battle last night, otherwise how would he work hard to plow the fields next time? You are such a pig, you just had food at noon today. Wanda was quite helpless, and had no choice but to take out the iron rack prepared in advance and the spices brought up. You don't even look at what time it is, isn't it normal to be hungry? Li Zi felt aggrieved, and said with a wry smile, I brought these here, take a look. After speaking, he directly took out a bunch of barbecued ingredients from his backpack, because the packing box kept the freshness, so he didn't have to worry about the problem of rancidity. These were bought in the supermarket before he climbed the mountain. Okay, it's getting late anyway. Wanda took the ingredients, tore open the box, and skewered all the ingredients inside with the prepared bamboo sticks. Then, with the efforts of the 3 of them, all these ingredients were prepared. Li, help me bring the cooking oil over, and leave the barbecue to me, so that you can eat with great appetite. Wanda smiled, and put the skewered ingredients on the prepared iron rack. Can you do it? Li Zi can't laugh or cry, don't you remember that you have never had a fever again? Li, how dare you look down on me, don't eat it when I get it out. Wanda rolled her eyes at him when she heard this. Okay, let me fix it for you. Li Zi was helpless and funny. Then I'll help too. Seeing this scene, the Dark Witch smiled slightly and walked over directly. Under the exquisite cooking skills of the 3 people, a tangy barbecue smell soon spread out, lingering around the whole area. If it is placed in a 5-star hotel, it will not be inferior at all. Let's find a place to sit down. Li Zi came to a wide place with the prepared barbecue in his hand. Although there are some weeds, they can be ignored completely. Come here comes. Wanda and the Dark Witch also held several plates of barbecue in their hands, some drinks were all placed, and a large blanket was placed on the ground, at least to avoid being stabbed. The moonlight reflects down, adding a little beauty. The 3 sat on the top of the mountain, sitting side by side, and immediately ate the grilled barbecue in front of them, which was undoubtedly a kind of enjoyment. The most important thing is that this location just overlooks the entire manor. The gorgeous lights are shining like stars in the sky, and the moonlight is shining, and the stars are shining like stars. The villa reflects like a paradise. The manor exudes extremely bright white light, like being in a blank world, without losing color. Just looking at it, you can see a small number of tourists in the hot spring laughing and laughing, never tired of it. Then what are you going to do after you get rid of your enemy? Go home. At this moment, Wanda set her eyes on the Dark Witch and asked suddenly. Li Zi next to him was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't interrupt, but listened quietly. He also really wanted to know where the Dark Witch would go after the mystery man was dealt with. I don't know about this yet. The Dark Witch shook her head, picked up a skewer of barbecue and ate it by herself. I remember that your world has been almost destroyed, after all, there is only you there. Wanda then added, looking at her seriously. This is something that can't be helped. Li was killed, and the entire universe fell into destruction and emptiness. All living beings died under the means of that person. Speaking of this, the Dark Witch said softly, her eyes were a little dull and confused, which was the sadness and helplessness of that universe. It is the most helpless failure since she became Scarlet Witch, unable to completely protect the universe, including all. I believe no one can bear this pain. But the Dark Witch took it down alone, one can imagine how much pressure she was under. You are pitiful. Wanda looked at her. There was no sense of sarcasm in this sentence. It was more of empathy for her and helplessness as a bystander. The dark witch didn't respond too much, and looked up at the sky while eating barbecue. Her eyes were a little dim and silent. Do you think these barbecues are good tonight? Wanda continued to ask. It's okay, your cooking skills are pretty good. The dark witch nodded, and couldn't help but praise her. You really don't think about where you're going to move later? Wanda took a deep breath and continued, find a suitable place to spend the rest of your life. I don't know about these. Wherever I go, there is home. The dark witch casually glanced at Lizzie next to her, and sighed slightly in her heart, but she hid this little move very well, and neither of the other two noticed anything unusual. Are you planning to muddle along? Wanda was a little surprised and couldn't help asking. Basically, sometimes it's nice to be alone. The dark witch responded indifferently. It seems that all of that has become a thing of the past, something worthy of her nostalgia. Then you can live with us forever. Wanda took her hand and said very seriously, she couldn't listen anymore, the other self had endured too much, the universe was destroyed, everyone close to her and everyone. Get away from yourself. Only that universe is left with endless loneliness, no one wants to live in that ghostly place alone, and what the dark witch said just now always made her feel bad about this place. Peers create heart-to-heart touches. Maybe she hated it once, or beat and scolded each other, but at this time today, everything has turned into smoke. Hearing this, the dark witch looked at Wanda's face that was the same as her own, and was slightly taken aback, her eyes flushed. This time she was relieved that she was not a lonely old man, and she had these good friends by her side. Lizzie next to her was also confused by these words, isn't the witch always at odds with her? How could such a request be made? Lee, you will agree, right? Wanda tightly held the dark witch's hand, looking at Lizzie who was in a daze. From the beginning to the end, maybe the other party's actions during the process made her a little unhappy, but some aspects are still quite good, which led to a unique feeling for her. Your choice is my decision. Lizzie reacted, smiled slightly, and reached out to touch her head. Ahem. That being said, but Lizzie was very surprised by her words, he didn't expect her to say that. Looking at your expression, don't you already have such an idea in your heart? Wanda suddenly leaned forward and stared at his face carefully, is it because of this that you agree with what I said? Not at all, okay. Lizzie shook his head with an innocent face, he just agreed with the witch's words to live together, but it didn't mean anything would happen. Besides, he just couldn't understand the dark witch living alone in that lonely void world for the rest of her life. I guess you have. Wanda nodded his forehead and looked at him quietly. But in fact, she didn't blame Lizzie at all, it was she who invited the dark witch on her own initiative, and from the bottom of her heart, she gradually accepted another self. After Lizzie heard this, he smiled helplessly. He also saw that the witch was joking. He had no other thoughts about her behavior just now except being surprised. You. The black witch's eyes were red, and she was very moved. She never thought that one day she would be accepted by the other party, and the other self didn't seem to hate her either. Although I still can't sleep with Lizzie after knowing it, it is the luckiest thing to be with Lizzie forever. The original universe was full of endless loneliness. Even if I wanted to go back, I would just stay there forever, with no one to speak, and suffer inhuman pain. She has even thought about where she will go from now on, and which direction she should continue on her lonely journey. But all of this was instantly diluted by the witch's words. In addition to her, there are two other people who accompany each other, and I am not the loneliest one. Don't be so pessimistic. Everything is developing in a good direction. Besides, if you want to go alone, those people will not be able to come back. Why don't you just stay and come with us? Lizzie spoke slowly at this moment. Although he agreed, he will not have that kind of relationship with her. For now, it is just a friendship stage. I see what you mean, but can you really let me stay? The dark witch speaks very softly, without the momentum she had before. She is like a helpless and lonely little woman. When a storm comes, she always wants to lean on her when she encounters a towering tree. Can bring a full sense of security. Then what do you think? Lizzie didn't answer, but asked the other party instead. If she was not allowed to stay, she would not have said that sentence before. Why does this woman always like to think too much? I don't know either. The dark witch lowered her head slightly, and a trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes. After all, the two were real lovers, and it would be a bit bad for her to meddle in each other's lives. Suddenly, it occurred to them that they helped each other together, with happy smiles on their faces. Maybe they were not suitable at all. Just when she was thinking wildly, putting a hand on it, he looked up, and saw the same face as himself. It was the witch. If you don't stay, I have no choice but to put you under me, and let you have a taste of the feeling of the alley last time. As she said that, Wanda teased her tone, and the pair of hands were already ready to move, slowly approaching like claws. The dark witch glanced at her, and burst into laughter immediately. I should be the one who said that. Then it's my turn to say this now. Wanda smiled brightly, and immediately started to attack the other party. At that time, the moonlight is falling, and the starlight is dripping in every corner of the sky like a picture scroll, blooming brightly and brilliantly, like a huge intertwined net all over the starry sky. Not long after, the three of them finished their barbecue and lay down on the haystack, quietly watching the moonlight in the sky. Lee, you said that if the mysterious person comes, what should we do? Suddenly, Wanda turned her head to look at Lee Z beside her at this time. Her eyes were somewhat curious and dignified. We are not thinking about this now, but during this period of time, it is crucial to improve our strength as soon as possible. Lee Z quietly looked at the sky like a picture scroll. His eyes were full of depth. He only hoped that the mysterious people would not come so fast, otherwise there would be no time for them to prepare. It is also because of this that he has become more and more anxious about the improvement of the witch's strength. Lee, don't worry, my strength has been effectively improved in all aspects now, and I believe that in the next few months, the speed of growth will only be fast. Wanda's beautiful eyes blinked. She believed that she had that ability. Even if the mysterious man came to the main universe at that time, it shouldn't be a big problem for her to join forces with the Dark Witch. Don't underestimate that person. He is very strong. Even if I am practicing the Dark Divine Book, I can't do anything to him. The best way right now is to improve your strength quickly in the last few months, so that you can use it at any time. The means to deal with that person. The Dark Witch said slowly. A murderous intent appeared in her eyes. The murderous aura was extremely strong. She was very eager to get rid of him at that time. She is right. Strength cannot be ignored. In the next period of time, you should study the Dark Divine Book and refine the magic in it. Lee Z propped his head and looked at her. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Wanda nodded emphatically. Afterwards, the three of them did not continue the discussion. They ate and drank to appreciate the beauty of the moonlight, which is sometimes an extreme enjoyment. The deep moonlight is bright and clear, like a night light hanging in the sky. The dark night brings a ray of light, a ray of warmth. The moonlight bends. The starlight in the deep sky does not change. The night sky is as clean and flawless as washed by water. The moonlight is like water, quietly sprinkled on the ground, covering the whole earth like a silver-gray gauze skirt. Until the moon rose to the top of the head, the three of them ran back to sleep in the tent, and gradually fell asleep watching the moonlight under the night sky through the skylight of the tent. Early the next morning, the three of them packed up their things, disposed of the accumulated rubbish, and went directly down the mountain. As for the hot spring villa, everything that should be soaked and done before has been done. In the next time, Lee Z stayed at home with the two witches, and went to the beach in Westview Town to play a few times from time to time. There were not only lively activities there, but also many children enjoying the source of happiness. Even if you go out to eat at noon and night, you will walk side by side, and come to some large shopping malls to choose to shop, or you need to buy some daily necessities. The expenses are covered by Lee Z. After all, he has enough money, otherwise he may not be able to bear these expenses. In addition, the three of them will also use their spare time to play around, such as some haunted houses, or some secret room adventures, and even more swimming pools. Not only are there many people in it, but they can also shoot water guns at each other, and the fun suddenly comes up. The two witches were also shot in the face, and they were all wet, as if they were about to expose the lotus in the air, which was both touching and extremely sexy. Definitely. In addition to playing time, Lee Z did not forget to tell the two witches to study the Dark Divine Book more. After all, a mysterious person will descend on the main universe in a few months, and the pressure will be extremely great. If you don't step up to improve your strength, you may not have time to react at that time, and you may even face the same experience as the Dark Witch's universe. You too study hard, and practice it yourself when you have time. This will quickly improve the witch's magic adaptation period. Lee Z walked up to the two witches and said very seriously. Don't worry, since there are only a few months left, I will personally supervise her. The Dark Witch nodded heavily, and she also understood that she must work hard to do these things, otherwise she would fail when facing the mysterious person without her own strength. I trust you. Lee Z nodded, then stopped. It's nothing, don't go into the study. After explaining this sentence, he walked directly into the study room. For safety, he still placed magic on it. The situation was exactly the same as last time. The two witches glanced at the direction of the study room, and didn't think much about it. Instead, they continued to study the Dark God Book. The few months were neither long nor short, and they only hoped that they could use magic to the extreme during this period. After Lee Z came to the study, he used his spare time to continue to perfect the creative magic. After all, these magics are necessary to face the mysterious person. Also because of this, the process definitely needs to be sped up. Hopefully this time it will be better than last time. Lee Z took a deep breath. Thinking of the failure experience last time, he felt a little depressed. Even if it is a low-end version of Dragon Ball, it is not easy to create it in a short time. Soon, instead of wasting time, he waved his hands, and the majestic black aura instantly filled the entire room, and the original Dragon Ball prototype appeared on the ground at this moment. The only difference is that these prototypes are not so perfect. Just looking at them with the naked eye, it seems to see the essence inside, which is abnormally clearly visible. Let's add more magic this time. Because the magic wasn't enough last time, now Li Zi plans to use even bigger magic to fill it all in. After a while, the colors in the whole room instantly became brighter, especially the traces of the 7 Dragon Balls on the top of the head. These were like 10,000 Zhong stars, extremely dazzling and bright. As Li Zi poured a large amount of black aura into it little by little, the whole space became a little rippling, and there was even a slight vibration. Although it was not particularly obvious, Monsoon, who was casting magic, could clearly feel it. Fortunately, before that, he sprinkled these magics in this study. Even if there was any special situation inside, the outside world would not be able to hear it. Definitely. Li Zi's main purpose is to prevent the discovery of the 2 witches. After all, the 2 of them don't know that he knows magic. As long as he persists for a few more months, the system's mysterious rewards will be available. And at that time, he no longer needed to deliberately hide anything. Without thinking about it, his magic was like a majestic sea, and all of it poured into it like a comet one after another, making a sizzle sound. With a bang, the magic covering the Dragon Ball suddenly became brighter, and every corner became much brighter. Soon, hours passed. Li Zi was stunned for a moment, and when he took a closer look, he found that the Dragon Balls on the ground began to have mist coming out of them. Although it was not particularly obvious from a distance, it was undeniable that this was a major success. Is there any result? Li Zi still couldn't believe it, because he had played with it for a long time before, but the Dragon Ball on the ground didn't respond at all. Without too much distraction, Li Zi continued to strengthen his magic, and the white mist became more and more visible, which made him a little excited for a while. Once there is a change, it means that the probability of creating Dragon Balls will be greatly improved. Although this change is not particularly obvious, it has achieved a little success. Just when Li Zi wanted to continue, he found a problem. After the white mist emerged, no matter how much he strengthened the magic injection, there was no change. It doesn't work. What's going on? Li Zi was a little confused, so he frowned slightly. It worked a little bit. Why is there another accident now? Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw the time above and found that the time had come to noon. Forget it. This matter can't be rushed. There are still a few months, so take your time during this period. Li Zi knew that it was somewhat unrealistic to complete the creation of magic in a short period of time. After resting for a while, Li Zi packed up all these things, and just about to undo the magic, she walked out of the study. At this time, the phone in his pocket rang, and he took it out to see that it was a message from T1002B. The situation is serious, please meet in person. Li Zi has no hesitation, these 2 are his confidants. Swish. The 2 appeared in the study like magic, and then Li Zi asked them to report the situation in detail. The 2 robots didn't waste any time and directly reported the situation. It is roughly about T1000. After careful investigation, it is now known that the organization has penetrated Northern America and formed an intelligence network. As for the underground black forces and other gangs, yes, under the strong means of the organization, they were all subdued. And the areas under the previous jurisdiction of those forces, such as some casinos, receptions and other lucrative places involving huge profits, were taken away. Li Zi nodded in satisfaction after listening to the 2 reports. In fact, it is exactly the same as last time. It is somewhat unrealistic to want to grab the territory from Jin Bing. After all, his power has not been really perfected. Raiders from his periphery. Even if Jin does not want to break through one by one, it is not an easy task. Besides, the action ability of T1002B is not comparable to those gangster forces exist. After getting to know each other well, Li Zi asked the 2 of them to leave the place, and to get in touch with the magic of the study. They went out directly, and still saw the 2 witches studying seriously. How's the progress? Coming in front of them, Li Zi asked curiously. Very good. Compared with before, her learning ability has reached the bottleneck. I will take her out later and find a place to practice it. The Dark Witch got up and explained briefly. That's fine, the purpose of learning the Dark Divine Book is to improve your strength, so you should teach her well in the next period of time. Li Zi nodded. Then am I going to die of exhaustion? The Dark Witch looked aggrieved. Who let you master the entire Dark Book? Don't be poor, teach her quickly. After Li Zi finished speaking, he turned and walked into the kitchen. It's okay not to eat at noon, so I can make a lunch by myself while the two witches go out to practice. Thinking of this, Li Zi came to the kitchen and immediately got busy. The ingredients purchased from the mall before almost filled the entire refrigerator, so there is no need to worry about shortages. And the other side. The two witches also put down the Book of Darkness, and the easiest way to know if their strength has grown is through practice. Soon, the two witches left the room and walked towards the shipwreck in a relatively remote corner. During this time period, there are almost no people on the beach in Zijing town, so it is just right to practice here. It's time to start. Remember what I said earlier. The dark witch looked serious. I see. Wanda nodded emphatically. Then, under the warm sunshine, the witch kept practicing the use of magic. Time passed little by little. One morning. Inside the room. Li Zi opened his eyes in a daze, and found that the witch was looking at him with her head propped up. What do you see me doing? Because you are handsome. A smile crept across Wanda's charming face. Your man is not only handsome, but also has great energy. Do you want to try? Li Zi pulled her closer with one hand, and raised the corners of his mouth. It's early in the morning. If you do this again, I will ignore you. Wanda snorted coldly, took his hand away, got dressed immediately, got up and went out. Li Zi didn't speak, just shook his head with a smile. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in my ears. Ding. Complete the 10-month hidden mission, please keep it up. Hear this. Li Zi immediately jumped up from the bed. This is the hidden reward of the system, and he has completed the hidden goal for 10 months. In other words, there are still 2 months before the end of the hidden mission. 2 months. If only it could be done sooner. Thinking of this, Li Zi became very excited. There are still 2 months. When the hidden mission is over, what will the system reward? Li Zi's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't wait. Now, 2 months is like a piece of fat mutton out of reach, which can only be watched but not eaten. But thinking of the hidden rewards, it shouldn't be that bad. After all, he was made to wait for a year. At least they are all top existences who can dominate this universe. Even when the mysterious person came, he would punch him to death. It was not impossible. In addition, in the past, the rewards given by the system to novices were almost invincible creation magic, so how strong should the hidden rewards that wait for a 1-year period be? Li Zi couldn't imagine that for a moment. He felt that this was the best gift God gave him, and his hard work paid off. 2 months later, everything in this world changed significantly because of his appearance. After calming down his excitement, he simply put on his clothes and walked out the door, just in time to find that Wanda was taking out ingredients from the refrigerator and hurried over. Let me come. You all have a good rest. Today I will make some hearty breakfast for you. The arrival of the system news made Li Zi very happy today, and then he took the ingredients from Wanda and walked into the kitchen immediately. What's wrong with Li? He looks very happy. Wanda froze in place. Sun Yuanshui looked at him. I don't know. Even when I went out to play, I never saw him so happy. Could it be that I remembered the incident between you and him? The dark witch's words immediately made the other party feel ashamed. What nonsense are you talking about? Wanda's pretty face was flushed, and she looked at her with shame and anger like a peach blossom. I didn't say anything. The dark witch covered her mouth and SBL*CKM*Ned, turned around and went back to the sofa to watch a movie. The last movie hadn't been finished yet. But I always feel a little strange. You come with me. Wanda cast her eyes on Li Zi, who was making breakfast in the kitchen, immediately pulled up the dark witch on the sofa, and the two walked over together. Is there still a need to ask this kind of thing? The dark witch was a bit reluctant because her movie had already started, but she had no choice but to follow Wanda to the kitchen. You two aren't going to the movies. What are you doing here? Li Zi saw the arrival of the two witches from the corner of his eye, and couldn't help being puzzled. Li, what were you laughing at just now? Wanda frowned slightly. She was sure that the smile just now was definitely not his usual smile, and she always felt a little strange. What exactly is going on? Could it be because he was hallucinating? Tell me quickly, otherwise the two of us will always be curious. The dark witch also chimed in. It's nothing, it's a secret, I can't tell you. Li Zi smiled and continued to work on the ingredients. Facing the soul torture of the two, he was not moved at all. Do you think we'll believe it? Wanda curled her lips. She usually spends too much time with Li Zi. Even some eating habits can be clearly remembered, without missing any details. It's really nothing, so stop asking. Li Zi had no choice but to explain it this way. After all, the matter was related to the hidden mission restrictions. Once told to the two of them, it might lead to the failure of the mission. In this way, the painstaking efforts he had been waiting for a long time were in vain, and he really couldn't give up. Seeing that the other party was so determined, Wanda pondered for a moment, and did not continue to ask further questions. She understood that if Li Zi wanted to really tell herself, that day should not be too long. What about breakfast, haven't you cooked yet? Wanda felt aggrieved and touched her belly, my stomach is almost flattened. You go to some movies first, breakfast will be ready soon. Li Zi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and immediately speeded up. Wanda nodded, didn't say much, but brought the Dark Witch to the sofa. Why don't you keep asking? The Dark Witch was a little puzzled, her eyes fell on Li Zi from time to time, she could easily see it, and she couldn't believe that the other, self, didn't see it, unless the other party did it on purpose. It's not necessary. If Li Shang wants to tell us, that day will come soon, and vice versa. If we keep asking questions like that, there will be no progress. It's better to watch some meaningful movies. After Wanda finished speaking, she picked up the remote control next to her. After hearing this, the Dark Witch fell silent for a while, and didn't ask any more questions, but found a suitable position and lay down comfortably. Time passed little by little. Just as the two witches were watching with great enthusiasm, a scent suddenly filled the air, rushing straight to the tip of their noses. What's the smell? Smell it. At this time, the Dark Witch turned her eyes away, turned her gaze towards the kitchen, and found that Li Zi was walking step by step with a ready breakfast in her hand. Have you prepared breakfast? When Wanda heard it, she immediately regained her spirits. She was almost starving, so she got up and walked over. The Dark Witch was also unambiguous, and followed behind her, and then the two came to the dining table and sat down, smelling the smell of breakfast at close range, and couldn't help but fall in love with it. You are almost ready to eat after you wash up. There is still one ingredient in the kitchen, but it won't be too long. After finishing speaking, Li Zi walked into the kitchen again. Then I'll go first, I'm so hungry. Wanda was the first to get up and immediately ran towards the bathroom. No, I'll come first, I'm hungry too. The Dark Witch took a quick step forward and got ahead of the other party, not giving in to the other party at all. Don't even think about it. Seeing this, Wanda immediately frowned, and rushed over at the same speed. In the entire room, the two quarreled again, making a fuss. Li Zi, who was in the kitchen, shook his head helplessly. There should be less of this, forget it, I'll get my ingredients. Maybe it was because he was tired, or because he was used to the fighting between the two, so he didn't choose to stop it, but continued to process the ingredients he had prepared. 10 minutes passed. The two witches finally came out of the bathroom, and Li Zi had already sat at the dining table and had breakfast. Li, why didn't you wait for us? Wanda looked at him with some resentment, she was already starving, if it wasn't for the Dark Witch, she would have eaten a hot breakfast by now. You guys have been fighting inside for so long, the breakfast is cold. Li Zi couldn't laugh or cry, and then added, don't be depressed, I've already prepared for you. As he said that, he opened a lid, and there were 2 bowls of hot shrimp porridge inside, and it smelled like he was in the clouds. I'll have a taste first. The moment Wanda saw the porridge, her eyes lit up and she immediately sat in her seat. Seeing her impatient look, Li Zi smiled helplessly. Drink carefully, this porridge is very hot, don't burn your mouth. The Dark Witch was also unambiguous. She came to the dining table and sat down. She tasted the small shrimp porridge in front of her. It tasted really good. How was your previous practice? Suddenly, Li Zi's sudden words made the two of them stop. See what I do? Li Zi smiled. Is there something written on my face? Although her recent strength hasn't increased much, her use of magic has improved a lot. The Dark Witch spoke at this time. In the process of practice, as Scarlet Witch, she can clearly feel that her other self has undergone significant changes when she masters Chaos Force. Although this change is not particularly extensive, it has played a role anyway. It's okay, as long as you are diligent, and the cultivation of the Dark Divine Book has to be accelerated, the magic power you have learned before is not enough at all. Li Zi's eyes became serious. After all, he learned from the Dark Witch that the mysterious man easily wiped out his other self, and even the Dark Witch struggled to deal with him. It is conceivable that his strength is extremely terrifying. You mean, you want her to read the entire Dark God book at once to the Academy? The Dark Witch was slightly surprised. Although it is a defective version, it is somewhat difficult for the current Wanda. You must know that haste makes waste, too fast practice will undoubtedly backfire and have a very bad impact on oneself. What I mean is that in the process of teaching her, you can learn more important magic. If you learn from the basics, it is impossible to achieve the desired effect within a few months. Li Zi said with an extremely serious face. It is also because of the mysterious person that they have to step up their cultivation right now. Only when their strength really rises can they have the capital to fight against the mysterious person. What's more, the foundation of the witch's current strength no longer needs to start with simple magic, and should focus on some advanced magic learning. After hearing this, the Dark Witch immediately understood. After all, it was a defective version of the Dark God book, and perhaps allowing the witch to learn important magic. The effect seemed to be good. Soon. In the next time, Li Zi has no other activities. Either he uses his time to create Dragon Balls, or he watches movies with the two witches. The range of activities is only in Westview Town. During the rest of the time, the witches were also very diligent, either after eating, or studying the dark divine book seriously, without the slightest slack. After all, they would face the attack of that mysterious man after they used it. Whether it is improving strength or creating Dragon Balls, they are all preparing for the first battle in a few months. However, this peaceful time was quickly broken. Afternoon a few days later. The warm sunlight shone down like rays and appeared on the faces of the three of them through the glass window, bringing warmth and peace to the afternoon. The three enjoyed everything, sitting on the sofa, watching movies as usual. Suddenly at this moment, boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Li Zi is a little confused. Wei huh? Go and see, don't you know? The dark witch got up and came to the door, and opened the door. A man with the vicissitudes of life stood in front of him, with dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept for several days, and he looked overly indulgent. Definitely, his face reveals a little bookishness, which makes people think in an evil direction. Stephen. Why are you here? Li Zi took a look and recognized the person outside the door as Dr. Strange Stephen.